Coughlan and Rain shatter records as Durham put on 600. When New Zealand's Rachin Ravindra signed a one-match deal with Durham, nobody would have expected him to stamp his authority on proceedings quite so early. Unbeaten on 178 at the end of the first day, with debutant Jonathan Bushnell alongside him with 61. The score just 25 away from 400 for the loss of just 3 wickets. And if Worcestershire thought day 2 might upset Ravindra's rhythm, they were about to get a rude awakening. He returned to the middle in the same form in which he left it. He'd take Durham beyond 400. The 3 that got them there off Pennington took him to 199, and the wait was brief for Ravindra. 4 balls into the next over, Barnard slightly missed his length and the Kiwi international pounced. 2 runs added up to his maiden first-class double 100, a scintillating innings that the away balcony down at Trent Bridge would have made note of. Durham hit back in the next over. Bushnell should be proud of his efforts on debut. 66 his return when he edged to Cornwall off Pennington. Ravindra's innings came to an end at the hands of Gibbon. The ball fired down the leg side. The nick, a faint one, but after adding 217 to the total, the Kiwi had finally been removed. Handshakes from the opposition, recognition for his wonderful batting. One, as it so often does, brought 2. A double wicket maiden for Gibbon. Travaskis out for a duck, caught behind. And suddenly Worcestershire found their wicket-taking touch. A 4th for Gibbon. Eckersley out caught behind for 6. Rain and Coughlan stopped the rot though. They held firm, and with 4 runs from the latter, fired through the offside, Durham had 450 on the board. With a Rain 4 through the leg side, the 8th wicket pair had added 50 runs off 66 balls. They headed off for lunch soon after. The score a huge 481 for 7. Durham's dominance continued. The respite of lunch was brief for the pairs. Rain and Coughlan returned with renewed vigour, wicket-taking chances at a premium as both kept up their assaults. With 2 from Rain, Durham went to 500. They were disappearing into the distance now. Rain found his way to 50, up to the mark, pulling Morris into the leg side for 2 more. Still Durham dictated the day. And he was back at it, the maker's name on show. Exquisite timing from the number 7 to push Morris down the ground for 4 to bring up the 100-run partnership. There was no stopping them. 550 on the board with another Rain single. And then Coughlan joined him, a half-century for the number 8 sealed when Baker disappeared to the fences through the offside. His timing was perfection to Gibbon, a flick of the wrists, and he'd brought up the 150 partnership with a 6 over Cow. When he ploughed Barnard for 4, Durham had set a new record partnership for the 8th wicket. The score was soon 600 runs, more than they'd mustered in their draw with Worcestershire earlier in the season. The partnership grew, the pairs ran out of ideas, both men up into the 90s, and the 8th wicket worth a huge 200 runs off just 235 balls. Coughlan was the first to go to his 100. Fleet of foot to pick up the required single, he'd reached the mark off just 117 deliveries. And Rain was almost handed his. Libby's delivery loose, full, and sent over the leg side for 4. He was up to 3 figures for the first time in first-class cricket. And with that, Borthwick waved them back in. 642 on the board. Worcestershire only able to pick up 7 wickets. Durham in a dominant position, hoping they'd done enough not to have to bat again. Gibbon had managed to pick up 4 scalps, but at a cost of 127 runs. But the true test of the state of the game had to wait until after tea. How would Worcestershire fare? It was a horror start. Cornwall bowled 2 balls into his LV County Championship debut by Rushworth. Ali and Libby stabilised the innings. They found some early form and some important confidence-boosting boundaries. And they were worth 50 from 71 balls when Ali turned one around the corner for 2. But Libby would fall soon after, caught by Borthwick off the bowling of Rain for 28. Haynes picked up where Libby had left off, solid alongside Azhar Ali, the duo looking to stick around rather than attack too much, conscious that the day was heading towards its end and time was still on their side. 2 runs from Azhar Ali brought the 100 up, and the umpires took them off for bad light. But they would emerge again, and to Durham's delight, they managed to separate the pair. Azhar Ali the unfortunate man to go. Rain's movement forced him to play onto his stumps for 45. Morris joined Haynes as night watchman and saw out what remained of the day. Worcestershire up against it, 502 runs behind, with the score 140 for 3. The surface looks to be a good one. Durham showed that, and some. The pairs won't be despondent quite yet. There's still a long way to go in this match before a result can even be thought about. But at the halfway stage, it's the hosts who hold all the cards.
Ben, you've got a century in T20. You've now got one in first-class cricket as well. So congratulations on that performance today.
Thank you very much. It's been a bit long overdue, but I'm over the moon with it. And I'll be out there with my mate Paul and get over the line very close together. It was amazing. It was a nice feeling.
I know the two of you are quite close. For you to share such a moment together out there in the middle, and it was a bit of a race in the end, wasn't it? 2 balls in it, I think, in the end.
Absolutely right. I think we've been playing cricket together since we were like 11-year-old. Just he grew up in Hetton and I grew up just in Horton there, so known each other a long time. So it was nice to be out in the middle with him. Obviously, feels very natural batting with him. I've known him most of my life, so I was ahead of him for a bit, and then he got a couple of heavy overs and runs there, and he just caught up with us and just slid straight past us. So I was a bit devastated he got there before us, but a bit of a little friendly rivalry there.
And what was the plan when you went now? Because I don't think there would have been any thought of anything like that when you first joined each other. Durham had just lost a few quick wickets, hadn't they?
To be honest, all we spoke about was like we'd been in that position a few times already this year, and we hadn't quite nailed that kind of portion of the game. And throwing wickets away and chase up quick runs. So we wanted to be a bit more, just thorough with what we were doing. Still looking to score quite quickly, but not recklessly. And I think it was a nice correction from some of the times we got that wrong. Obviously, we played quite well. It's a good wicket, and that's when you can capitalise and score runs.
And you've been given a lovely platform because Rachin Ravindra on his debut batted so beautifully. Yeah. 217 runs. He's the 3rd Durham player to get a double 100 on debut, the first to do it at home, and the standing ovation he got when he went off was just fantastic, wasn't it?
But yeah, to be honest, I'd seen bits and pieces when playing in my travels in New Zealand when he played for New Zealand, but it was just phenomenal batting. Some of his shots were remarkable. It was amazing to watch. I'm pretty sure he's got a bright future. I'm a bit devastated we've only got him for the one game, so we really were treated to a magical innings there, and it was amazing to put us in a fantastic position. And you can sometimes tell when you're coming out of bat and the bowlers have had a tough day, and I've recognised that as a bowler myself. So it was an amazing innings to come out on the back of, and it was amazing to sit there and watch.
There was an interesting statistic, I'm not sure if you were aware of it when you were batting with Paul, but when you got to 82, which was your joint highest score, you also equalled the record for the 8th wicket stand for Durham, which you set when you got to 82 against Northampton 3 years ago. So when you got to 83, you broke that record, and it was your highest score. So both things happened in the same ball, I think.
Who was that one with Northampton?
Brian and Cars.
Oh right, yeah. I do remember, like 2019. Was it? Yeah. So we just mentioned that there. I thought as a 8th wicket partnership that's quite high, but I couldn't remember. I wouldn't have known who the last one was, but yeah, I didn't know it was me.
And then some wickets tonight as well. Durham have made inroads and a decent lead as well. They're 3 down at 140 and 502 behind.
Yeah, look, I think it's still a good wicket, but I think the whole time we were kind of batting, we did think there's just something there, and we had the ball swinging there tonight. So we picked up a good couple of early wickets, and them 2 lads were batting well there, and it was nice to get that late wicket there, which was very helpful. We can come and have a good day tomorrow, can really set up pushing for a win, day 4.
partnership with that misjudgment, but Morris got away with it. He's on 8. Haynes is 46, 147 for 3, and that is just what you do not need to do in these circumstances.
Well, I don't know what's going on with the live stream, because we're going out fine on the BBC website, and
definitely no commentary on the live stream, I'm told.
yeah, well, I mean, the cable's in. I've just disconnected it and connected it again, so I don't know what. Not an issue with us, I don't think. Rain in here from the Finkel end. This is played off towards the cover area. No run there. I think they were going to try and reset their audio feed next door.
Now it's working. They've got it sorted, apparently.
Yeah.
Thank you, John Curtis, for your updates. Always helpful.
You don't think John had something to do with it, do you? No.
Well, it was he that was reporting.
Yeah.
I've also just heard from Fanos Hira, the Worcestershire, that the live stream commentary is now up.
Yorker from Rain, angled in towards the middle and leg stump, and dealt with by Morris. Plays it away safely to Rachin Ravindra. So John's sitting at home in Worcester. Is he watching us?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
He's not got anything else to be getting on with.
Well, I think he's got lots of other things to do. He
Mind
does them while he's watching. I think.
Football season's finished, so he doesn't have any football to worry about for the time being, does he? In comes the bowler, Rain, defended, plays back up to his end. When we were down there a few weeks ago, he had to go off on the Saturday to West Brom. Were playing somebody. Yeah,
it does a lot of Midlands football.
All these big grounds that Sunderland going to be going to again.
Yeah, like Carrow Road.
Yeah, I like Carrow Road. It's a nice ground. Been there a few times. That was the first match I covered professionally as a journalist for the Shields Gazette in 1990. Norwich 3, Sunderland 2.
Sounds like a good game.
Rain in, bowls. That's gone past the off stump and through to the keeper. It was
little bit of movement.
It was August weekend, and it was red hot down there. And the press box at the time was tiny, so I was just sitting in the stands with a few other reporters with a notepad on my knee. Marco Gabbiadini, who is one of our presenters on Total Sport and Radio Newcastle, he scored a perler. I think, I can't remember if Sunderland were 2-0 down, got back to 2-2 and then lost 3-2. 147 for 3. Morris has 8. Haynes has 46. Remember, every time Haynes has got to 50 this season, he's gone on to get 100. He's got 3 centuries, one of which was against Durham. Rain in to Morris. He bowls edged and gone. Good low catch at second slip there. I think taken by Scott Borthwick.
Very good catch.
Just grabbed the ball before it hit the ground. The futility of the night watchman. He's out for 8.
Well, I don't think you can say that because he did his job, didn't he, last night?
Well, brings somebody else in now, though, doesn't it? So.
Well, that's what happens when someone's out.
Yeah. I just think it's an absolute pointless escapade, the night watchman.
Well, it saved them losing a wicket, losing a batsman last night, didn't it?
But who's to say they would have lost a wicket last night?
Well, they might have.
A far better batsman could have come out last night.
Okay. Let's put it this way: had Brett D'Oliveira or Ed Barnard come out last night and been out, they would have been in a worse situation than they are now. The night watchman came in, he did his job. He's got out this morning, which is not perfect, but he saved Brett D'Oliveira from being out last night.
So D'Oliveira's coming in now. What if D'Oliveira goes first ball or second ball? Well, or is out for 2 or 3?
He's out on the second day, isn't he? Not on the first. No, he's out on the third day, not on the second day. I mean, I could see your argument, but if the night watchman comes in and gets out, and then the batsman that would have come in comes in, which sometimes happens, then I can see completely your argument. But to my mind, Charlie Morris, by being there this morning, did his job last night. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, he is out this morning. Caught very well by Borthwick, low down at second catch. Slip. Good low catch, diving low to his right, just an inch or two off the turf. And Ben Rain's got his 3rd wicket. making a very, very strong charge for the man of the match title, despite Ravindra's double 100, because Rain got 100 not out, and he's picked up 3 wickets. And more worryingly for Worcestershire, he's the one bowler, I think, out of either side that has consistently got the ball to deviate sideways.
Got 3 for 29.
And that's a bit of a worry. Brett D'Oliveira is the new man. Slight worry about his right shoulder.
Oh yeah.
Diving yesterday, he was off the field for a while, and even I was watching him in the warm-ups this morning, and he was carrying that right arm slightly awkwardly, but he has come in at 5, well at 6, 5 effectively, and one hopes that he will not be too troubled.
Does that say 495 the deficit there, or 48?
Yeah, 495.
Rain then to D'Oliveira, he bowls. D'Oliveira plays the first ball out through mid-wicket.
And that's the end of the over. Applause for Ben Rain from the Durham faithful, and it was a good over, and he has, as I say, just got the ball to nip around. He got it to swing in quite a lot last night, and this morning just a little bit in the pitch. He said in his interview with you, Marty, didn't he, that it just did a little bit in the last hour or so. And that's, well, it's a wicket that Durham would have expected to take early this morning, to be fair. Charlie Morris, the night watchman, but you kind of sense that the real stuff begins now as Coughlin comes in from the Lumley end and bowls to Haynes, who drives beautifully through. Extra cover for 4, brings up 50. As good a shot as you'll see, I suppose, from anybody in this game. Just eased into it. It was a half volley, it got what it deserved, but he did it with maximum efficiency, just leaned into it, didn't try and hit it too hard, and stroked it through. Extra cover for 4. So 50 for Jack Haynes off 75 balls, and that is his 9th 4. Waits again now as Coughlin is in. Bowls much straighter, much better length, and it's just pushed back up the pitch on the onside, and the bowler does his own fielding. So a good vein of form for Jack Haynes. I'm not going to talk him up too much because I don't want to put the hex on him, but he will know the importance of his innings here today. Coughlin in again, bowls to him, and he drives nicely, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Fielded by Chris Rushworth. It's Coughlin again, bowls outside the off stump. Haynes leaves that one alone. Got to be disciplined as well, the batsman today. Play only at what you need to play at. It's a good pitch. If you get in, you can stay in. What you don't want to do is make an error of judgment that means that you're actually giving your wicket away. It's a pitch where it's difficult for the bowler to actually get you out. Coughlin bowls, driven up to mid-on again by Haynes. Rushworth again the fielder. It's one of those pitches where if the bowler is struggling to actually get you out, the last thing you want to do is assist him by making an error of judgment, playing at something wide or a run out like we nearly saw earlier on. Just make it hard. Coughlin again, he's in to Haynes, bowls, lets that go. It's a good leave, lets it go outside the off stump, bounces, pot just missed the off stump, but in the end, good judgment from Jack Haynes. He's on 50 off 80 deliveries. He's hit 9 4s. D'Oliveira has faced just the 1 delivery. Coughlin now 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 31, and Worcestershire, after 20 minutes this morning, are 151 for 4. Ben Rain to continue.
Rain in. That's left alone outside the off stump by D'Oliveira. He's faced. My right eye's totally out of focus today. 2 balls or 3?
Yeah, two
for his.
Yeah.
2 balls, yeah, so far to get off the mark. Rain in balls, and D'Oliveira plays it back to him along the floor. This is a batsman-friendly track, and Haynes will be more than aware of his record this season in converting all those 50s to 100s, and great chance of doing the same again. How old is he now, Jack Haynes? 21 years, former England under 19. All of his centuries, the 3 of them have come this season. As Rain comes in and bowls, D'Oliveira plays this wide of the slip cordon and down towards vacant third man, and we open the pub for the first time today. Orders at the bar, please. And they'll run 3. So D'Oliveira off the mark, 4th ball.
Keeping a close eye on D'Oliveira to see if there's any sign of discomfort with that shoulder. So far so good, I think. Played that nicely, just kept it down, soft hands, no chance of going at it hard and edging to slip. Just 2 slips in now. Travasky's gone into short mid-wicket for Haynes. They definitely think he might chip one up in the air there, don't they?
Yeah, this is played to point though along the floor. Picked up by Bushnell, no run. So what did Haynes get against Durham? 120 not out. He got 127 against Leicestershire, and he's had 133 against Derbyshire. Rain with his red soles of his shoes flashing away at us as he runs into bowl. That's left alone.
Went a long way after it had passed the batsman, that one.
Well, that was happening quite a bit last night, wasn't it? Once it had passed the stumps.
Yeah. Didn't happen much in the Durham innings, just a little bit at the end of day 1. This ball is what? It's 40 overs old, so it's quite encouraging for Ben Rain. If he can just get his length right and get that movement from a slightly shorter length than that, then he could be troubling the batsman.
Rain in, defended, runs back up towards the bowler's end and picked up by Salisbury at mid-on. That's the end of the over, 154 for 4.
Exactly what he's trying there. Mr. Curtis says to tell you that he's got plenty of things to keep him busy. He says second team reports, academy reports, previews, etc. He also says to tell you that Pat Brown, who's playing for Worcestershire seconds at Barnt Green at the moment against Leicestershire, is a big Sunderland fan.
Is he?
And went to the playoff final.
Ah. So did I. Why is Pat a Sunderland fan?
I have no idea. It comes from Peterborough as far as I know, but yeah, there you go.
Links to Peterborough. Keith Waugh, who's from Whitburn, who in Sunderland played as a goalkeeper for Peterborough.
Paul Coughlin to continue from the Lumley end, moving directly towards us, right arm over, tall figure, bowls, and that's a beauty, beats D'Oliveira, and there's an appeal. It wasn't entirely convincing. Eckersley took it, appealed, Coughlin joined in, didn't he? It was one of those, I think, and umpire Mark Newell says no, but that was a worryingly potent delivery, shall we say, from Coughlin. Banged in just short of a length outside the off stump and climbed up to sort of rib height. D'Oliveira's not a tall man, but he's playing at it, and it must have been close to the glove, but he survives. 154 for 4. Just signs of a little bit more response from the pitch this morning than we've seen in the previous 2 days. Coughlin again in to D'Oliveira, who's less than certain as he pushes this one out on the offside, and Jones comes in from the covers to the fielding. Tense little period this, I think. Worcestershire be looking to get through this next half an hour or so unscathed, I think. And then, as I've said, when the batsmen have been in for about an hour or so, they'll feel more settled and more comfortable with the conditions. D'Oliveira more watchful this time and more confidently pushing up to mid-off. And again, no run. Decent crowd in again this morning. Had a stroll round before play and met up with a few Worcestershire supporters. Good to see them. Had made the long trip and said to me they're very, very much enjoying it, despite the fact that the pairs have been on the wrong end of it for most of the game so far, as D'Oliveira pushes this one up to Rushworth at mid-on. 3 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. The field as Paul Coughlin comes in again. 5th ball of the over, bowls to D'Oliveira, and again the Worcestershire skipper is very watchfully forward and just pushing this out on the onside.
Some news from Middlesex which may have a bearing on Durham. Nathan Souter is to leave Middlesex at the end of the season when his contract expires. Made his debut for them back in 2015, I think it was. He has come to Durham on an emergency loan for the T20 and took 3 on his debut the other night.
Coughlin in, bowls, D'Oliveira forward, pushes out on the offside, thinks about a single, but sends Haynes back as Jones comes over. Maiden from Paul Coughlin, 12 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 31, his figures, and Worcestershire remain 154 for 4. The man out today, the night watchman, Charlie Morris, well caught low down at second slip by the Durham captain Scott Borthwick off the bowling of Ben Rain. Rain's 3rd wicket in the innings, 3 for 32, and he's about to begin his 12th over from the Finkel end.
He has the ball in his hand. He's just down below us. We're right behind the action here. We can't move while the bowler's from this end. Rain in. That's a wideish delivery. That's gone off towards certainly the left-hand side of the track as we look at it. Once it pitched, it then angled way back across to the right-hand side. But after it had gone past the stumps. I tweeted last night something that Frank said on air yesterday. I got a few people talking, and it was the question: have we as a cricketing nation appreciated, and are we appreciating just what Joe Root's all about as a test batsman? That little lob that he did last night, a ramp lob for 6, was really audacious. This comes off the thigh pad of Haynes and will be signalled as a leg bye. Just goes short towards square leg. So 1 or 2 people have commented. The Wyke Tyke says he makes the art of batting look so simple, easy on the eye, and difference for me between Cook and KP, the 2 other best of this century. He hasn't got a weakness, either shot or against a type of bowling.
I would add to that something that somebody said to me the other day about this debate in a minute.
Rain comes in again and bowls. This is played away towards point.
Which is that Joe Root is a great player, and obviously you can only play against the attacks that you're brought up against, but when you consider it generationally, you know, he's not had to go in and face Holding, Garner, Croft, Roberts, Marshall, series after series, etc., which will have brought the averages down of some of the key batsmen in that era, and Lilly and Thompson, etc. But that West Indies spell was pretty difficult for batsmen all around the world.
This has gone off towards point. I'm saying, do we appreciate Root now, or will it be 20 or 30 years time? And Simon Whiteside says we'll know when Jimmy retires in 30 years. So Jimmy Anderson. Brian says no, I think his amazing talent is recognised by the cricket public, the commentators, pundits and writers alike. We are lucky to witness such a great talent,
And as a close follower of cricket for well over 55 years, I've not seen anybody to compare with his talent, he says. Rain comes in and bowls. Loopy delivery outside of off-stump, played out into the cover, stopped by Bushnell. Michael says he agrees with that. He was only discussing today how the best English batsman that he's seen in his lifetime. And Adrian Pickering says he has a new lease of life and focus now the responsibilities and stresses of captaincy have gone. And Dr. Kevin Tennant says it's clear, certainly clear, without the captaincy he has again been able to focus on his core game. A few observations from people on Twitter last night. Ash Thorpe's alongside us.
Morning, mate.
Good day, Ash. You got any coaching to do today, or you got another easy louse?
A little bit of admin day today, mate,
admin.
and then national quarter final tomorrow. So get ready for that one. Chesley Street, just down the road.
Right. Here's Rain, right arm over, left alone. Again, look at that one. It's pitched right off stump and then skips its way across towards the leg side.
A little bit of swing there, isn't there? Back into the right-hander.
Who they're playing to? Is this the academy team playing tomorrow?
So Parkview, we have Bradford College, national T20 competition.
Just up the road at Ropebury Lane.
Correct.
Yeah. Last time I was there was for a driver awareness course.
I've been to one of those myself, I'm not going to lie.
At Ropebury Lane?
Yep, upstairs, yep.
I got back from holiday and there was this letter from North Yorkshire Police. And it said you can do a course, so I looked online and there was one space left at that one, and I booked it at about 1:10 and it started at 2. And when I got there, the guy didn't know who I was, and I said, oh, it's probably not come through your system yet. So Coughlin starts a new over from the Lumley end, that's left by Hayne, and he said, well, when did you book it? And I said, about 1:10. He said, well, you've done well to get here. I said, well, I had to put my foot down.
Very good. Yeah, ironically, mine for that was on the A690, which is probably what you took to get to.
Yeah. To
Chesley Street. But yeah, it's exciting. The boys, we've got probably for the first time we'll have close to our strongest team out. We have Ben McKinney and Mitchell Colleen available to play for us tomorrow, so that's exciting, who are both members of the staff here at Durham. Yeah,
Neil is Mitchell's dad, who used to play for Durham. He's gone off with the England one-day squad to the Netherlands today, hasn't he? He's part of the coaching team there now.
It's an exciting new era for that one-day squad there, with Matthew Mott taking the reins.
What was his job? Was he Australian
women's coach? Yeah, and that had a lot of success in the last few years. Obviously look to carry that on for England.
Coughlin into bowl here to Haynes, defending on off stump. The previous delivery after it, the umpire had a long chat with him about foot marks. I've just come out of that driver awareness course. It was interesting because I'd just finished a complete summer of cricket, and I'd been all over the country, done about 12,000 miles. I was going to buy a pair of shoes in York when the speed camera van got me a few years ago. This is now played away by Coughlin towards long leg. And fielded by Rain, 1 run. And most of the people who were there, and was one of the questions they were asked, how many of you got caught by cameras in areas in which you didn't live? And virtually everybody said that. One guy was a lorry driver and he'd been on the average speed cameras on the Oxford bypass. And one guy had a motorbike and he had a caravan in a little village in the Yorkshire Dales, and he got a phone call off the site manager to say the caravan was flooding and water was pouring out, so he went down there on his motorbike with his toolkit in the back of the bike. As Coughlin bowls, this has gone through to the keeper, and not only did he not see the speed camera van at the side of the road as he went into the village where his camera van was, he didn't see it on the way out either, so he ended up accruing 2 fixed penalties.
Yeah, I had a guy down your territory, the fixed speed camera next to Morrison's down on the seafront.
It's not there anymore now.
Is it gone? Has it? That copped a couple of victims on my course.
Yeah. I remember when they installed that, it was outside my dad's house, and then the next thing, there was a number of accidents where people were slamming their brakes on to try and avoid the camera, and there were a few rear end shunts and whatnot. And somebody I know actually drove into the camera as well. Coughlin in, and again it's left by D'Oliveira, straight past the off stump and through to the keeper. I'm trying to think, it must be 4 or 5 years ago when I did the course. Some of it was quite interesting actually, and statistics and things like that
Yeah.
to go through.
Yeah, the percentages on the country roads was, especially with regards to fatalities, was quite interesting.
Yeah, quite an eye-opener, isn't it? 156 for 4, Coughlin in. That's gone down the leg side. It's off the pads of D'Oliveira. And in fact, it's come off the bat of D'Oliveira. It's 4 runs. There's nobody at fine leg. They did ask varying people around the room why, what do you think was behind your reason for speeding? And I said, look, I was actually trying to accelerate out of a dangerous situation, which I was. And there was a guy on the A64 near York on his phone, and he kept drifting across into my lane in front of me. And he had his mobile to his ear and was having the most amazing row with somebody on the phone. So I tried to get past him because he'd kept swerving in front of me and back into the inside lane again. And anyway, it was my fault. The camera spotted me, and so I went and did the course. But one lad on the course said loud music in the car, and I was like, "What are you on about?" And he said, "Well, I drive faster when I've got louder music on in the car." Yeah, and the people on the course said, "Yeah, that is quite relevant."
That and another one was just going along with the speed of traffic.
Yeah,
isn't it? That you just get caught up in it and cruising along, and before you know it, you're exceeding the speed limit.
The players have just thrown the ball to the umpires, and the umpires have just thrown the ball back to the players. So my article is now on the BBC Counties page about the state of the cricket balls this year and what's happening and what they're trying to do to sort the problem out. As Rain comes in and bowls, this is defended on off stump by Haynes. So if you want to, I tweeted it yesterday, if you want to have a look. In fact, I could retweet it now if I can find it, which is half the problem.
One early breakthrough so far for Durham. There's a little bit of movement in the air. Another overcast day. Durham will look to try and chip in here as Worcester 160 for 4. As Ben Rain runs away from us here in our commentary position. Attempts a bouncer which flies down the leg side. Well, not flies, lobs down the leg side there on this pretty placid Riverside pitch. Haynes 51 not out, along with D'Oliveira who's on 7 not out.
There you are.
Ben Rain, the star man with the ball. Marty, tell us about your article there.
I've retweeted it.
There we go.
So Marty Cricket, you can have a look. Spoke to the chairman of British Cricket Balls who make dukes.
There's definitely something different about them this year, 100%. As Ben Rain again runs away from our commentary position, this one angles in and nicely defended out into the offside by Haynes for no run.
Well, he said the only change they've made is the balls are slightly lighter, so there's a lighter pigmentation used in the dye. Whether the dye mix has had an effect on the leather, he's not sure. They're talking to the tanneries, but he said the main problem is that because of COVID, there was
saliva.
Well, that wasn't actually mentioned, but the players can't use saliva anymore, so they're not. The ball's not swinging and doing what they want, so they're handing the ball back to the umpires a lot more than they did before. Is a theory.
Ben Rain runs away from us, and this is down the leg side. Neckersley scrambles across, gets a hand to this, prevents it from going for any buys.
But he didn't say that. That's a thought the ECB have.
Right.
The ECB said they're looking into the issue along with the manufacturer and talking to the clubs. But COVID led to a lot of the companies closing down for a period, and then post-COVID, as they've come out of the lockdown, it's just been a case of sourcing enough of the right materials and making enough cricket balls to actually have enough spares.
There was a shortage at the start of the season.
So there was a shortage, and they've been handing them out just in time and rationing them.
There's Rain again in to Haynes, who just defends this one down to mid-on, where Salisbury does the mopping up.
And apparently, leather goods, they need to be stored to mature, and if they're not being stored long enough, they're not maturing.
Okay.
So.
Very interesting. Like I said, just going on our balls that we've used, so we started the first half of our season with orange balls, which...
Why did they do that?
They play straight win-lose in our league for the first 6 games and the last 5, and then in the middle they play win-lose-draw. So the win-lose games are played in coloured kit with an orange ball. As Rain runs away from us and angled in again, a good delivery, and Haynes is up to the task in defending that out to the offside. So no run and a maiden over from Rain, who has impressive figures of 3 for 32 on a very placid pitch. Yeah, so going back to that, the then switch to win, lose, draw, which goes back to whites and a red ball, and the colour of the ball's absolutely brilliant. So you get a variation of dukes from a bright red to a really dark red, and we've got some beautiful dark coloured ones which seem to shine up quite nicely. But the seams, and I've heard this mentioned by the players as well, the seams seem a lot smaller.
Well, they're saying they haven't altered the seam.
Yeah.
So they're saying that's not the case.
They definitely feel different. Definitely feel different. And it looks like, and for whatever reason, the balls are going out of shape, and maybe it is just in the players' minds that if the balls aren't doing enough, then we'll try and get them changed. But as you've seen over the summer so far, there has been a lot more ball changes this year than probably you've seen in previous seasons. So Chris Rushworth is about to join the attack from the Lumley end.
I wonder if they'll lift the restriction on the players using saliva to polish the ball, because that's been in since COVID came along. Chris Rushworth then from the Lumley end, bowling to D'Oliveira. This is defended. I've had COVID twice now.
Yeah.
The first time was, when was it? November 2020. Just a slight sort of dry cough, and then for a few days just felt absolutely listless, no appetite, no energy. And then I got it again in February this year, and I felt like I'd been hit by a bus actually, but and the headaches lasted for weeks. But I did get swine flu in about 2009. I was in bed for nearly a fortnight with that. Wow. Rushworth bowls. This is played short on the leg side, no run. That came on during. I started to feel unwell. Durham were playing Notts at the end of the 2009 season, and if they won the match, they'd win the title. And I commentated for 4 days on my own with a raging sore throat.
Good effort.
And then at the end of the 4-day game, the sides played each other in a 1-dayer here, so I did 5 days of commentary on my own. And then we weren't doing home and away back then, so Durham won the title and I went to bed. Rushworth in. This is left alone. I think the following week they were down in Hampshire, and then they finished the season at Worcester. But swine flu knocked me for 6.
It's incredible just the different reaction people have had.
Yeah.
With it. Like my wife was really ill from COVID, and I had a headache, really like a sinusy headache at the top of my nose, in between my eyes for about 3 days, and that was it. My son had a tickly cough, a little bit like your first, like a dry cough, but. And then you obviously have seen some fatalities, and other people have no symptoms. But thankfully we seem to be on the right side of that now and back to pretty much normality. As Rushworth comes in, lovely delivery.
I think it was the Office of National Statistics said the other day that if people were still being tested, it was estimated 1 million people in Britain would have COVID at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's not gone away.
No, it's not gone away.
Spooksy's tweeted, he says the ICC announced in May the ban on the use of saliva is now permanent. That's something I didn't see.
Be interesting to see if that gets, and obviously the word permanent means it's permanent, but let's see if that comes under review, if matches are heavily
permanent.
weighted. Yeah, temporary permanent.
Rushworth bowls again, played by D'Oliveira at a short mid-wicket.
If matches get it drifts. I mean, we've talked about the drifting towards the batting teams for the last few years now, and this is another way for the batters to be on top, I guess, without the use of saliva. Like I said yesterday, I'd bring back Murray Minst a lot. Let the ball swing, make it a competition. It's much more interesting to watch. No disrespect, as we watched Durham yesterday amass 640, not far from a record score. As Rushworth again comes towards us, bowls this one, and it's fended away on the offside. A little bit of shape away from D'Oliveira, who might have done well to leave that one, I think, on another occasion, but survives. And a maiden over from Rushworth, who has figures of 1 for 44. And the score remains on 160 for 4, so just a back-to-back maiden overs for Durham.
I tweeted, did you see that those scorecards from that Essex match in 1992 that I tweeted earlier?
I didn't, mate, no.
Right.
I'd like to say I've been.
Well, they've dug out a lot of the old scorebooks because it's the 30th anniversary year. And I think a lot of the ex-players are going to be here for a game during the one-day cup against Gloucestershire or something.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've just been told that before I came down.
So are you invited?
Well, look, I've just been told about it, so I'm not sure if I have been invited or not.
Ben Rain from the Finkel end. That's off the pads, and it's gone away off down towards fine leg. Rushworth's down there and mops it up. 2 runs. Is this going to be signalled as leg byes or not?
Must have been a little scratch on that.
Yeah, a little bit of bat. Anyway, the photograph is of the scorecard. So before Durham played against Oxford University at the Parks in 1992, which was their first official first-class match, they played a game the week before against Essex. So I've photographed the scorecards and put them out there because Don Topley's playing for Essex along with John Lewis and Nick Knight, Nasser Hussain. Graham Gooch was the Essex skipper, I think, as well. In comes rain again. This is played away past square leg by Haynes for 1. Gooch, of course, that year in the March was in the World Cup final with Ian Botham, wasn't he, in Australia? Because we'd gone out to watch the World Cup out there. Player Pompey says, how beautiful is that writing? And it's the writing of Brian Hunt, the former Durham scorer.
Top man, Hunty.
And Don says, I think I can remember playing in this game by Junior Waff was a tad expensive, wasn't he says. So let's look at his bowling figures. Rain comes in again. It's D'Oliveira on strike now. That's gone off down towards fine leg. He keeps finding that leg side, and that's 4.
It's an interesting line of attack here. They're trying to bowl really straight. They've still got 2 slips in place. They've got a catching man at mid-wicket. They might be better off just putting a leg slip in place to go along with the 1 slip if he's going to bowl so straight. But it's comfortably tucked away. Just relieving a little bit of pressure in this over after a couple of maidens. I'm going to have to find your tweet now so I can look at what you're talking about.
Not the scorecard?
Yeah.
I'm just looking for Junior War. Where is he?
Be Mark War, is it?
Can't see his name on here anywhere. Where's he gone? Oh, there we are. No.
Mark War, 10 overs, 1 for 63.
Oh. This is off the pads. There's an appeal. That looked like it was going down the leg side as well to me. And the umpire says no.
So it's interesting there, while I've been looking for your tweet there, they have put a leg slip in place and just taken the man out at cover. So I like that. Just giving Ben Rain more wicket-taking options. It is brilliant riding as well, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it Brian? Does it have his name? Does it have the score on the sheet anyway?
I'm not sure.
Brian Hunt, yes. Scoring's Brian Hunt.
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I interviewed Brian a few years ago about his career as a scorer. He was the Durham scorer for years, even back in the minor counties days. And it started off as rain comes into bowl to D'Oliveira again, and this is played towards the square leg boundary. Rushworth collects it, 1 run. It started off where he was watching Durham playing somebody in a minor counties game at Ropery Lane at Chesley Street's cricket ground, and some of the Durham players were walking around the boundary, and one of them happened to look at his scorecard and said, wow, that's neat. Because I think he might have been the scorer for Bishop Auckland.
Okay.
And they said, that's excellent. Would you like to be our scorer? And that was how it all began. And he must have spent 25, 30 years scoring for Durham in minor counties and then in the first class era.
Yeah, definitely the scorer when I was there.
Yeah. Ben Rain comes in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes. He retired about 5 or 6 years ago, and William Dobson's been doing the scoring since then.
Yeah, it was Graham Madison, in fact, who's probably taking some of these photos and things like that. Is
well, it's Graham who showed me the scorecard.
Yeah, so in the scorers room here, which is I'm lucky enough to share as my office at work, believe it or not. So I've got a lovely view. Is in there, and there's all the archives and the old score books and everything like that in theirs. And it was Graham who told me about the reunion, I guess, of the 30th year celebrations on the Gloucester game in the Royal London.
Yeah. So you think you've been invited?
Well, Graham's invited me.
Right, okay.
I'll take that.
168 for 4. Rushworth bowling to D'Oliveira from the Lumley end. It's played back to him safely, no run. He didn't say, just in case you spot some familiar faces.
Yeah, just in case you see those blokes who, yeah.
So what were you were 2003, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So who was in the side then? The Pratts?
Yep, absolutely.
Spatey?
No, Spatey had just finished.
Colonel?
Colonel and I made our debuts in the same game against Sri Lanka.
Right.
Which was good fun. I think Collie got 200 in that game. got to share a partnership with him as Rushworth comes over the wicket and D'Oliveira pushing forward, gets an inside edge out into the leg side, and on the just having a look there, they've come back for 2 and they were looking at overthrows, but Jack Haynes must have come off his bat and he said no, we're not going to run, and it prevents going for any overthrows at all. So 2 to the score. Yeah, so John Lewis was captain, had a young Michael Goff, Nicky Peng, Nicky Phillips, Harmy, Colley, Jimmy Daly, who was an outstanding player who
was he Appleton?
He was, yeah. I spent some time with him in Perth. He came and played for my club in Perth as well. Vince Wells for the 2nd year, what a great man he was, as Rushworth comes in again, and this is straight as well. D'Oliveira pushes on the leg side for no run. Simon Brown, absolutely outstanding fella, and yeah, we had a reasonable team. As you say, the Pratts were there, and it just didn't go our way. We were dreadful, to be fair. Our results weren't fantastic.
Well, was that one of the seasons where they finished bottom?
I would have thought so.
Because they were in the top division when they created the 2 divisions. Durham and Derbyshire were in Division 1. And the only games either side won that year were against each other and against Surrey, who were the champions.
As Rushworth comes in, this one swings after it's past the bat and goes through to Eckersley for no run.
Nicky Peng nearly got a century here in the opening match against Surrey, and Durham blew Surrey away. Remember all the players celebrating. This was in 2000 in a hot tub at the side of the ground. And then the only other victory I think Durham had that year was against Derbyshire at Feetham's.
Okay.
And then Derbyshire beat Durham in Derby and beat Surrey in Derby, and Durham and Derbyshire went down, and then basically swapped places every other year at the bottom of Division 2.
As Rushworth comes in to bowl over the wicket, this is nice and straight, and D'Oliveira defends out into the leg side. So yeah, 2001 was my first kind of taste of Durham cricket. I got some trial games. They wanted to sign me, but I wasn't qualified as English at that stage, so waited till the next year. And it was a bit of a no-brainer for me. I decided that the UK was going to be my home, so I decided to change passports from an emu and a kangaroo to a lion.
Did you?
I did indeed. As Rushworth over the wicket to D'Oliveira. Comes in and it's a good delivery on off stump, and defend out in the offside for no run. Ends the over. Worcestershire 174. D'Oliveira's moved on to 14, Haynes to 54. And yeah, so 2002, 2003 I was kind of full-time on the staff. Was offered a white ball contract, which was interesting at the end of that 2003 season. And then Durham signed Gavin Hamilton, so all of a sudden all the money disappeared, and that contract offer was removed.
Didn't he have the yips? He'd been at Yorkshire, didn't he?
He had,
the yips.
he had.
He was a brewery rep, I remember. Played for Scotland. Elizabeth's emailed from Hamilton. She says, good morning, gents. Just a thought, not sure how much saliva used to be put onto cricket balls, but liquid on fabric, i.e. cricket ball seams, would expand the material of the seam and then fix it more into position.
So the seam's made of like a nylon fabric,
well, it's,
isn't it?
it's a thread,
synthetic.
Travaskis is going to bowl here.
I was just having a look there. I was watching the lads warm up a little bit this morning, and there's 3 spinners that Durham have that they could use today in Travaskis, Ravindra and Borthwick. All turn the ball away from the bat. A couple of left armers and a leg spinner. So it'll be interesting to see how much slow bowling we get today.
Travaskis always bowls in his sunglasses as well.
He probably doesn't even realise. Probably just habit on the ground.
Well, Scott was saying the other night he was bowling in the dark in his sunglasses.
He'd say that, yeah. It's bizarre. I don't know if that's Mike Jones in there. He's putting his shin guards on, going into a bat pad position. It'll be Bushy. Yeah, it is Bushnell. Get the young pup in there.
Elizabeth says now saliva can no longer be used. Maybe a slight adaptation in the making of cricket balls could be considered. Good tight bowling by Durham this morning. Hoping they can keep chipping away. Here we go then. Travaskis left arm round. Orthodox spin. That's left alone by Haynes. So Bushnell's at short leg with a helmet on. Ravindra is at mid-wicket, or a sort of advanced mid-wicket. Got a mid on, a mid off, a slip. Short extra cover, backward point. Bowls again, and watched again by Haynes, goes into the keeper's gloves. Travaskis comes in, a little bit of drift on that one, played away towards the cover area to Borthwick.
Bit of gentle turn, nothing too threatening so far from Travaskis.
Steps up to the crease and bowls again. Haynes drives at an over-pitched ball. It thumps off Borthwick, but he manages to stop it in the covers.
Test his wrist, won't it?
Yeah.
Batted very well, didn't he, on day one? Shame to see him fall just short of a deserved 100. His reaction told the full story.
Oh yeah, I got it on photo as well. This is defended by Haynes. I was taking the picture because I thought he was about to hit the 4 to get to 100, and I was going to get the celebratory shot, and instead it was a picture of forlornity, if such a word exists. Travaskis again, left arm round, pushed away towards the cover area once more. Jones fields. That is the end of the over. Starts with a maiden. From Penrith, Travaskis, 23 years old and captaining Durham's T20 side in the absence of Andrew Tye. Ashton Turner. Don't know if we're going to see anything of Turner, do we, since he dislocated his shoulder.
No.
They brought Tye in on an emergency contract.
He was having a hit, wasn't he, last week, I think? Yesterday, wasn't it? I pointed out that he was going around to have a hit.
Rushworth starts a new over from the Lumley end, bowling here to D'Oliveira, who is on 14, Haynes on 54, Durham have Worcestershire at 170 for 4. Yeah, Sam pointed out Ashton was in the nets yesterday, yeah. Yeah, we saw him go around for a net session. So Ash pointed it out.
He might be looking to play some second team cricket maybe coming up.
Oh, that's a good ball. I think that's hit the inside edge though. He's knocked Brett D'Oliveira over in the process. That nipped right back in, but I heard bat there.
It's an interesting one. Just with a little bit of movement there, Durham are going to have a look at a short leg in place for the seamer Rushworth as well. As Bushnell goes in there.
That did not nip back in. There's Mark Wood heading round the nets.
I think Ollie Gibson as well, so a few of the injured Durham bowlers might be having a little ball through and the nets out the back.
Rushworth comes in. D'Oliveira leaves this one. Goes through to the keeper outside the off stump. If you want to get in touch, it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk or @MartyCricket on Twitter. Martin Emerson and Ash Thorpe with you here, and Frank Watson as well. Frank will be back on just after I've done the 12 o'clock update for Radio Newcastle, and he has updated listeners in the Midlands. 170 for 4. Rushworth turns. D'Oliveira is on 14 as he bowls. It's defended and runs out to Jones in the covers. No run there. A reminder, Worcestershire have not won a championship match on this ground. Their victories have been at Stockton and Darlow, but not here. They've won 2 away to Durham. Darryl Mitchell's got a 50 for New Zealand. 53 now. Trent Boult has 2, and now New Zealand lead by 274 runs. That's
it's getting a tasty game, that, isn't it?
well, I think England might struggle with that now. This is a no ball from Rushworth. Played away by D'Oliveira to Jones in the covers. They're already in the territory where since Trent Bridge since about 2002 or something.
I saw that stat yesterday, where it would have been the 3rd highest chase at stumps. Some interesting cricket yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Must admit, I was flicking between the stream on YouTube, listening to you two, and the Test match.
Did you see that little ramp shot from Root that went for
Absolutely
6?
Ridiculous. That second ball he faced in the day, and he's ramped it 80-mile-an-hour pacer over third man for 6.
Turned by D'Oliveira to square leg no run there. It was Southey bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Incredible.
I mean, the way he played the shot, he was more or less facing the wrong way as he met the ball.
Yeah.
He was staring back at the
Chest
pavilion,
on,
wasn't he?
Very chest on. Something that Joss Butler has probably perfected more than anybody else over the last few years, and it just says I want to get my head in the best position. Well, if I'm doing that, I want my head out of the bloody way.
Yeah.
They're incredible the way that they do it, and it just looked normal as well. That was the worst thing. And Southey just bowled it, saw him play the shot, and just turned around because, what do you do to that? That's if there's disrespect, then that was it. But it's on 150 odd at the time.
Rushworth to D'Oliveira. Let's play back to him. The thing is, it is a small ground, Trent Bridge. Those boundaries are not
funny
the
angles,
biggest.
isn't it?
Yeah, particularly where that stand cuts across the top corner at one point.
Towards the Batman scoreboard.
Yeah. End of the over, 172 for 4 here on the BBC. It's coming up to midday, so should be hearing the news in my ears in a moment or two.
Great ground, Trent Bridge. One of my favourites. Just the atmosphere that was created there. I played a couple of games under lights there, and it's just good crowds, good pitch. Travascus, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Haynes, who's on 54. Comes in now, a little bit of air, and this is just pushed away into the offside for no run. Just see what Durham can build here. Trying to get a breakthrough. Little partnership between these two now. That's Travascus again round the wicket. Short run up and a nice bit of loop and into Borthwick, who fires it back to the keeper, and again no run. .24 so far these two have put on. Haynes just gone back into his shell a little bit. This one's tossed up and it's pushed down to mid-off, where Ben Rain does the fielding. Again, no run. It's pushed nice and confidently, that one from Haynes. Got a few voices in our ears now, waiting for Marty to do his crossover. As Travascus comes in, left arm round the wicket. This one's a little bit flatter. Gets a bit of bite and it's punched away out into the offside, but again for no run. Haynes 54 from 107. D'Oliveira 14 at the non-strikers end from 36. Travascus 1.4 overs into his spell, yet to concede a run. Balls round the wicket, and this one again is tossed up, and he's conceded 4 runs now, because that's a glorious cover drive.
Yeah.
Beats Borthwick, short cover on his left. Mike Jones out to his right, and raced away towards the pavilion for 4. Lovely shot from Haynes, who moves on to 58, and Worcestershire onto 176 for 4.
Royal Ascot's on today. It's the first time punters have been allowed in 3 years. Remember once when it moved, came up to York because they were rebuilding Ascot, and we went down.
Absolutely. Travascus, last ball of his second over, comes in a little bit flatter, and this is pushed away into the offside. D'Oliveira thinks about calling Haynes through for a run, but it's another dot, and that ends the over. Travascus none for 4.
We had friends who, one was a horse racing producer for Grandstand on the BBC, and another was a horse racing producer for 5 Live, so we went down for the afternoon.
Awesome.
And suited and booted. Didn't have a top hat though, so I couldn't get into the royal enclosure, but it was a nice afternoon. And it was one of those days where we picked some winners and it all paid for itself.
Happy days. They are the good ones.
I think we covered the cost of the train tickets, the food we had, and drinks and everything else. So
love that. It's a good day.
The rare days.
It's a good day.
The very rare days. Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's defended by D'Oliveira on off stump. We've been to a couple of family days at Thirst Races in the summer holidays with the kids.
Nice. We get down to Ripon every now and then.
Yeah, Ripon's a nice course, isn't it?
We my in-laws drive the car down into the middle of the track, and we get some deck chairs out and take a picnic, and you can take your own beer and stuff in. It's a good day.
Cartmel's nice as well. Have you ever been there on a bank holiday over in
I haven't
South Lakes? It's lovely.
I haven't. We were talking about that at my cricket club the other day when I was at Ullswater, and they said, "Oh, you should pop in."
Yeah, Cartmel's a lovely village. In comes Rushworth, bowls. Oh! Must have been a bit of bat in there. The slip cordon went up to appeal and celebrate, but there was nothing from the bowler as Oliveira went forward to that delivery from Rushworth. Right, update now for BBC Radio Newcastle. Worcestershire were 140-3 overnight. They've now moved on to 176-4. Jack Haynes has 58, and every time he's got a half century this season in the county championship, he's managed to go on to get a century, including one against Durham earlier in the year. So 300s to his name so far. Can he make it 4 today? At the moment, at the other end, Brett D'Oliveira is facing Chris Rushworth and having a bit of a torrid time. The ball nipping around. He's on 14. The 1 wicket to go was that of Charlie Morris, out for 8 earlier off the bowling of Ben Rain, caught in the slips. It's commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
Bit of a wayward one there. Fired down the leg side for 4 byes.
Halfway through this 53rd over. Bring Frank in at the end of the over and you can jump in from me. Yeah, just talking about the horse racing. Thirsk races, we took the kids and I was putting a fiver on here and a fiver on there and trying to study the form and had lost everything. And my daughter, Abigail, who was probably about 7 or 8 at the time, so it's about 7 years ago then. This was defended by D'Oliveira. She looked through the form guide and she said, Daddy, look, this horse in the final race, the jockey's wearing pink. It's my favourite colour. Put some money on that, Daddy, put some money on that. And I looked, well, this horse had never won anything. The jockey was an amateur.
You get some good odds, though.
It was overweight and ready for the knackers yard, I think. And anyway,
was it called Ash, was it, by any chance?
Yeah. Anyway, it was called Charlemagne Diva, and my wife said, just put £1 on and humour her. So I put the £1 on. Anyway, the race started and this horse was at the back. It was so far away from the others, it was going to finish in another time zone. And then suddenly the afterburners came on and it went through the middle of everybody and it won right on the line. It was the only winner we had that year. I got about 15 quid back, I think.
Lovely stuff.
So Rushworth comes in to bowl to D'Oliveira, and this is turned down towards long leg, and Rain is round there. He'll cut it off. They're going to come back for 2. And they get them as well. Anyway, the following year, Charlemagne Diva's running again, and my daughter spots it straight away, so I thought, right, I'll lump a tenner on. It came last. I've never heard of it.
That is gambling. Yeah. I was going to say something I shouldn't. I'm pleased I stopped myself.
Well, I can't, and I have to say, I can't remember the last time I put a bet on. It's a long, long time ago. Vincent Kompany has become first team manager at Burnley.
Wow. It's interesting.
Last ball of this over. Rushworth to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira turns that away to a square leg and he'll get a single, played it one-handed. It's been in quite a little duel between these two, bowler and batsman. And D'Oliveira gets a single there at the end of the over to keep strike. And I will be... Bernard says Thursday is Ladies' Day at Royal Ascot. And he says, I haven't got a posh frock to wear, so I'll not be going.
And we're back.
Technology at its finest.
Absolutely. If people knew how slick we were. Some of the commentary boxes now have got cameras in, haven't they, Marty? And every now and again on the stream.
This has one for the 2020.
Yeah. I've had a couple of messages that said. I've had a couple of messages from friends saying, "Don't pick your nose."
Well, some unflattering angles of myself and Marty on the stream the other day, shall we say?
183 for 4. Travascus. Over to you, Ash.
Travascus round the wicket, and D'Oliveira pushes this one into the offside. And again, no run. Not a lot of threat so far from the left-arm spinner, but he's going to do well to extract anything out of a very benign pitch here at the Riverside, where the batters have had the best of the 2 days so far. This one's just defended out into the offside for no run. I think as long as you're patient here, there's runs to be had.
Yeah, you just don't want to get edgy and maybe drive one in the air on the offside to that man on the drive.
Yep. Travascus left arm round the wicket, short run up, And again, defended out into the offside. Travascus with an arm in the air. I'm not sure what for, unless he was celebrating that hitting the middle of D'Oliveira's bat. Slip in place, short leg. Scott Borthwick on the drive in the covers. No sweeper out on the leg side. Encouraging D'Oliveira to potentially sweep away as he punches this one off the back foot out to Beddingham on the offside for no run. So we have, as I said, a short leg. On the leg side, we've got Rushworth at backward square leg. In the ring, we have a mid-wicket, a mid-on. Ben Rain round at mid-off. Borthwick at short extra cover. In fact, they're going to bring the catcher in on the offside now, so they're switching him from short leg to bat pad or silly point. So he comes in and gets a bit of drift. It's nice and tidy from Travascus without being particularly threatening, but I like the fact that now we have Bushnell in right in the eye line of D'Oliveira. And that may just make him change his ways. Comes in to bowl the last ball of his over, and it's full and kept out by D'Oliveira, and that ends a maiden over from Travascus. Worcestershire 183 for 4. We have D'Oliveira on 17 and Haynes moving comfortably under 58.
Quite old-fashioned cricket, that
It is.
wasn't it? You know, left-arm spinner, heavily biased offside field, not really getting a great deal out of it, just teasing the batsman and making it difficult to thread it through that gap on the offside. So hoping that the batsman might just get a bit reckless, maybe drive at one that isn't quite there and nick it to slip, or just mistime that drive on the offside. It's a cat and mouse game. It's a patience game for the batsman out there. He doesn't bowl many loose ones, Travascus, but when he does maybe just slightly over pitch or drag one down, it's so much more comfortable. If you do manage to put that one away, it just eases the pressure a little bit, makes you feel less under pressure. If you whack that one straight to a fielder, that's when I think you might get frustrated. So it's cat and mouse, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a good field from Durham. I like the fact that they haven't got a deep square leg out, so the temptation's always there to sweep.
Yeah, I agree. This is quite an interesting field as well, isn't it? Because you've got those two slips. This is for Rushworth bowling to Haynes. Two slips, short leg in front of square, and then another man on the drive at short mid-wicket who's pretty square, actually. They clearly think they can get him there. It's Rushworth bowls, and that one, he gets 4. Not entirely in control, bit of bounce from that one from Rushworth. It was outside the off stump. Haynes on the back was looking to force it away, squarish on the offside, and it kind of climbed on him a bit, and he edged it uppishly through a big gap, it must be said, between second slip and gully, and down to third man for 4.
Yeah, lots of runs down there, isn't there? There's only the 2 slips, and then you have Michael Jones on the offside, who's fielding just in front of point, so there's a huge gap between second slip. Yeah, so it's relatively safe. It was a good ball from Rushworth, like I said, a little bit of bounce. You give Haynes a benefit of the doubt there and slotting that into the gap.
Goes to 62 Haynes, 187 for 4. Rushworth from the Lumley end slants this one across Haynes, big in swinger, loses control of it, and it skids down the leg side and past the diving Eckersley for 4 buys.
You feel sorry for the keepers.
Yeah,
there,
definitely, absolutely do. It was just, it went right from the hand, and it went a long way, and it also died a bit. So his dive, he might have had a chance goalkeeper style if it had bounced a bit, but it just went into the bottom corner, didn't it? And he had no chance. So 4 more, 191 for 4. Doesn't matter at all, really.
Yeah.
Because when you look, I was just going to say 191 for 4. If you walked into the ground and you hadn't seen any of the game before, you think, oh, they're doing all right. Then you'd look at that deficit figure on the board, 451.
It's still menacing, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Here's Rushworth again into Haynes. He's in behind this one and pushing to that man I was talking about, who's on the sort of drive at short mid wicket. Interested by Jack Haynes' development, Ash, and I'll sort of pick your brains a bit on this as well, because you've been involved as well with the development of so many young players. I've watched Jack from sort of 14 at my club, Ombersley. I haven't coached him a great deal. His dad is the main influence on him, Gavin, who you might have played against. Gavin, I don't know. Probably he'd finished just before you started.
I recognise that name, yeah.
Played it as an all-rounder for Worcestershire. Rushworth in, bowls, and he bounces Haynes and he ducks underneath this. But when you watch a player, I mean, Jack, I've told stories on air before about his performances for the club when he was just 14, 15, really impressive. And you watch him develop, and he goes into second team cricket, played England under 19s.
Yeah.
And they come into the first team, and you know they're talented, and you know how well they can play. You've seen them do it. And the requirement for me, I always try and work out just what it is they need to add to their game to succeed at this level. That final step, just like we were talking yesterday about Bushnell,
yeah,
runs for Haynes off the back foot here as he punches a no ball back past Chris Rushworth and picks up 3, which takes him to 65. And for me, it's that. Obviously, you play against, the spinners will do a bit more with it, they'll have a bit more control, the seamers, Ferreira and so on. But the step is just that. I guess, I don't know, this is what I want to see what you think. You've been there as well, but, not making mistakes. You obviously get a bit fitter, you concentrate a bit better, and just waiting for the bad ball and not being impatient, I think. I see so many players that have got all the shots, but they can't wait for the bad ball. D'Oliveira runs this one down to third man, that's 4 more. Pretty cheap runs this time, wideish delivery and steered by D'Oliveira. Goes to 21, and the 200 is up for Worcestershire, 200 for 4. Because the bad ball will still come, but when you've grown up in club cricket, second team cricket, where they're more frequent and you're used to scoring frequently, it's that ability to wait for it. And I really think Haynes, a couple of big scores last year, we all know how promising he is.
Yeah.
This year, it seems to me that's what he's added to his game.
I think as well as once you get that bad ball, is putting it away.
Yeah.
So what you don't want to do is to be tied down for prolonged periods, and then you get a bad ball and you hit that to a fielder, and I think from what I've seen from Haynes, he's done that very well.
He's made that further step this year, I think. Chris Rushworth in again to D'Oliveira, and that one tucks him up a little bit, and he just pushes it out on the offside. End of the over from Rushworth, 204, D'Oliveira 21. Haynes 65, the one man out today, still just Charlie Morris. But you see a lot of players come into the first team and you think, this guy's got everything, he's going to do it, and they don't quite kick on. And obviously bowlers talk, they work them out, it's difficult, they find weaknesses, the analysts have a look. But it's been a great pleasure for a lot of people associated with Worcestershire and with Ombersley Cricket Club and with Malvern College to see Jack develop.
It's great to see players come through the system, isn't it? And provide. That's what your club cricket you want. You want to develop them and then give them to your counties.
Yeah, and the academy, of course. I must give them a lot of credit. Travaskis just starts a new over, pushed out on the onside by Haynes.
Yeah, it does. It takes quite a lot for people to make it into the professional game. Whether it be parents, as Travaskis pushes that down the offside, from parents taking kids to games here, there and everywhere around the county and then across the country, and then you look at the club coaches, the academy coaches, and then into the county setup itself. As Travaskis comes in, and this one's clipped away by Haynes, but straight to mid-wicket, which is why I gave Ben Rain's parents a little mention. They were here watching him get his... at his age, they still come and watch him and support him. It's absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
And that support network that people need. Travaskis comes in, and this is punched away off the back foot, but no run.
That's what I mean there. So that's one where he thought he might score, and he's hit it to the fielder because he didn't want to do anything reckless.
Yeah, and that's probably a good field setting more than a bad ball.
But what he doesn't need to do now is get
frustrated
about
it.
it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
No need to get tense batting on this pitch at all. Travaskis comes in and he shows how relaxed he is by allowing the next ball through to Eckersley behind the stumps. It's moved on to 65. New Zealand have been bowled out for 284, which means England require 299 to win the second test at Trent Bridge, and Haynes comes down the wicket and hits this one firmly back at Travaskis, but it's no run. And that D'Oliveira kicks the ball away, but kicks it to Borthwick. I think Travaskis was a little bit upset there at first until he realised that he'd nudged it to the Durham captain. As again we see Ashton Turner down below us going for another hit in his recovery from his shoulder injury.
The yellow pads.
Yellow pads.
The yellow Aussie ODI pads. Aren't
Yeah, just matches the Durham T20 kit is a
is
yellow
that what it
shirt, and they're playing.
I
blue pads.
remember lovely memory. I took a tour, a school tour to India, and we played 6 games. My boys were all wealthy, really, by comparative standards, and had lots of kit and spikes. None of the boys we played against had any spikes.
Wow.
My boys had Oakley sunglasses, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we played 6 games. We got absolutely smashed in every single game.
Yeah.
They were brilliant, these boys that we played against. And they shared bats and they shared pads. And I was umpiring in one of the games, and one of the lads was batting. Well, everybody was wearing white, but he was wearing yellow pads. Yeah. And I got chatting to him, spoke good English. You're not missing anything. Matt Salisbury's coming into the attack at the...
it isn't just us rambling
the Lumley
for a
end.
change.
He comes into bowl to D'Oliveira, who's forward, pushes out on the offside, no run. And I got chatting to this lad, and I said, well, yeah, yellow pads, where did you get those from? And he said, because he was the only one that wore them, all the others were sharing the pads. And he said, I went to a one-day international, England against India, Australia against India. And I went to the nets, and I got talking to one of the players, can't remember which one, and he gave me his pads.
Wow,
fantastic!
That's awesome, isn't it?
I bet he slept with them, basically, this kid. Yeah. And it was just such a wonderful education for the boys that I took. Was in comes Salisbury and over pitches slightly.
It's humbling, isn't it?
Yeah, D'Oliveira pushes out on the onside, and it was humbling. Some of those boys might even be listening, and I know quite a few of them do occasionally listen, and it was humbling. It was also just wonderful, and we got chatting to these boys at various times. I remember talking to one boy and they just loved cricket. We drove past a ground on the way to a game at 7 o'clock in the morning once. It was a full-on game going at 7 o'clock in the morning. Salisbury again in, bowls. D'Oliveira steers this one down behind square on the offside and gets a single. Ravindra does the fielding at backward point. D'Oliveira goes to 22, and it's 201 for 4. And we got chatting to this one boy, and we were in an area where it was you can imagine what the pitches were like. The outfields were really rough. The pitches themselves were pretty good. And we got chatting about the weather, and he said, we do have 1 month a year where it just rains and rains and rains.
Monsoons, don't they?
And we said, well, what do you play any other games? He said, no, I don't play any other games. And he said, there are no other games. And and my boys were just looking at him. It was just fantastic. Salisbury again is in, bowls, and Haynes pushes up to mid-on. Looks like might have kept a bit low. And one of the boys said, well, what do you do in the monsoon? And you know what he said?
Play cricket in the rain.
We use a different ball.
Yeah.
We use a different ball.
Fantastic.
I just loved that, and it just, I've taken tours to India and Sri Lanka and the Caribbean, and I've played in New Zealand, and obviously met and played with loads of Aussies. Wonderful the way that cricket just crosses all the boundaries, but I think the Indian experience was easily the most humbling. Salisbury bowls, lovely shot by Haynes. He's unfortunate not to get a couple there. It's hit the shin pad of Ravindra. Is it Ravindra? No, it's Bushnell. It's Bushnell who's hit the shin pad. Who be glad he's wearing that, because it would have hurt otherwise. 201 for 4. But I'm sure you've sort of spread the gospel in your travels as well, Ash, and when you're coaching and so on. But it's
incredible. India is such a humbling experience, and fantastic. Like I say, I went across there to do a bit of coaching, and I'll fill you in a minute.
Salisbury in bowls, and this pushed up to mid-off by Haynes, no run.
And then the people are asking you, like they just want your time, and they want to talk to you, and it's incredible. I went out there with a couple of new bats and came home without any bats or spikes, or people are more than happy to grab a bit of kit, because like you said, there's a huge gulf between haves and have-nots, and if you think about that in this country, and you can times that by about 10 in India or 100, and it's quite humbling to just watch somebody's face when you give them a pair of shoes, and they just absolutely think you've given them £1,000. Yeah,
fantastic. We came back and then collected up all the old kit we could find and sent it out there.
Fantastic. Travascus around the wicket. A little bit of drift. Not as windy today as it has been in the previous 2 days, but still a little bit of drift from Travascus, and no run out into the offside. We have a switch now as bat pad again goes to the leg side. 201 for 4 Worcester, picking up their first batting point. And this one A little bit of movement, and D'Oliveira sets off and then is sent back by Haynes for no run. Haynes 65 not out, D'Oliveira 22. Nice little partnership developing between these two. Travascus now round the wicket, and this one again is pushed into the offside, and something to do, scamper through for a single. Point is a little bit deeper, so protecting the bad ball really, I guess, from Travascus. That was nicely placed by D'Oliveira, and the scamper through. 202 for 4. Brings Haynes back under strike. He's 65 so far for 123 deliveries. A little bit of a conflab there between captain and bowler. Jack Haynes really slaps that bat down on the hard surface here at Durham. This one's flatter, and this is punched away on the offside, and Michael Jones does the fielding, but they get back for a second. 204 for 4. Haynes moves on to 67. That deficit slowly coming down, 438 now. Don't think they'll be anywhere near looking at that. They're not worried, they're just playing ball by ball. This pitch offering no demons whatsoever to the batsman. Travascus pushes this one, and Haynes pushes this one out into the offside for no run. To some oohs and ahs, trying to create some doubt into the batsman's mind, the Durham fielders, but pretty comfortably handled there by Haynes.
Yeah, you just don't want to get yourself out, do you? In
No,
these circumstances, you'd be kicking yourself if you did something stupid.
Absolutely.
Keep focused.
There's 100 here for the taking for Haynes, especially. He's done a lot of the hard work getting in. This one's defended out into the leg side, so just the 3 from the over. 204 for 4. Haynes on 67. D'Oliveira will be on strike for the next over on 23.
You know, when you're coaching and you say, one thing I've said it so many times to so many teams, I suppose I've lost count, but you say to say to batters, if I said to you, you've only got to survive for one ball, what odds would you give me? You know, if I put a tenner down and say, right, that's yours if you can survive one ball, what odds would you give me? And they all say, oh, take it 100. I mean, you know, I'm not going to get out if it's just one ball. And I said, well, how can you be so sure? And they go, well, I'll just make sure I'm absolutely confident. And I said, well, there you go. Yeah. That's all you've got to do. Every ball is that ball. And if you play that one ball game, I call it, if it's just about survival, and you're so certain you could survive that one ball, then make every ball that ball. And I think that's probably what the mindset's got to be today. Matt Salisbury in to bowl to D'Oliveira. Bullet straight with that one, and D'Oliveira pushing excuse me, back up the pitch to the bowler. It's just that attitude, isn't it? And I mean these guys I mean, D'Oliveira's been playing for a long time now and has developed that sort of mental strength. And that's another thing, isn't it, when we were talking a few minutes ago about making the step up. It's that ability to kind of gain that mental strength and focus, isn't it? Salisbury again bowls, over pitch, lovely shot from D'Oliveira, clipped off about middle and leg, didn't try and hit it too hard. It's not going to get 4, but he'll get 3 because he's quick between the wickets. He has to be, actually.
Oh, it's close.
Has to be quick because it's a very good throw. Is it Travascus out there with the fielding? And got the throw away quickly. He was in, I think he might have been in, but it was a lot closer than it looked as though it was going to be, I think, when he hit it, and he probably feel that he would have been better off settling for 2. He gets 3, goes to 26, 207 for 4. From the Worcestershire point of view, the most encouraging thing about D'Oliveira's innings so far, Ash, is that he hasn't shown any signs of his shoulder injury that he struggled with.
He's looked fairly comfortable, hasn't he?
He's off the field for quite a while yesterday at one stage.
It was a nasty tumble out in the deep.
Salisbury again is in, bowls to Haynes, and again nice and straight on off stump. Haynes just punching out into the covers. Jones is the fielder. I'll do one more ball, Ash, and then I have to nip off and update the BBC Heaven Waters FM listeners.
Not a problem.
I wonder if I often think that, I mean, the real supporters, the keen ones, they're following the ball by ball, I suppose, on the stream or
It's a good feature, isn't it, now,
on the live feed, but there'll be plenty Salisbury bowls pushed up to Jack Haynes. There'll be plenty with a passing interest who listen to the radio and just get the half-hourly updates. And I suppose if they're clued in today, they'll just be each half hour they'll be just thinking, is it still 4? You know, is it 5? How many wickets have they lost in that half hour? So I'll go and tell them, and I'll leave it with you.
It's Matt Salisbury comes in. This one straight, and it's inside edge by Haynes, down to fine leg. It'll just be the single. 208 for 4. Haynes moves on to 68. One ball remaining in the over. Salisbury yet to take a wicket, has none for 44. Travascus been tidy so far, has none for 7 from his 5 overs. 57 overs nearly complete. As Salisbury comes in and bowls a nice bouncer, and D'Oliveira sways comfortably out of the way. So that one goes through to Eckersley for no run. Said 208 for 4. Haynes 68, D'Oliveira 26. As we have half an hour now before the lunch break, and Durham will be looking to try and take another wicket or two to eat into this partnership here now. That is now on 61. It's moved on to an overcast day here at the Riverside. Not quite as big a crowd in as we've had over the first 2 days. There's still a nice crowd in, watching some good batting over the first 2 days in a session, where the batter's been well and truly on top, apart from small periods where there was a slight collapse, I guess, from Durham. There's Travascus right arm over the wicket. This one's short, and he's edged and caught behind. Haynes going back to cut. And right on cue, a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce from Travascus, and a good catch from Eckersley. And Durham get the important breakthrough as Worcestershire lose their 5th wicket. Worcester now 208 for 5 as Haynes goes for 68. Caught Eckersley, bowled Travascus. It was a nice innings, but he'd be disappointed that he hasn't kicked on and made a bigger score. That came from 130 deliveries and included 11 fours. But Durham will now have their tails up and look to take 1 or 2 wickets here before the lunch interval. But that was an important breakthrough. And we can blame Frank for that, who's gone to do his update. 2 seconds here as we get technology moving. As we let Haynes have a nice round of applause as he goes off. And Ed Barnard is the new batsman to come out to join D'Oliveira. But they were cruising along, those two, and not a lot was happening. A little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce as he goes to cut that, and a nice catch from Eckersley behind the stumps breaks the partnership.
Well, I saw the bowler coming in. I was upstairs and I looked at the clock and I thought, it's 12:30. Frank will be going to do an update. I better run downstairs. And as I walked through the door, he was walking off. So
that wasn't Frank, by the way. That was Haynes.
It's the second wicket of the match. I've missed between floors. Yeah.
My stomach's telling me it's about half an hour to lunch.
It is. I went upstairs to see if there was anything there. There isn't. Partnership was 61.
Yeah. I just came out with all these. You'd have been really impressed, Marty. He came out with all those stats just before that, and then he nicked it. Yeah. Important breakthrough from Travascus, and it might just see a little bit more spin, maybe from both ends here from Borthwick. Might have a look at Ravindra or bring himself on from the Lumley end. As the Burnetfield Barnard comes to the crease. Just a little, I guess a little bit of pressure that a wicket brings now, and if Durham, I guess the old adage that if you put 2 on it, I mean, we joke on a Saturday that if you put 2 on it, the score would be 210 for 5. If you put 2 on it and then 5 turns to 7, then Worcestershire in a little bit of trouble, and just looking over their shoulders. As Travascus now 2 slips in place. He bowls it full, and Barnard very confidently lap sweeps it, gets it on the full, and he'll get 3 as Borthwick runs down to the vacant fine leg area to do the fielding. So confident start from Barnard, who is a busy player.
Just watching the wicket there, he's basically cut it straight into the gloves, hasn't he?
He sure has.
Yeah.
Bit of bounce, bit of credit there for Travascus. But yeah, important breakthrough for Durham. If the game just was, I said, drifting away a little bit. Or drifting along, not drifting away. It was just quite comfortable for the Worcester batters. But that'll now bring a little bit of extra pressure. D'Oliveira, 26, is on strike now. Travascus around the wicket, and he bowls this one. It's pushed into the offside for no run.
That's the first time he's gone past 50 this year without getting 100.
I'm blaming Frank for doing his
Frank,
update.
why?
He had to do his update.
Did he?
Yeah. He looked good. Haynes played very nicely. Travascus comes in a little bit flatter. This is pushed away into the offside.
Trail by 434 when that wicket came.
And this is the time now when you start to get 5, 6, 7 down that you start to look at that deficit. Travascus left arm round the wicket, a little bit of air, and that's pushed comfortably out into the offside for no run. 211 for 5, 431 behind Durham's monster first inning score of 642 for 7. Travascus round the wicket to D'Oliveira, who drives this one, gets a thick outside edge, but it goes straight to Beddingham. That ends the over, a successful one for Travascus, who has figures of 1 for 10 from 6. It's a nice round of applause, as I said, from a decent crowd for a championship game.
It's D'Oliveira on 26.
Yes, yeah.
The England innings. Now then. They're now 12 for 1. They were 12 for none.
Is Lazy still in?
Well, he's just hit 3 fours in the first over.
Okay.
But now the scorecard is saying they are 12 for 1.
Crawley's out. Just having a look at the ball again
Crawley.
here. They had the 2 umpires.
Did I tell you about the article I've written about the state of the cricket
Did you?
balls?
Oh, about cricket balls.
Yeah, it's on the BBC County
No,
East webpage.
I haven't heard about that one.
No.
mate. No.
They're changing the ball.
Looks that way.
60 overs in. This has lasted quite a while, this one then.
Oh, gonna stand up for a little bit here while we have a little break in play. Little stretch as the players are waiting for.
It's the second ball change of the match.
There you go.
Unscheduled.
That's not too bad as it's been so far, is it? Surprised you haven't got a tally somewhere of how many balls have been changed this year.
Well,
I
in
bet
the,
you've got them written down.
Glamorgan, I write it down every time. It happens in
Yeah.
the Glamorgan game. It was 11 unscheduled changes, 5
Wow.
in one day. That was when Durham were running out of spare balls, and then they got a batch delivered, and they went and knocked them in the nets round the back.
I wonder if I can nick one for tomorrow.
Bring you some scores from elsewhere then while we're waiting for this change to take place. Yorkshire are batting again. No, they're not, sorry. The scorecard's jumped along. Yorkshire made 428 at Southampton. Hampshire now 282 for 6. Also in Division 1, Warwickshire are batting again. They're 51 for 2 after Lancashire were all out for 286. So they ended up with a 6-run lead there, so that's quite a tight one. Canterbury, Gloucestershire made 438. Kent are 326 for 3. Oof. Ollie Robinson was playing as a batsman only in that one, wasn't he?
Yeah, Billings keeping.
Yeah. He'll be back with Durham for the T20 on Friday, doing the miles up and down the
I was going to
motorway.
say, getting some good miles in.
Somerset are batting again as Salisbury comes in here with this change ball, bowling from the Lumley end. It's left alone by
much better.
Barnard. Somerset 82 for 2 in their second innings against Surrey and Taunton, so they're still 120 behind. So Somerset made 180 and then Surrey ended up 202 runs ahead. In Division 2 in Cardiff, Sussex made 376, Glamorgan 339 for 4. Salisbury in, Barnard watches that one go past. Leicestershire are made 440 knots though, are in the lead now. They lead by 55 runs, but they are 8 down. And starting in Pearl Land, in 3 hours and 52 minutes, it's a sellout as Nepal play Oman, possibly.
Can't wait for that one.
Yeah. Salisbury in 2, Barnard. Again he leaves it. That's tighter to the stumps that time.
It's a good leave.
Where's Pearl Land? I've never heard of Pearl Land, have you?
No.
Where's that? City of Pearl Land in Texas. Oh, it's this tournament in America, isn't it? Where Scotland are.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
Yeah. It's in Brazoria County.
Of course it is.
And parts of it go into Fort Bend and Harris County, as you would imagine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Just to the south.
Yeah. Salisbury. This has played away towards square leg, no run there. Kyle Coulter resigned as Scotland skipper the other day, didn't he? The former Durham player.
Excellent servant to Scottish cricket for a number of years now.
He was signed back on by Durham last year during the T20. Didn't actually play, but they were down to the bones of a squad because of injury and COVID. Oh, the Crawley has got to grow. Treats have started again. Salisbury in. This is left alone. 5 dot balls here, and I don't think the bat's been on any of them.
Had the pleasure of playing against Salisbury the other week. In club cricket, he plays at Ashington. He managed to take a few wickets, as you'd imagine, at club level.
Ashington Young'un.
Ash Vegas.
Last ball of the over. Barnard actually gets the bat on this one, pushes it off towards short extra cover. No run, end of the over, it's a maiden. The last time I went up to Ashington, it was for it was a charity afternoon the Harmies had organised. I think Neil Colleen was up there as well, so I went and did a sort of talking with them.
Oh, cool.
And the Harmisons own most of the houses around the ground, don't they?
Wouldn't surprise
It's
me.
Harmison territory. They also have a pub in Ashington called, is it the Rohan Kanai?
They do?
Because he played there, didn't he?
They do indeed.
If you read the Harry Pearson cricket book, Slipless in Settle, he travels all over the north of England watching local league cricket games and has a day in Ashington. I think by the time he gets there it's rained off though, but he goes to the Rowan Kanai pub. Very good book. He's just brought out the far corner, or the furthest corner. I read the far corner, it was about 1993 when he brought out his book about life as a North East football fan, travelling around watching all the non-league games and whatnot. Going to see a change of bowler here. It's Coghlan coming into the attack for Durham. None for 36 from his 13 overs so far. And Worcestershire 211 for 5. Things have really slowed since they got to a 200. That was a while ago. That was the 54th over. And they're now 7 overs later. Coghlan bowls his first ball well wide of off stump. They have lost Haynes in that period. Haynes for 68 and Charlie Morris, the night watchman, for 8. Other 2 wickets to have fallen today.
Travascus really put a slow on the run rate, taking 1 for 10 from his 6. I'm surprised to see him come off straight away. He's only bowled the 1 ball at Barnard. Unless he's thinking of a change of ends maybe for the spinner.
Coghlan with a short one, which
Decent pace.
D'Oliveira ducks out the road of.
Got through nicely to Eckersley at head height. It's just so good to see Coggers back on the park.
We can rebuild him.
He is that man, isn't he? He just seems to, every injury he gets seems to be one of those that's a prolonged period of time. But he does play the game at 100 miles an hour.
Comes in here, and it's a leave from D'Oliveira.
Just saying how good it was, him bringing up his maiden 100 yesterday, and Tony and his dad and Wendy, his mother, would have been here in the ground along with Ben Rain's parents, and myself and Frank were just talking about how good it is that parents get to see it, the fruits of all their endeavours of ferrying their kids around the grounds and then around the country.
In comes Coghlan again, that's through to the keeper. Yeah, Ben was saying yesterday they'd played against each other since they were about 10 or 11.
Yeah.
Was it Hetton and...
He'd have been Eppleton, probably.
Eppleton,
Coggers and Philadelphia for Ben.
Right.
A brilliant moment to share, obviously. Well, not obviously, but bringing up their maiden first-class centuries in the same over. Thought Ben Rain had clothed his to mid-on at one stage.
Coghlan to D'Oliveira. It's another leave. Goes through to the keeper.
But a huge partnership, record-breaking partnership, wasn't it? 200 plus for the...
Yeah, 213.
Wicket. Unbeaten.
Rain breaking his record that he'd set in 2019 for the highest 8th wicket stand, which was 145 with Bryden Cars. Coghlan comes in and bowls. This is pushed off towards the cover area. Dot ball. When I interviewed him last night, I said, did you realise you'd broken your own record? And he said, apparently somebody mentioned it. And he said, who was it with? I can't remember. And I said it was Bryden Cars. Yeah, against Northants, that's the one. That was a maiden from Coghlan there.
I'm going to hand back over to Frank. You
Okay.
can finish off the session.
See Ash a bit later on, once he's
Thanks, Ash.
sorted out his X's. Is that what your admin is today? No. It's a nightmare doing X's, it just takes forever.
Got a bit of news for Worcestershire followers, which I'll impart during this over, if I may, Marty. Player update on a few absentees and injured players as Barnard pushes this out on the offside. First and foremost, a lot of people have been asking about Ben Cox, why he was left out of this game. We didn't know the reason for it. All sorts of speculation. Well, the club's issued a statement this morning saying that he's having a short break from playing for mental health reasons. So hopefully that puts to bed all speculation. Also in that statement, news that Joe Leach is coming back to some form of fitness. I'll just break off as Salisbury bowls this one to Barnard, who runs it behind square for a single. Joe Leach, who I mentioned was playing in the second team game at Barnt Green currently, and he bowled 8 overs yesterday, which I think was all he was allowed to bowl. Continuing his return to play programme after suffering a back problem, and hoping to be available for the next championship game, which begins at New Road on June the 26th against Glamorgan. Also encouraging news about Josh Dell recovering from a broken finger suffered during pre-season, and that was a real cruel one for Josh Dell. Salisbury in bowls and a no ball, which D'Oliveira drops down on the onside. A cruel one because he was liable to get an opportunity, really, having waited a long time towards the end of last season at the top of the order and got injured, and then start of this season got injured again. Still recovering from a broken finger, but hoping to return to action soon. And Josh Tongue, who you might remember got a 5 for here last year, and is arguably Worcestershire's quickest bowler. Here comes Salisbury again, and bowls, and D'Oliveira turns this off his hip down to long leg for a single. Ben Rain the fielder, 215 for 5. Josh Tongue has a serious shoulder injury and has been out for a long time. Needs to go undergo an extensive fitness and strength program before any return to play dates can be considered. But I saw him even just the other day, just off, literally a couple of paces, walking in and just bowling a very gentle delivery. Salisbury to Barnard, runs that down to 4 to third man. I wish they'd given me runs like that and I played. Just steered the ball down behind square on the offside. 4 runs to Barnard, goes to 8. It's 219 for 5.
In Nottingham, England chasing 299, and somebody's just tweeted Alex Lees are 25 for 1. He's got all the runs. And somebody else is asking, what's the most runs an England opener has had before somebody else gets a run?
That's a good question. That's a good game, that, isn't it, now? Just the ideal number for a chase, for it to be really competitive, you would have thought, in the necessary time. 219 for 5 here. Salisbury to Barnard, tucks that nicely off his hip, and Rain is again the fielder at deep backward square, and they go through for a single, which takes Barnard on to 9. 2 men out today. Morris, the night watchman, well caught by Scott Borthwick, low down to his right at second slip, off the bowling of Ben Rain for 8. Rain has 3 wickets in this innings, to add to his maiden 100 yesterday. 3 for 40 off 14, and the other man out, Haynes, for 68, caught behind off Travaskis. Salisbury, good bouncer at Oliveira. Sways out of the way, allows it through to the keeper. End of the over, 220 for 5.
Tom Moores has got a 50 for Notts. They're now 60 ahead of Leicestershire at 500 for 8 at Grace Road. Yeah, Fozzie says, you may call me crazy, but how about Lees and Bairstow opening in Headingley and give Brooke a debut at number 5? Everybody's now written off Zach Crawley because he's got himself out for none today. A few other people. England 24 runs, Lees 24 runs. Can someone stick around with him, please? He's now 25.
How was Crawley out? Did he nick it? I heard Alistair Cook talking the other day about a stat that is going around about Crawley, that he's
caught Southey Bolt.
Yeah, slips. That's in the slips then, isn't it? He nicks a high proportion of his dismissals, a very, very high percentage. Something that the coaches need to work on, because he's obviously a high-class player.
Coghlan bowling here to Barnard, who pushes the ball into the covers, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, let's have a look, because they're tweeting the wickets as they happen, aren't they, on the BBC website.
Good game. I bet the atmosphere is good at Trent Bridge.
Isn't it full now? There was hardly anybody there yesterday.
Full. They let everybody in. It's got a full house, I think. It's going to be, it'd be a great
many there
atmosphere.
Yesterday.
I mean, you can see that bubbling into some kind of real close finish, potentially, can't you?
Coghlan in. It would be, it's a short ball that goes to the keeper. It would be the highest run chase for England there.
Yeah.
It's that cutter again, disappointing for Crawley. He's had a poor match. So
that previous one was just saying basically pick all the Yorkies, was it? That message you had? Yeah.
At Headingley.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Lees is now a Durham player. Coghlan in, defended by Barnard, plays it down into the ground, loops back up head height, and the bowler comes and gets it.
Brooke has been unlucky though, hasn't he, not to have got a go.
Well, he's the one who Martin Spate was more excited about than any other. Is it showing the wicket or not? Have you seen what the wicket was?
We've seen the wicket, yeah.
What was it? Caught
slip. Not much foot movement.
Knees is 29 out of 29.
He's been much more positive, hasn't he, since that Lord's Test?
Well, it's interesting because somebody says, "Where's Alex Lees? What have they done with him?" Ooh, short one there, and Barnard ducks out the road of that one. Went over his left shoulder. AB says, "Where is Alex Lees, and what have they done with him?"
Yeah.
Somebody else says,
I wonder if that's the McCullum influence or the Stokes influence. You know, get out there and believe. Sometimes it's not ability, it's just belief, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it kind of
that's an inadvertent leave. That's gone for 4 down to the vacant third man area.
I think you might be doing him an injustice there, Marty. I think he knew what he was doing.
Thought like he looked like he was trying to jump out the road of the delivery.
He plays that a lot in white ball cricket. He just steered it down, I reckon. Anyway, I might be wrong. I was going to say though, Ash and I had a discussion a few minutes ago, Marty, about making the step up into county cricket when you're a good young player, and I think it's the same, isn't it? When you've made it in county cricket and you make that step up into Test cricket. And I've talked to one or two people from Worcestershire players over the years about that, and about how they felt mentally going into the very highest form of the game, really, and the effect that it can have on you mentally. You're just playing against, an attack that through having seen them on television, etc., and suddenly you're playing against them and aware that every ball is being analysed in every living room around the country, and every pundit's pulling your technique to pieces while you're standing out there in the middle, and it makes it really, really difficult. You imagine what was going through Zach Crawley's head if he played and missed this morning. Here they go, they're all in the studio, slowing it down, showing everybody what I'm doing wrong. Must be really hard.
Coghlan to Barnard, that's played back past him. It was over pitched and he's met it on the bounce, and it's away for 4, just down below our commentary position, just wide of Coghlan's left hand. Somebody says they can feel it in their waters. This test match will be known as the Alex Lees test. Somebody else said he's going to get them all on his own. He's got 29.
That'd be good if he got them all on
the
his own. Yeah, I think it would be known as his match if he got them all on his own. Travaskis coming on at the far end, I think, as Ash suggested he might.
Is he out?
I was surprised. I was surprised that Travaskis was withdrawn from the attack after he dismissed Jack Haynes. It wasn't the best ball he's bowled. It was a tad short, if anything, but it bounced a bit on Haynes, I think. Can see why he was trying to force it. That's just one of those dismissals that you walk off thinking, actually, I thought I was going to score off that ball, and I've ended up nicking it to the keeper. Really frustrating.
Ashton Turner returning from his net session. There's a lot of people now asking what's the highest score a team has reached with only runs from one batsman. That's going to be a one for Andy Zaltzman, isn't it?
He'll probably know. It'll be. I reckon it'll be quite high. You know, but there've been some very, very famous blockers, haven't there? Here's Travaskis round the wicket, and he starts with a short one to D'Oliveira, and that's what I was talking about before, how frustrating it can be, because it's a bad ball, dragged it down, and D'Oliveira smashed it, but he hit it straight to Jones in the covers. That partnership between when Jack Leach batted forever at Cardiff was one. He got one, didn't he?
Yeah.
With Stokes, that was one of the lowest contributions. Travaskis bowls short again. D'Oliveira gets a run this time.
Who was he batting with that day?
Same fielder, but he hits it straight to him. Pushed it at him.
Headingley was Stokes and Leach, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Monty Panesar at Wales?
Panesar, wasn't it?
At
Yes,
Cardiff.
Single to D'Oliveira, 229 for 5.
We were staying in a farm. We were staying in a farm in Abersoch in North Wales, and my dad came down for a few days, and he said, "Do you fancy nipping down to Cardiff?" And the farmer said, "It'll take you 5 hours from here."
Not very
Basically, got to go
accessible.
back into England to get there.
Not very accessible from Abersoch. Left arm round then, 229 for 5. Travaskis into Barnard. A little bit of shape on that one, a little bit of loop. Barnard pushes out on the onside. 12:56, so one more over after this before lunch, I would imagine. Worcester should be very keen to get through without losing another one. They probably have settled for 2 before the play. Travaskis bowls, tucked away on the onside for a single by Barnard. D'Oliveira has to hurry, and he nearly then collides with Bushnell, who's under the lid at short leg as he comes steaming through to complete the single. Barnard goes to 18. Yeah, I think they'd probably, if you'd have said 2 in the session, they'd probably have settled for that. I don't know, but disappointed to have lost Haynes, because he was in, wasn't he? He was in, he was settled, he was calm, and he'll feel he got himself out to some extent. Travaskis in, bowls to D'Oliveira, solidly forward, pushed out on the offside. Bowler does his own fielding. One ball left in the over then, and then we'll have one more over, probably from Coghlan before lunch. You know, unless he gives one of the other spinners a little roll. I think I might be tempted to do that. Yes. Travaskis bowls, and this one takes D'Oliveira on the pad, drops out on the onside. No, it is going to be Coghlan. He's already got his cap off, striding to the umpire. 2:30 for 5 then, one over to go before lunch. I was watching the spinners warm up this morning, as Ash was saying. 3 of them, Borthwick, the leg spinner, and the 2 left armers, Ravindra and Travaskis. I'm not sure how much bowling Ravindra's done, but he gives it a rip, doesn't he? I was watching him, and he was getting quite a lot of turn on it, quite a lot of revs on the ball, so it might be worth a go at some stage.
There's a discussion here with Coghlan, Borthwick the skipper, and Ben Rain. Somebody pointing out that if England get the 261 today, It will be only the 9th time in 2,465 tests both sides have made 800 runs in a game.
Wow.
That's from Julian Croker.
In his anorak.
Probably at his computer.
He's had a message from our cynical friend John Curtis, who says, I'd love to see England try their new approach against Holding, Marshall, Garner and Roberts. Well, that's a good point. But you can only play against what you're against, can't you? And what Barnard's against here is Coughlin in the last over before lunch. Marty will describe it, because I'm going to have to nip off very shortly and do an update. I'll have to crawl along because we're behind the bowler's arm.
Crawl around Ash.
Although
as well.
we've got the window open this morning and nobody's complained, have they?
Well, because they're right-handers, you see. Mind you, it took them an hour and a half to complain the other day, didn't it? Coughlin coming in to bowl this final over. A little bit of swing on that one as it's played by Barnard to point.
We've hardly got any left-handers at Worcester, you know. Just very few. Pollock is left-handed, and Cornwall, obviously, who you saw yesterday, and I think Gibbon is left-handed, although I've not seen him bat much. But I can't remember a staff with so few left-handers. It's extraordinary.
.230 for 5. Coughlin in. Oh, that's erratically high, and that's gone over the keeper and away. Is that going to be a no ball on height? They're going to run 2 here. What's going to... Its byes are signalled. Didn't actually make it to the rope at the far end of the ground. But a bouncer from Coughlin, which went so high, the keeper at full stretch off the ground couldn't reach it, and then it came to rest before it reached the rope. .232 for 5. It's 1 o'clock. He bowls. That's left alone. Motorbike going past the ground. Three balls left of this morning's session. Coughlin to Barnard. It's another short one. Barnard just rocks away from it, lets it go through to the keeper. England now 35 for 1. And Alex Lees has 30 of those to Ollie Pope's 5. Two balls left until lunch. Here's the first of them. Barnard defends, goes out to Ravindra in the covers, no run there. .410 the deficit at the moment. Got to get down to 150 to avoid the follow-on. Durham didn't enforce it the last time, but they today, as Coughlin bowls, that's flicked off the legs and away through deep mid-wicket for 4. Easily done there, nicely timed by Barnard, who jogs to this end and then jogs off. He's decided it's lunchtime, so he departs. The deficit is 406, and Worcestershire are 236 for 5. And that is after 66 overs. 67 overs remaining in the day. D'Oliveira has 28. And at the other end, Barnard has 22. And their partnership is currently worth 28 runs. So we will leave it there, and we'll be back with you. Other than an update I've got to do for Radio Newcastle, we'll be back with you at 22-2.
Hi, Ben Stokes here. I just want to welcome you to Seat Unique Riverside.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Hello. Yes, a sizable 642 for 7 yesterday, their third highest score in a county championship match. Worcestershire at lunch on day 3, 236 for 5, so they're still 406 behind. 2 wickets to fall today. Jack Haynes on 68, clipping a ball from Liam Travaskis into the keeper's gloves, and night watchman Charlie Morris was on 8 when he edged the ball from Ben Rain, which went low to the slip cord, and he fell to a brilliant diving catch from Scott Borthwick. The men who will resume this afternoon, Brett D'Oliveira, the skipper, is on 28, and Ed Barnard at the other end is on 22. But having got a century yesterday, Ben Rain has then taken 3 wickets in this innings as well, so he's certainly enjoying himself. Play will resume at around about 20 to 2, and we'll have commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. Welcome back to Chesley Street for the afternoon session, day 3 here, Durham against Worcestershire in the County Championship on the BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Hereford and Worcester. Martin Emerson with you, along with Frank Watson and Ash Thorpe. And the pairs are 236 for 5. They are still 406 behind Durham's enormous first innings score of 642 for 7 declared. And they have work to do here this afternoon. Ed Barnard resuming on 22. D'Oliveira is on 28. And their partnership is currently worth 28 runs from 42 balls. We've got 67 overs left today. And this innings is 66 overs old. So the new ball will be due in 14 overs. They've already changed the ball at 60 overs, but it doesn't get changed for a brand new one. So we're ready to rock and roll, as the saying goes. It's Ben Rain from the Lumley end, right arm over, coming in the ball to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira turns this to mid-wicket, no run there. Ravindra comes in and picks it up. England, by the way, at lunch, 36 for 1, chasing 299. Alex Lees has got 30 of those, the Durham opener. And it's still grey, it's cool outside. Temperature supposedly is going to get as high as 17 today, but it doesn't feel like it out there. It feels like a cool early autumn sort of day, really. Rain has taken 3 for 40 in his 14 overs so far. D'Oliveira defends this one. Vic, the groundsman, was sitting on his roller out on the middle of the square this morning. Looked quite a comfy seat, actually, but he's now in his huge deck chair. Massive red and white striped deck chair thing, which looks enormous from this distance.
I wonder if he's happy with what he's been seeing, or whether he wishes there was a bit more in the pitch for the bowlers.
It's interesting when you chat to him about pitches, because although he works on them and prepares them with his team, as Rain comes into bowl, this is defended, he will tell you he never has an idea how any of them are going to play. So
Not sure I believe him.
Well, I can't.
That's a good way of.
Can you
it's
tell?
a good way of deflecting any criticism, isn't it? That.
Can you tell by looking at a wicket how it's going to play? Because I haven't got a clue.
No, but I have known some groundsmen who can, because you know they've experience is what it is, isn't it? A pitch that has behaved in a certain way as it's being prepared has played in that way before. That's what they know about, I suppose.
Rain in, defended by D'Oliveira.
I don't blame him if it is a deflection tactic, because they get enough stick, I think, groundsmen. I really do. It's a dying art. It's a fantastic art. I mean, there are some groundsmen that are they're just so talented. I don't think people realise how hard it is, how much time it takes as well. They put in so much time.
Well, Vic started at one of the outgrounds where Middlesex play in London, and then he came up to Trent Bridge for a few years and then came here. Rain again, that's left alone outside the off stump. This square was dug up at the end of the season just over a year ago and completely relaned, including they had one of those 4G pitches, or whatever you call them, hybrid pitches, so that was dug up as well. They went down about 8 mil, but then once they relaid the square, a bit of water got in during the winter, and it's sort of the top layer separated slightly from the bottom layer. And there was one match last year where there were 19 LBWs in the game against Essex here, which was an English record. This is tickled away down towards fine leg by D'Oliveira. Salisbury's coming around to try and cut it off, but he's not going to get there, or is he? No, he's not. He runs out of room and has to leap to try and stop himself colliding with the barrier just down below us. But that was a one-off. I don't think we'll ever see anything like that again.
Depends who the umpires are, I suppose. Not that you got any quite like Ray Julian anymore, who would fire them out for fun. 8 in one innings, wasn't it, once? I'm just going to take the opportunity to read out this statement from Worcestershire again, if I might, this morning, which has been issued about absentees. Player update on Joe Leach, Josh Dell, Josh Tongue and Ben Cox. Joe Leach returning to action with the seconds in the current game. Bowled 8 overs yesterday. They're hoping he'll be available for the next championship game. Josh Dell still recovering from his finger injury suffered at the beginning of the season. Josh Tongue just beginning to bowl very, very gently off a pace or two, but a long-term shoulder injury that he's got to recover from. Liam Travaskis about to start his spell after lunch from the Finkel end. First ball pushed out by Ed Barnard. And Ben Cox, who's missing this game, and quite a few people have been asking why, and none of us knew, and Gareth Roderick's come into the side, and we're told that Ben's taking a short break from the game for mental health reasons, and that clears that up. Travaskis in again, bowls, and Barnard is forward, pushes out on the offside, and I'm sure everybody listening, watching, every Worcestershire member would like to join with me in wishing, well, all of the players a speedy recovery, and especially thinking of Ben and hoping that he gets well soon. Travaskis in again, bowls, Barnard drives nicely out into the offside, fielder in the deep there, Jones, and they take 2 because of a misfield. It looks as though they might have to hurry for 1 actually at first, but
had a bit of spin on it. He's hurt
his
his hand
yeah.
now, hasn't he?
And he got his hands down to it and spun away from him, and they ended up getting back for 2. So Barnard is up and running for the afternoon. He's on 24, and it's 2:42 for 5, and they need 1 more run for a highly significant moment to bring the deficit down below 400. I'm sure everybody will feel a whole lot better when that happens. Travaskis round the wicket. Fielder's gone out deep on that offside boundary now, and Barnard drives up to mid-on. Not quite sure you need a man out on the boundary, on the sweep, when you're a left-arm spinner when you're 400 runs ahead. I can't see the point in that at all. 2:42 for 5. Travaskis in. Bowls, and Barnard is pushing this one out behind square on the offside. Fielded by Chris Rushworth. Is it Chris Rushworth? No, it's not. Fielded by, who's there under that hat?
Bedingham. Backward point.
Bedingham. He always Bedingham.
Rushworth's at
Rushworth's taller, obviously, isn't he? Round at fine leg. Beddingham's come out from slip. This one from Travaskis is pushed back up the pitch. End of a tidy over. 2:42 for 5. Ben Rain 3 for 40, about to continue from the Lumley end. But I can't, as I say, I can't see why Travaskis needs a man out on the boundary. He could have a silly point in there like he did before, and he could have another man in the offside ring, and if it goes through and goes for 4, who cares? Got 400 runs ahead. It's not an issue. Anyway, here's Rain to D'Oliveira.
Right arm to right-hander. Ball played towards point, no run there. Cut off by Bushnell. Just move your mic up a little bit, Frank, there, that's it now.
Sorry. It slips.
It's just, yeah, just sometimes it pops, that's all. So depends, we've all got different shaped mouths, haven't we? Can't be one microphone for every mouth. Still grey, and the cloud across towards the west of us, back end of Chesley Street, that's really dark looking stuff over there.
It is, yeah.
Rain in, Lumley end. D'Oliveira edges, it doesn't quite carry to Bedingham at first slip, it's whacked Bedingham in the wrist, so he's in a bit of pain now as well. So that's Bedingham and Jones in the last 2 overs. .242 for 5. The deficit is 400. Rain in. Oh, what a ball! That's gone right through D'Oliveira. That didn't half nip back off the seam. It's clipped his thigh pad on the way through and gone over the stumps. He absolutely knew nothing about that. What a delivery. It was too good.
There haven't been many that have moved that much in the whole game. Bounced as well, didn't it? Cut him in half, as they say. I think it probably might have just flicked his trousers. Umpire not moved.
2 slips and a gully in place as this is defended by D'Oliveira. Ball rolls out to Ravindra in the covers.
He's got more out of it than anybody, Ben Rain, hasn't he?
Yeah.
On either side. For some reason, just the way that he delivers the ball, hits the deck or whatever, he's got more out of this pitch than anybody. And this is with a ball that's nearly 70 overs old. Well, technically nearly 70 overs old. Of course, it was changed, so we don't quite know how many overs this ball's been used for, how much bashing it's had in the nets or whatever. But certainly, Rain has been the most effective.
In comes Rain again. Defended. Rolls short on the leg side.
Except maybe Barnard. I think Barnard got a few in a long spell. It's hard to remember, isn't it, when he bowled so many overs, but there were certainly a few deliveries from Barnard in the Durham innings that did more than deliveries from any other Worcestershire bowler. Just something about the way Rain and Barnard deliver the ball, perhaps. He said it to you in his interview last night, didn't he, that he'd got it to go a little bit once the lacquer came off.
Balls again. D'Oliveira defends. Ball goes out into the covers, end of the over. A maiden.
Good over.
Yep.
Good over. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 40. And D'Oliveira having to be very watchful. We were saying this morning what the Worcestershire batsmen, they've got to just bat, but at the same time they don't want to get stuck. They don't want to be calmed and mentally stop being positive, because then their feet won't move and they're just more liable to make an error. Whereas at least if you've got the scoreboard ticking over, not going mad but just trying to keep it going, you're still moving quite positively. I'm sure that's what they'll be saying to each other as Travaskis comes into bowl to Barnard. It goes on the back foot, plays nicely, firmly down on the onside, and it hits Bushnell under the helmet at short leg as he turns his back, drops down at his feet, and there's no run. Travaskis, very short run up, walk up bowls, quite a open chested front on action. Barnard drives back up the pitch, doesn't get through his overs as quickly as Baker in the Worcestershire side, and that's a deliberate thing, I think, from Travaskis. Just takes his time, settles, and moves in again now and bowls. Nice little bit of loop on that one, and Barnard drives on the offside, gets a single. This is a slight misfield in the covers, and he moves on to 25, and the total 243 for 5. And they didn't take a run, did they?
There's a 2 on the board.
Surely, no, can't possibly have got 2. Surely.
.2 says the board.
Goodness me, how on earth did they get 2 on that? Oh God, that's ridiculous. Travaskis bowl short, that'll be 4. Hasn't got a man out there, can't afford to drop it that short. He hasn't done. It was the first one he's bowled short, and Barnard just smashes it away. And Bushnell definitely taking evasive action there at short leg, and don't blame him. That's gone to the boundary. Barnard goes to 30. I still can't believe they got 2. He's hit it to a conventional extra cover. There was a misfield, but they got back for 2. That's a complete mystery to me. Umpire inspects the ball because it crashed into the concrete down there at mid-wicket. Says it's okay, gives it back to Travaskis. Barnard's overtaken D'Oliveira, gone to 30. Travaskis in again, bowls, back on it this time. Good length ball just on off stump. Barnard leans forward, pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. 248 for 5. Last ball of the over, pushed through by Travaskis. Little arm ball. D'Oliveira, I beg your pardon, Barnard read it, moved inside it, pushed it out on the offside, and that's the end of another over. 394 the deficit, 2 men out today, Morris and Haynes. Morris out for 8 at the night watchman, Haynes for a very well compiled 68, which included 11 fours. Rain to continue.
Rain. Ball in hand. A couple of the Worcestershire backroom staff walking past us. D'Oliveira defends this one to Jones. Comes round from mid-wicket. Who's that with Alan Richardson?
It's Charlie Morris.
All right. .248 for 5, so 2 runs away from a second batting point. The first one came up as he comes into bowl. This is defended. 200 was 54.5 overs, 200 for 4 they were then. Now 70.2. Bowler coming in, right arm over. Rain to D'Oliveira. This is fine again. And trying to come around and cut this off is Beddingham. Oh, and he stops it right on the ropes. Good work. He falls off the field, but after he's tapped the ball back away from the rope. Leg byes signalled. 250 up as they get the 2 runs on the board. 70.3 overs.
I was just saying this morning to somebody before the game, Beddingham providing another example of it there. It's become so much part of the game these days to throw yourself and dive and try and flick it back in. But D'Oliveira did it yesterday at some expense because he damaged his shoulder. It looks as though he's all right today. I doubt if he'll bowl again though. Is it worth it when you're 390 runs ahead to throw yourself full length just to save one? I'm not sure it is.
Rain in. This is pushed away.
I mean, obviously in a tight game, where it could go either way and 1 run could be the difference, then...
Well, they ran 3 leg byes there, didn't they? And,
so but this game is unlikely to come down to 1 run. That's what I'm getting at, really.
Yeah.
And I thought yesterday, D'Oliveira, that was... You know, I can see why he did it. It's just natural now. They do it, but there's already 600 runs on the board. Do you think, is it worth injuring yourself for another 1? And the answer is, in my book, no.
Well, they got 3 leg byes there in the 251 for 5, the score, to bring up that second batting point. In the 71st over. So they trail Durham by 391. In comes Rain. This is played by Barnard towards the leg side. Dot ball. It's approaching 2 o'clockerizations.
Yeah.
Updates for the news shortly.
Yeah. On my way after this ball. Before the bowling starts from this end and we can't move.
Yeah.
Keeper's gone standing up now, Eckersley. Another indication of the fairly gentle nature of the pitch. Although if Rain bowls one like that one that cut D'Oliveira in half, he might be struggling.
Barnard forward to this one, goes up to mid-off, no run there. Salisbury collects it. That is the end of the over. 71 overs in now, this Worcestershire first innings here in Chesley Street. Day 3 of this county championship match. Durham won the toss and decided to bat. They were, on day 1, 375 for 3. And Ravindra had 178 of those. He continued yesterday to make 217, and then 100 for Coghlan, 103 for Ben Rain. Those two getting their first centuries. They put on 213 for the 8th wicket, which was a Durham record for any 8th wicket partnership in first class cricket. Durham eventually 642 for 7 declared. Their third highest total and their highest against Worcestershire. And it was actually the third highest total that Worcestershire had conceded in a first class match as well. Travaskis, left arm round to D'Oliveira, who looks to play through the leg side and plays and misses to a ball that pings in and ricochets off his inner thigh pad. Got a silly point in. Keeper standing up. There's a slip there as well. The ball's played back to Travaskis by D'Oliveira. Travaskis, Finkel end, cut by D'Oliveira, only to backward point, collected by Jones, no run. Bounced out there. Bowler comes in. D'Oliveira forward, plays it straight to Bushnell under the helmet at silly point. Via the ground. It's 2 o'clock, so the news should be starting shortly in my ears as Travaskis bowls again, and that one drifts in, and again it goes off towards point, no run. 1 ball left. Travaskis has taken 1 for 20. This is his 10th over, and it could be his 4th maiden. If it's another dot ball, it will be. Bowler comes in. Defended. That is a maiden. England now 52 for 1 at Trent Bridge, chasing 299. And Alex Lees has got 30 of those. Ollie Pope has now got 17. I think Lees had the first 26 runs that England scored just before lunch. Rain from the Lumley end, bowling to Barnard. And that's defended on off stump. Scott Borthwick so doing some interesting twists and turns here as he lies on his front. And he's bringing each leg behind the other and stretching it right out, and then stretching his lower back. So he might be about to have a twirl in a moment or two. Rain bowls to Barnard. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Barnard in his crease plays this out to Coghlan in the covers. Whoever's doing our 2 o'clock news has forgotten me, I think. He stood up for the first 2 deliveries of this over, Ned Eckersley. Now he's taking the helmet off and he's coming to stand back. Going to be some short stuff perhaps. Rain bowls to Barnard. He plays it out into the covers. It's a dot ball, stopped by Coghlan. Aha, there's the news bulletin. apparently playing football tonight in a tournament that nobody understands against Hungary. People getting irate because they've lost a couple of games in a tournament that didn't exist 3 years ago. 251 for 5. 3 dot balls so far from this over as Rain comes in and bowls to Barnard. That's left. You've got me wondering what you said there. Anyway, Worcestershire 251 for 5 here. They are still 391 behind Durham's first innings total of 642. And things quite slow in this afternoon spell so far. Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard are out there at the moment. D'Oliveira, the skipper, has 28. Barnard has 30. And their partnership so far is worth 43. It's all about trying to occupy as much time as possible in the middle from a Worcestershire point of view. Just 2 wickets going today. Morris, the night watchman, fell for 8. And Jack Haynes just before lunch going for 68. Where are we? Last ball of the over. Rain in, bowls, and pulled by Barnard down towards Ravindra at long leg for 1 run. So a single off the final ball of the over, but we have for rather some time being in dot ball purgatory, but we do get 1 run there, so that ends a run of about, well, 4 overs without a run off the bat. Yeah. Dandy Warhol's playing in my lugs there.
25 minutes, they've added 16 since lunch, so it's been slow progress, but Rain has bowled well. See Borthwick loosening up now. We might be about to see spin from both ends. Wouldn't surprise me. Travaskis continuing from this Finkel end. 1 slip and a short leg. Short cut away by Barnard. Out to the man on the offside boundary. They take a single. Still can't understand why he's out there. I mean, he's there. You know, okay, you could say that might have gone for 4 if he wasn't, but who cares if it goes for 4? Just can't understand why that man is out there, just easing pressure a little bit. I'd have another couple in. I'd certainly have a short leg and a silly point, I think. Travaskis round the wicket bowls. D'Oliveira is forward, pushing out on the offside, and Bushnell, who is under the helmet and is crossed over from short leg to silly point.
Oh, Pope's gone for 18. 53 for 2 now, England.
Travaskis again gives this one a bit more air. D'Oliveira just waits for it, pushes it up to Borthwick, who picks it up and just confirms that he's going to have a bowl soon, because he starts doing that thing that all leg spinners do, where he sort of starts whipping the ball with his right hand, his wrist, just get the wrist loose, ready to bowl. 253 for 5. Travaskis again in, bowls, and again nicely flighted delivery and driven by D'Oliveira straight to mid-off where Ben Rain fields. Patience, the key for both the fielders and the batters this afternoon, and the bowlers. Just wait and take your chance when it comes. If you're a batsman, just wait and don't throw it away. D'Oliveira forward pushes this down, right down by his own feet, and Ned Eckersley comes from behind the stumps to pick it up. Borthwick's warming up becomes even more extravagant. Started with the wrist and now he's going through the full action. In his position at short extra cover as Travaskis comes in to complete this over, and D'Oliveira drives and gets a run this time as Rain tumbles to his left at mid-off. So end of the over, 1 run from it. D'Oliveira's gone to 29, and at the end of the over it's 254 for 5, and Borthwick indeed is going to bowl at the Lumley end.
This is the 33rd meeting in the championship between these two. Durham have won 13. 8 wins for Worcestershire, and there have been 12 draws. Durham completed the double last year, and they've won 8 at home and 5 away. A game at New Road this year was a high-scoring draw. Durham making 580 for 6 declared, with centuries in both innings for Sean Dixon, 5th Durham player to do that in two centuries in a match. And Ben Stokes has rapid-fire 161. David Benningham made 135. And Dixon got 105 in the second innings. If it hadn't been for the swashbuckling antics of Ben Stokes in the first, Dixon's 105 would have been the fastest century for Durham. As we are going to see some Scott Borthwick leg spin now, bowling to D'Oliveira. The first ball is played away off towards square leg. 1 run. Another delivery from Borthwick, defended by Barnard, who goes for a little wander. Nottinghamshire have ended up with a lead of 108 after making 548 at Grace Road against Leicestershire's Borthwick bowls again. Barnard back into the crease, and the ball rolls towards backward point. But it's ended. Tom Moores has gloved a ball into his own face, into his own chin. After being checked by the medics, they've decided to retire him hurt on 81. This goes out into the covers to Ravindra. Top ball, stops it with his left hand as he's looks like he's been sent the wrong way initially there. Two balls left, Borthwick bowls. Barnard turns it out through mid-wicket and will go for a single. Jones into field. Score moves on to 256 for 5. Deficit 386 here on the BBC. Last ball of the over from Borthwick. D'Oliveira defends. That is the end of the over. I think I can hear a referee's whistle somewhere. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. I don't hear those high noises as you pointed out this morning. I was watching that over through the binoculars, and Borthwick, after every single one of those deliveries, threw his arm up and opened his mouth and looked as though, ooh, something was going to happen. So enthusiastic, even when it was just tucked away for a single. Optimism of the bowler. It changes you, doesn't it, bowling? I didn't bowl that much, but when I did, I used to just become quite, I don't know, quite, not aggressive, but just incredibly focused. Travaskis bowls and Barnard pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. 256 for 5 then, Worcestershire. 386 the deficit. Minimum remaining overs in the day, 57 after this. That's Travaskis short, and Barnard takes advantage of that big gap on the offside, and the sweeper Jones out on the cover boundary and just jogs through for a single, takes him on to 34. And Travaskis stands at the end again of his very straight approach, 4 or 5 paces, just walks in, number 80 on his back, and delivers from that quite front on action. And D'Oliveira drives back to him. Bit brighter now, quite pleasant afternoon here at Chesterley Street. Flags just gently waving in the breeze, not the stiff wind that we had in the first couple of days. Here's Travaskis again bowls, and again D'Oliveira drives a nicely looping delivery out on the offside, and Borthwick, the captain, does the fielding at short extra cover.
Root is caught and bowled for 3.
Ooh, game on now then, really is. Stokes heroics. Here's Travaskis bowls again, D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. There's no run, getting through his overs pretty quickly now, Travaskis. As I say, 57 left in the day after this. He's in again. This one's a bit flatter, a bit quicker, and Oliveira this time takes advantage of the fact that the cover is out in the deep, and he brings up the 5th deep partnership between these two. And Ed Barnard has contributed 34 of them. D'Oliveira's only contributed 5, so there have been quite a few extras, but 50 partnership between the two. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire are 258 for 5. D'Oliveira on 31 and Barnard on 34.
102 balls for the 50 partnership. Well, that was a referee's whistle, wasn't it? Did you hear that? Must be a game going on somewhere.
Is there a pitch out at the back of the pavilion?
Yeah, it's a close season though, isn't it? Turned by D'Oliveira, start of a new over from Borthwick out towards square leg 4. And Graham Clark is on as a 12th man. We're approaching 80 overs in about 3 overs time, so I would imagine players going off to put bowling boots on with a change of ball due. Borthwick into Barnard. This is played out through mid-wicket for 1. Borthwick in. Ball pushed off towards point. No run there for Oliveira. .260 for 5 the score. Bowler comes in again, and this is defended by D'Oliveira. Just rolls short on the offside to Bushnell. .382 is the deficit. Ball now played out towards the deep cover boundary. And it's gone towards deep backward point. Good stop on the ropes from David Beddingham, who's been fielding on the boundary in the last few overs instead of around the sort of slip cordon area. He's just fielding in front of the ground staff, 4 of whom are sat in a collection of very differing chairs. In comes the bowler again. In fact, there's Chris Rushworth emerging from the toilets by the looks of things.
He's done that. I've seen him do that before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Did that last year. He nips off rather than go into the pavilion. But he's got some good semaphore going with the 12th man who is in the pavilion.
Unless he's kept his bowling boots in the toilets.
That might be. Why would you do that then?
Well, you wouldn't, would you?
The strange quirks of county
Was it
cricketers.
James Hildreth at Taunton a few years ago, in the middle of an innings, went sprinting off the pitch, leapt over one of the little white picket fences, still with his pads on and everything, and ran to the loo.
Travaskis in, bowls to Barnard, turns this on the leg side, fielded at short leg by Bushnell. 262 for 5 then Worcestershire, 380 the deficit. It's massive, isn't it? In comes Travaskis again. Barnard drives up to mid-off Rain Field, no run. 2 more overs after this then before the new ball is due. Will they take it straight away? Remains to be seen. Travaskis bowls, Barnard gets a run, pushing out on the offside.
Worcestershire didn't, did they?
Well, they only went 1 over.
Yeah.
Single to Barnard, had to hurry as Borthwick fielded, but he got home comfortably enough. And he goes to 36. He's been in pretty good form with the bat this season, Barnard, and D'Oliveira actually. And as I've said on numerous occasions, if you look at the scoreboard, 263 for 5 doesn't look too bad. Travaskis in, clipped away to mid-wicket, no run. Doesn't look too bad at all until you consider that Durham made 642 for 7, and then you realise the deficit's still 379. Travaskis in, gives this one more air, and D'Oliveira plays it nicely, waits for it, turns it out pushes it out square on the offside. Ran the first one quickly, hoping he might get back for a second, but Jones was quickly in from his position, not quite on the cover boundary, but about 10 or 15 yards in, and he got his throw back to Eckersley with sufficient alacrity to prevent the second. D'Oliveira 35 off 118 balls. Barnard more fluent, 36 off 57 weights now, and drives up to mid-on, but won't get a run. Fielded there by Coughlin, is it? And no Salisbury, and it's the end of the over. So 2-6, 4 for 5 at the end of the over, and Borthwick to continue with his leg breaks from the Finkel end.
Oh. Lees hasn't scored a run since lunch. He'd scored all the runs before lunch, hadn't he? There were, on the opening day of this match, 26 people in the Castle stand. There were 30 yesterday. There's now 32 today.
Gosh.
So it's going up every day as the excitement builds in this match. Borthwick to bowl the 79th over from the Lumley end. Right arm over to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira plays it back to him along the ground.
You look around the ground and you see underneath the scoreboard a sign there, Marty, saying Bell's Proper Fish and Chips. Can you see that over there? Black and white sign under the scoreboard.
Hang on. This is played to by D'Oliveira to mid-off. He goes for a quick single. Where am I looking?
Over by the main scoreboard on the left
right,
at the bottom, Bell's Proper Fish and Chips. It was recommended to me yesterday by one of the staff, one of the stadium staff here.
Oh.
He said, "Where are you staying?" And I told him, and he said, "Oh, you want to go to Bell's Fish and Chips? It's fantastic.
Other chip shops are available.
Just round the corner from where you're staying."
Barnard forward a long way to, well, that was a full toss, and he's just played it safely out into the offside, and Scott did just bouncy. Sorry, he'd obscured my view as he's back to me. Looked like it was a full toss, but he just dealt with it in a run-of-the-mill manner, really. But Scott Borthwick gave the impression he thought he'd got through his defences there. Barnard off the back foot this time, cuts the ball hard out through to the covers. Benningham's there. He'll get two though in front of the Castle stand.
So I went there, followed his instructions. We went for a quick drink, didn't we, after work? And I got there, drove into the car park. It looked fantastic, massive place, beautiful leather chairs inside, tables. I thought this is going to be great. It's like Harry Ramsden's.
Yeah. That's out towards the deep cover boundary from Barnard for one.
I parked the car, got out, walked towards the door, and these automatic shutters just started to come down like that. Too late.
Too late was the cry.
Gutted. So disappointed.
In comes Borthwick again. This is played by D'Oliveira towards that cover boundary for one. I think they might be the family firm who've got a place. You know when you went through the red light and you're probably going to get the ticket? There's a fish and chip shop on that. There's a fish and chip shop on that junction there in Durham City Centre. I think that might be,
thanks for reminding me of that.
That might be the same
Marty.
people.
Thank you very much for reminding me of that.
Meanwhile, down in Yorkshire, there's a bit of a turf war broken out between Harry Ramsden's and the Weatherby Whaler, because they've started expanding across Yorkshire.
Turf wars in ice cream and fish and chips are great, aren't they? It's becoming quite an expensive thing, fish and chips, apparently, in recent weeks because of various shortages for various reasons. We won't be too political. Quite a few going out of business as Travaskis drops this one a little bit short, and that's a really, really nice shot from D'Oliveira. Beautifully executed. Late cut, really. Old-fashioned sort of cricket shot. Just let the ball come past him and then just steered it, but timed it beautifully down to wide third man for four. Lovely, lovely cricket shot from Brett D'Oliveira. Goes to 41 to 73 for 5.
There's somebody I know who runs a cafe on the seafront whose costs have gone up about £400 a week.
Yeah. Well, so have mine. So, you know, I hope he's not putting his prices up too much. My direct debit for energy went from 79 to 180.
Wow.
And that was still in the summer months.
Yeah.
Travaskis round the wicket bowls, and This is pushed back up the pitch by D'Oliveira. No run. 273 for 5. 642 for 7 declared yesterday. Remember Durham. And the deficit is 369. I keep saying that. I'm hoping that everybody listening and watching. Travaskis is in. Bowls, bit of a quicker one, and D'Oliveira steers it out behind on the offside. No run. I'm hoping everybody listening and watching thinks, blimey, their arithmetic's sharp. But we have occasionally managed to just forget and let slip the fact that it's on the scoreboard. Travaskis in. Bowls, full toss to D'Oliveira, who drives down the ground, and he'll get 4. The main thing with that was just to make sure that he got it in the gap between bowler and mid-on. It was a diving attempt by Salisbury coming across from mid-on, but he just threaded it through. Didn't try and hit it too hard. That's the sort of ball that a club cricketer would have tried to whack over mid-wicket for 6, or in a T20 they would have just got underneath it and it would have been in the top deck. But in this cricket, just make sure you find the gap, punch it down the ground. Second boundary in the over to D'Oliveira. Goes to 45. Travaskis pushes this next one through and he drives up to mid-off. 1 ball left before the new ball is due. I wonder if 2 boundaries in this over are going to swing the decision in Scott Borthwick's mind in favour of taking it straight away. Travaskis bowls, pushed out on the onside. No run. End of the over. 277 for 5. And
helmets are coming off.
Helmets are coming off.
New
and
corky.
so is Chris Rushworth's hat. And the new ball is being taken after 80 overs. Not surprised, I must say. And Durham will be hoping that they can make some inroads in the next half an hour or so. Chris Rushworth. Well, he wouldn't mind a repeat of what happened with the first new ball, would he? Which was he got a wicket with a second delivery. And if he could summon up one of those that shoots along the ground, then he'll be well happy. You called it a grubber. That's what they always used to say, didn't they? The fine description that I once heard given to the ball that shoots a shooter like that was from Martin Horton, famous old Worcestershire and England player who emigrated to New Zealand and became national coach there, and then came back to Worcester for his final years of his life. Very popular figure down at New Road, and he used to say to the boys, if that happened, he used to call it a worm burner.
Rushworth to Barnard. Barnard up on his toes, fends the first ball off towards mid-off and goes for a single. Is that the new ball that looks shiny?
Yeah, I think it is.
From a certain factory in Walthamstow. East London, isn't it?
It's a dark one.
Yeah. Wonder which cow that came from then.
I reckon that went
the
into
finest
the
Angus hide.
Went into the dye quite early, that one.
Yes. 9 months between hide and ball, and it actually takes 3.5 hours to make the ball by hand. All the sewing and everything involved. Rushworth in to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira plays the ball back to him. This partnership's worth 70 now from 127. Deficit 364. Worcestershire 278 for 5. Bernard's been on. He said, can there be a collapse from Worcestershire? Otherwise this game could be played out on a very flat wicket. Long way yet to avoid follow-on, but I doubt it would be enforced. And then Gordon replies, surely if Durham get the opposition out, they must surely enforce the follow-on. They didn't down at Worcester. Bowled 100 overs, I think it was, and didn't bother enforcing the follow-on, and the game just drifted after that. Rushworth in again. D'Oliveira plays this time up to mid-on, no run there. The new private eyes coming out this week. I'm so far behind with them. I'm only getting through the first few pages each issue these days. Too much going on. 278 for 5. Rushworth up to the stumps and balls. D'Oliveira leaves that one. That stays low. Goes past the off stump quite low through to the keeper.
Yeah, not quite as low as the corner one, but lower than you might imagine. It's funny that the new ball keeps low, isn't it? Maybe, I don't know, maybe just skiddy sort of response with the hard ball. Or maybe it's just, you know, didn't hit the seam, just hit the side of the ball or whatever, but skidded through, didn't it?
You talking about fish and chips, or somebody demolishing some in the stand over the far side there?
Oh, you don't tease me.
Rushworth in, that's left well alone.
I better go anyway.
Time is it? 2:30. Yeah. Oh, he's tucking right in there. Guy behind him's eating something as well. Oh, nice big chunky piece of fish just got in his mouth. And all the punters sitting around him in that little northeast stand there will be getting a whiff of fish and chips now. Rushworth in front of them comes in and bowls, and played back to him by D'Oliveira. Picked that up from quite wide of off stump. End of the over. 1 run from it at the start. Now the issue I'd be having there in that stand with him with his fish and chips is if he's gone and smothered them with vinegar, because I really can't stand the smell of vinegar. It makes me feel sick. $278 for 5 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. John Dahl Thomason, a former Newcastle United striker, has become the new manager of Blackburn Rovers. Can't remember him being particularly what's the word I'm looking for? Can't really remember him being much of an impact player for Newcastle. Little blonde player. Salisbury with the new ball from the Finkel end, running away from us, comes in and bowls. Barnard plays this up to mid-off. The new ball has just been taken, and Durham desperate to try and break this partnership. Both batsmen in the 40s now. Barnard's on 40, D'Oliveira is on 45. Just looking at their work so far this year. D'Oliveira was averaging 89 coming into this one. That's a leave by Barnard. Goes through to the keeper and shoots off down towards the leg side, taken by Eckersley. So D'Oliveira's higher a score, 169 not out. He's hit 2 centuries and a 50. And Barnard's not done too badly. He's hit 1 century and 3 50s. He was averaging 57 coming into this one. So Barnard's highest score, 163 not out against Notts in Nottingham, whereas D'Oliveira got his runs against Sussex and Worcester. This is pushed into the cover area by Barnard. No run there.
That Barnard innings at Trent Bridge was in a losing cause, but it was one of the best innings I've seen.
Wasn't he out there for hours?
It was, yeah. It was one of the best innings I've seen from a Worcestershire batsman for a long, long time. It really was. It was a sensational effort, really. Although it was in a losing cause, it was against hostile bowling from particularly Stuart Broad, who went round the wicket and tried to bounce him quite considerably.
This is placed out through mid-wicket, no run. Was there a 1-2 hour session where he only got 12 runs or something? Is that right?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't. He scored more freely. That was probably the Haynes and Azhar Ali partnership against Derbyshire, I think, when that happened, when they just basically blocked it to save the game. But no, the Barnard innings at Trent Bridge, 163 not out, 448 minutes, 310 balls. It was an absolutely brilliant effort, and he just basically ran out of partners.
Yeah. Salisbury 2, Barnard. This is defended on off stump. Oh, he's going to go for a quick single. There could be a run out here. Oh,
threw it at the wrong end.
Threw it at the wrong end, didn't he? Travaskis with his left arm trying to hit the stumps at the batsman's end, the wicket-keeper's end, and he was side on. He should have gone to the bowler's end. He would have been more face on there. Went to the wrong end. Missed the target anyway. Andrew Sampson, the cricket statistician, has found the answer everybody was asking about earlier on. The highest score by one player before there are any other runs in a test innings. 30 runs by E.J. Barlow, South Africa against England at Lord's in 1965. 30 runs by Alex Lees today.
Wow.
In Nottingham. So it was a record.
Yeah. Just needed one more.
Yeah. 70 for 3 England, chasing 299. Salisbury 2, D'Oliveira. A little bit of bat on that very late because they were all about to go up in celebration for an LBW, but then they all came back down to earth again. 279 for 5. D'Oliveira has 45, Barnard 41, and the partnership is 71.
279 for a bit like me then, with the chip shop all up in the air and then all back down to earth again.
Yeah.
Drove in my car, thought this looks great, got out the car, walked to the door. I could have been trapped by the shutters coming down, it was that close.
What avenue were you going to go down?
I think I would have been.
Paddock?
I think I would have been pretty traditional. Yeah, pretty traditional. But anyway, it wasn't to be. Chris Rushworth is to continue from the Lumley end, bowling with this new ball. His second over with it. He's coming into bowl to Barnard. Bowls and Barnard in behind this, just pushes this down on the offside. Travascus comes up from third slip to do the fielding. I suppose one of the most significant figures on the scoreboard is minimum remaining overs in the day. If you're a Worcestershire batsman, you're looking at that, you're thinking there's 50 overs left in the day. We want to still be here when those 50 overs are completed. We're still in our first innings, at least, and then got a chance of batting for the rest of the game, really, which is what they're going to try and do. As Rushworth is in, bowls, and forward comes Barnard, pushing out on the offside.
I saw a report a few weeks ago saying fish and chips, the prices have gone up because Britain imports a lot of fish from Russia, and I couldn't find any evidence of that anywhere in any of the trading statistics.
No.
Most of the fish that Britain imports either comes from China or the majority comes from Scandinavian countries.
Norway, I heard. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know all the details.
Grain and rapeseed oil and that kind of thing, quite a bit of that comes from Ukraine.
Here's Rushworth in to bowl to Barnard, who pushes out on the onside, thinks about a single but decides against it as Jones comes across from mid-wicket to do the fielding. It's attritional, isn't it, this? I've used that word a lot this season. I used it at Trent Bridge in that game particularly, which, I mean, that innings that we were talking about when Barnard got those runs, Worcestershire were 107 behind on first innings, and they managed to get 339 in that second innings, thus setting Notts 233 to win. They got them, but it was a game that looked as though it was going to be over in 2 days, as Rushworth bowls again to Barnard, pushes out defensively. Looked as though it was going to be over in 2 days. Lots of people were actually suggesting that, including Samit Patel, who was with us in the commentary box for that one, because Worcestershire at one stage in the first innings were 56 for 3, 110 for 5 down at lunch on the first day, bowled out in 41 overs, and as it was, the game went all the way to the fourth day, and that was nearly all because of Ed Barnard. It's Rushworth bowls and Barnard gets 4 off the edge down to third man. A lot of runs have gone down to third man in this innings.
Third man.
And he won't mind that at all. Takes him closer to 50, joins his captain on 45. Did it go to the fourth day? No, it didn't. It went all the way to the end of the third day, that game at Trent Bridge, I should say. But it went a lot further than people thought it was going to, and a lot of it was down to Barnard's resilience. He got some good support from others as well, but he's enhanced his reputation as an all-rounder, and particularly as the batting all-rounder, since he's moved up to number 6 in the order. Made his first 100 in the first game of last season away at Chelmsford. Rushworth into him again, bowls, and he's forward to this one, a no ball. Steered out on the offside. No run, but obviously 2 runs accrue from the no ball. 285 for 5. Rushworth just asking the umpire, as fast bowlers tend to do, can you just show me, ump? Show me where my foot was. Well, it was over that white line. Was it really? Just trying to put a bit of, well, I don't know, a bit of ease, a bit of frustration, perhaps dissuade the umpire from calling another one unless it's very, very obvious. Rushworth is in again. He bowls to Barnard, short of a length, banged in, hit the pitch quite hard. Barnard on the back foot punches it up to mid-off. Straight to the fielder, no run. End of the over, both batsmen on 45. The deficit 357. And Worcestershire 285 for 5.
Wonder if these two are going to repeat what Coughlin and Rain did yesterday and both get hundreds.
Well, I hope so.
They're both nearly.
They won't do it
50.
in the same fashion, that's for sure. I think it would be much more
sedate,
attritional, yeah, circumspect if they do.
Wow, Derbyshire chasing 219 to beat Middlesex in Chesterfield. They have previously successfully chased 219 or more twice there, according to David Griffin, the photographer and statistician.
He should know.
219 or more, he says. So 288 against Gloucestershire in 1948. I don't think Griff was at that one.
Not so sure.
Salisbury comes in, the ball pops out on the leg side.
He might have been there with a box brownie.
Yeah, 219 for 7 against Yorkshire in 89.
He's been. He takes great photos, Dave.
Does some good videos as well. His thoughts for the day.
Yeah, and since he's got a drone, he's been taking some especially good photos. Posted one yesterday of Chesterfield. It might have been this morning from the air. Looked magnificent.
Salisbury balls. This is played away by Oliveira to Ravindra at mid-on, no run there. There was a very funny, he does a little video each day and normally starts with a funny story, and he said, I had a terrible night last night. He said, no sleep. He said, the noise coming from the house round the corner. He said, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he said, I decided to go and knock on the door. He said, this 10-year-old lad opens the door with a pint of beer in his hand and a cigar. And Salisbury balls, when that one pops on Oliveira, he flicks it away to square leg for a single. And he said, I said to the lad, is your dad in? And the lad said, what do you think?
Well, he did a lovely little video the day before yesterday of just before the start of the first day at Queen's Park, where he was very, very complimentary about the book that I've written with Daryl Mitchell, and he read part of it out actually. But the reason that I gave him a copy was this photo, which I can show you here, Martin, which is an absolute cracker.
Salisbury in. Ball goes down to the slip cordon
that I used, that David took, and the reason I used it is it was a picture of Daryl being bowled at Derby last year, but the middle stump has been extracted and it's exactly upside down, the stump,
and the width, same width as the other two.
Absolutely brilliant, superb. So I asked Griff, I saw the picture and asked him if I could use it, and he said yes. So I presented him with a complimentary copy on Friday night at New Road, and he was very kindly referring to that.
Did he hand you an invoice? Oh, is that an edge? No, plain and miss from Barnard.
And he wouldn't have done. He had agreed that I could use the photo, but he read a section of the book out on his daily thing yesterday, or the day before yesterday in the morning, and it was very nice indeed. He's well worth a follow on Twitter, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Griff. I'll just might tell listeners that if you're a cricket fan, and particularly a county cricket fan, he is very, very well worth a follow.
Salisbury balls to Barnard, who jogs out of his crease having played that one and then jogs back round to it. And that is the end of the over. 1 run from it. So 286 for 5 here on the BBC. Yeah, it's
he's at D Griffin Pix, P-I-X. So at D Griffin P-I-X on Twitter. A massive fan of county cricket, and as you say, Marty, these little video diaries he does every morning.
It gets to the ground ridiculously early for me, though.
Yeah, it does. But they're Derbyshire focused, but they are very, very good, and he's a top man, Dave. The Griff over at Derby. And he'll be on tenterhooks then this afternoon as they chase down this score at his favourite cricket ground in the world, I think, Queen's Park, Chesterfield.
I think he was, wasn't he at one time? He
was a
as
policeman,
wasn't he?
Yeah, he used to follow them around way back in the day when I used to do cricket call. Here's Chris Rushworth bowling to D'Oliveira, driven slightly uppishly through the covers, in the air for the first part of its journey. Died just before the fielder, evaded him and goes to the boundary and brings up 50 for the Worcestershire captain. Hence the applause. That 50 coming off 137 balls and including 6 fours. So 50 for Brett D'Oliveira, continuing his pretty good form of the season. But more importantly, that dropped short of the fielder and he's still there. So there you are, a big recommendation for @DGriffin PIX. Rushworth in bowls. D'Oliveira pushes out on the onside, and a reminder that Marty and I are both contactable on Twitter as well. Marty is @MartyCricket, MARTY Cricket, and I'm @FrankWatson58.
I'm just tweeting you in a tweet that I've just received, so rather than mention it on air, you can...
Always good to hear from you. You can also get in touch with Marty on email @wearcricket, WEAR cricket @hotmail.co.uk.
No.
Yahoo.co.uk.
Yeah, you change the company every day, don't you?
Yahoo.co.uk. I'm getting on a bit. 2 slips and a man gone in on the drive at short mid wicket now, as Rushworth comes in from the Lumley end and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's feeling for this one a little bit outside the off stump. Just plays away from his body a little bit, gets the middle of the bat on it, steers it down behind square to Bushnell at backward point. 290 for 5 then. These two have added 82 so far for this 6th wicket after a partnership for the 5th of 61 between Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira, and so far just the 2 wickets to go down today. Rushworth in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira on the back foot. He's going to get 4 more here as he's steered this one away. Timed it well. It's not the longest boundary, but once it's gone past the field, we've seen throughout the game actually that the pursuing fielders have rarely caught up with a well-timed ball, and that one takes D'Oliveira onto 54.
Just looking at his stats against Durham, he got 122 here in that floodlit game 2017, where the year before they only managed 2 days of a floodlit match here against Warwickshire because it rained. The following year they didn't really need the lights on, it was a beautiful sunny week.
Rushworth in bowls, and that's 4 more. Beautiful shot from D'Oliveira, driven straight down the ground, and he takes 12 off the over so far. In fact, 1 ball left. And all of them...
He got 122 in that floodlit match here.
Yeah, all of them nicely played cricket shots, not over-hitting it. Perhaps the first one you could say it was uppish, but the last 2 just steered really.
Yeah.
That one, when you push it back past the bowler like that, I think, or when a batsman pushes it back past the bowler like that, it's as pure as you can get, really, isn't it? Straight back through the ball. Rushworth in again to D'Oliveira bowls and steers this one down the offside, takes a single. Bushnell misses it actually at backward point, and he's tempted to come back for 2, D'Oliveira, but he doesn't. He keeps the strikes. The end of a fairly expensive over from Chris Rushworth. Worcestershire are 299 for 5. D'Oliveira is 59. Barnard is 45.
Yeah, that I've mixed my matches up. It was a floodlit game, but it was the Worcestershire match here that only had 2 days, and they had the floodlights on. It was a manky, horrible week, really cold and wet. And then the following year, Durham played Warwickshire here, and it was so sunny they didn't need the lights on at all. And then thankfully it was got rid of as an experiment because it actually impacted quite a lot on the crowds. People who use public transport weren't coming to those games because they were only going to be able to see 2 sessions, and it wasn't worth the effort for a lot of people. So game's not finishing until 10 at night. As Salisbury comes in here and bowls. This is played off towards point. So what Worcestershire did on that game, they won the toss and decided to bat, and they put John Hastings, a former Durham all-rounder, they put him right up the order. So let's go through the scorecard. They bowled Durham out pretty cheaply. That was at 197, and then Darryl Mitchell opened, with D'Oliveira. Mitchell was out for just 3. D'Oliveira got 122. As Salisbury Bowles tries to York D'Oliveira. It's played back to him, back into his hand via the floor. And then they sent John Hastings in at number 3. And the idea was that he came out and he attacked the ball like a baseball player, and he was just trying to club the living daylights out of the pink ball. And within no time it worked. There was Moeen Ali got a 58 as well, and Joe Clark a 45. But Paul Collingwood, the Durham skipper, said the ball just went out of shape and went so soft pretty quickly. It was just like a piece of soap. This is a no ball from Salisbury. Out to the covers it goes, and no ball signalled, so have to ball it again. Worcestershire made 367 in their first innings, and then the match just fizzled out into a draw.
That's an interesting. I've replied to that tweet, Marty, that you passed on. I like to own all cricket books, says Derek. Goodness me, must have a big house.
I've been to his house up in Northumberland.
Crikey.
In comes Salisbury. This is defended by D'Oliveira. Well, Derek comes to the odd Durham game. His daughters play under 15s and whatnot. And, he's just written a book, a sort of diary of last year's cricket season, watching his daughters in action and travelling around Northumberland and the northeast and listening to the commentaries. D'Oliveira, other scores against Durham. He got 49 in 2015. He's had a 45 in 2019. A 46 last year as well, and a 41 this year. And now 50 today. In comes the bowler. Defended. Runs up to Ravindra at mid or no run there.
Every cricket book.
I don't think he has got every cricket book. I certainly can't remember seeing every cricket book in his house, but lots of cricket books would be.
Somebody told me that they try and have every cricket book in the library at Lord's.
Do they? Salisbury Bowles edged and didn't quite carry. Didn't quite carry from D'Oliveira to the hands of
Borthwick.
Yeah.
He is good in there, isn't he, Borthwick? Goodness me. But you're right, it didn't carry. Just on the half volley, and he threw it up. But I think Brett D'Oliveira quite clearly saw it bounce. But that was sharp. Picked it up so quickly. Encouragement, though, I would imagine, for Salisbury. That found the edge, genuine edge, wasn't it?
Salisbury in again, and ball played back to him by D'Oliveira, and that is the end of the over. This partnership currently now worth 93 from 163 balls.
And is it the National Library, I think, where every book that is officially published is definitely held? I've got a feeling.
Is that the one at near St Pancras Station?
Yeah, I've got a feeling
the British Library.
Yeah. Because I've written one before, and
Well,
I was told that was in the library at Lord's, so that's nice.
When did they get that run? They've gone up to the...
There was a Noble.
Ah, the Noble, right. So they've got to 300 and a third batting point as well.
Yeah, which looks a little bit more respectable when you look at the points now. Durham 6, Worcestershire 4, but the deficit is still 341, so a couple of quick wickets, as Ash Thorpe was saying this morning, and you suddenly would look very, very different. But at the moment, the pairs will be reasonably satisfied. What have we got? 15 overs to go before tea. And these two, they won't be looking that far ahead yet, but they'll say, let's just see if we can get another 5. Let's get it down to 40 overs left in the day and see where we are. Something like that. Little targets, rush within. Bowls to Barnard. Steers this behind square. D'Oliveira was interested in a single, but sent back as Bushnell does the fielding. Pleased to say that there appear to be few signs of discomfort from D'Oliveira with regard to that shoulder. I watched him walking off the field after a section of the warm-up this morning, and he was carrying his right arm very gingerly, and I thought, I really did fear the worst. But although I doubt he might not bowl again, I don't think he's going to be too discomforted batting. Rush within, bowls, Barnard drives, nice shot, and a really, really good piece of fielding at mid-off. Who's that? Coughlin, is it? Or is it, in fact... Can't quite see. It's one of the bowlers, isn't it? Is it Coughlin? It's Salisbury. It's Salisbury. Anyway, it was a cracking stop. Dive to his left. Hit it well, Barnard. Salisbury moved across, dived to his left and saved a certain 4. Barnard only got 1. Changing the field now. Mid-wicket coming across to short extra on the drive. Rushworth into D'Oliveira, tucks this on the leg side and capitalises on that change in the field to the tune of 2 runs, actually 2 leg byes, because the man had come. There was an extra man in the ring on the leg side and he's gone. So they get 2 leg byes. Total goes on to 304 for 5. 4 short of 100 partnership for these two. And the deficit 338. So 2 slips, man on the drive at short extra, 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Rushworth, right arm over, medium pace to D'Oliveira, 4 runs down the leg side, tickled away by D'Oliveira, got enough bat on that, easy runs. He's very adept at that. He's done it, what, 4 times probably? And that's the 100 partnership between these two. And D'Oliveira's contribution to the 50 partnership was in single figures. He's pressed on since then. His contribution to the 100 partnership is 37. Ed Barnard's contribution is 46, and it's 308 for 5, and D'Oliveira's got. And I've been saying all day, those that get in on this pitch need to stay in. These two have done that, and they will now want to go big. Rushworth bowls again to D'Oliveira. He's in behind that, pushes out on the offside, fielded in the covers by Travaskis. Clever little flick up off his left foot, and there's no run. Always wears those sunglasses, Travaskis, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The white arms. Even when the light isn't particularly good, like now. Rushworth to complete the over is in, bowls, and D'Oliveira clips this one away. Again, slightly uppishly, Borthwick throws his hands skywards, but it lands short of the fielder at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over from Rushworth. 87 gone, 7 since the new ball. 308 for 5, the Worcestershire score.
England 94-3. Salisbury is preparing to start his next over. 17th over for him, sorry. None for 57 so far. That's gone through to mid-wicket. That's a dot ball. Salisbury in. Barnard plays the ball to point. No run there. So what's Alex Lee's got now? 44. Johnny Bairstow's on 23. 93 for 3. They need another 206 runs to beat New Zealand in Nottingham.
How many overs left? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's annoying.
46.5.
46.5. So it's a real game on, that, isn't it? Real game on.
In comes the bowler. That's
no ball.
No ball again from Salisbury. Run rate is 3.7. From the last 10 overs. Salisbury in, bowls. Oh, nearly an edge there from Barnard. He pushed at that one, outside the line of off stump. Went through to the keeper, but he didn't get a nibble. He was certainly playing at it. He's walked away from his crease now, and he's just having a chat with Oliveira.
Yeah, he's annoyed.
Yeah.
He's annoyed. It's one of those where if he'd have nicked that, he'd have blamed himself, I think.
This one swings in towards the bottom of middle stump, and it's thumped away for 4 past
50.
mid-on. That's his 50. So Barnard raises his bat towards the pavilion. It's coming 84 balls and 7 fours. Is that his 4th time this year that he got a 50, is it? Did I say before? Yeah, 5th time. He's got 1 century and now 4 half centuries. Salisbury was angry with himself there. Comes in again and bowls. Oh, that's a better line. That's just flashed past the outside edge of the bat as well, just beyond off stump, through to the keeper. Oh, it's that time, it's 3 o'clock. $314 for 5. Day 3 here in Chesley Street. Salisbury bowls. That's gone towards point. It's missed by Bushnell. They're going to run 3, I think. They do. Good running, actually. The ball went off down towards 3rd man in the end. 9 from the over, including the no ball. $317 for 5. There's a discussion going on here at the moment between Scott Borthwick and Ben Rain coming back into the attack for Durham. Salisbury chatting there as well. So Borthwick comes to join Beddingham in the slips. Travaskis goes to Gully. There's a Bushnell on the point boundary. There's a cover mid on, mid off, mid wicket and long leg. Rain in then, and fine leg called in, and it's gone for 4 actually. Ravindra's not going to get round there. It's gone for 4. Barnard moves on to 57, and Worcestershire 321 for 5. And that is halfway to where they need to be, because the deficit is now 321 as well. $89 overs to get to the halfway stage. Be an update for Radio Newcastle in a moment or two. Rain bowls to Barnard. It's a leave. Keeper takes it. What was that?
Somebody dropped something, I think. Outside.
Rain in. Update now for Radio Newcastle. Well, more evidence that this is a very good batting track here in Chesley Street, because we've just seen half centuries from Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper, and Ed Barnard. D'Oliveira on 63, Barnard on 57, and Worcestershire are halfway to wiping out the deficit, but they're also halfway through their batsmen as well, because they're 321-4-5. But their partnership has accrued 113 runs so far in 180 balls, and only really 1 or 2 half chances from a Durham point of view. They've taken the new ball, no breakthroughs though since lunch, with Worcestershire on 321-5.
Another one from Rain there that moved sideways after it passed the stumps. Looking down from our position high above Ned Eckersley, the keeper, he had to move to his left as that one shaped in towards him after it had passed the off stump of Barnard though.
Oh, Alex Lees is out apparently.
Ooh. New Zealand strong favourites now then.
This is defended by Barnard and runs away towards backward point for 1 actually. Lee's out for 44, caught by the keeper off Southey.
Barnard just indicating to D'Oliveira that he's getting a little bit of movement back in. The problem for Rain, as it was when he bowled from this Finkel end, is that when he bowls the length where the movement back in is going to trouble the batsman, by the time it reaches the batsman it hasn't moved that far, if that makes sense. When he pitches it fuller it moves further, but it's already gone past. This one's fuller. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. Don't know if I've explained that very well. End of the over. 322 for 5. But when he bowl, what I'm saying is when he bowls it fuller, so it's had more time in the air and it pitches, it's tending then to move a little bit, but when he hits the deck shorter and makes the batsman play, it hasn't got the time aerodynamically to be affected sufficiently to move laterally. There's an awful lot of adverbs there. I don't know if it's made sense. I hope so. 322 for 5. Drinks for the batsman being brought out by Kashif Ali, recent addition to the Worcestershire staff, up here getting a bit of 12-man experience. And no doubt they've said to each other, right, the next target is 350 maybe, or maybe tea. 12 overs left till tea. They'd be very, very, very happy if they could get through to tea with this partnership intact. As Matt Salisbury begins a new over, bowling to Barnard. Played at that one, missed it, and then walked away to square leg and just does that little thing like a lot of batsmen do these days, where he takes his right hand off the handle and just mimes a little movement, little suggestion that the ball moved away from him, as much to himself as anything else. But he's played well for his 58. Salisbury in again. Bowls, and Barnard is forward, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. It's one of those situations now where it's a good partnership. They're both past 50. They've added over 100. They've only lost 2 wickets in the day, etc., etc., etc. But you go back to the old cliche that Ash was talking about this morning. Stick a couple of wickets on, and it all looks very, very different. That's what the Durham fielders and bowlers will be thinking. And that's why, because Salisbury bowls an absolute Jaffa there at Barnard. Real beauty. I reckon that just did enough, just deviated a little bit off the seam, and he had to play at it. Definitely had to play at it, and it just went away a fraction and through to the keeper. You don't want to do too much with it. Bowlers will often tell you. All you end up doing if it moves 6 inches off the seam is making the batsman look stupid. They're not good enough to nick it. What you want it to do is just deviate that little bit. And Salisbury again bowls, and a good drive by Barnard, and he might have expected runs there, but Ben Rain moving sharply to his left at mid-off and then diving pulls off a really good stop, because that was 4 if it had gone past him. Struck it well, Barnard. Was a half volley, to be fair, as Salisbury strove to get just that perfect length where if he gets a little bit of movement he'll find the edge. 322 for 5. Salisbury in again bowls, and Barnard gets runs this time down to third man. It won't be 4, probably get 2 as it's pursued down there by Bushnell. He does get 2. He goes on to 60. 324 for 5. They'll be tiring a little bit, these two now. They've had that little drink and then I've said, come on now, let's get through to tea. 11 more overs. What's that going to be? About 4ish? Maybe for just before 4 o'clock, depending who bowls them.
Ben Stokes has just taken England past 100 with a 6.
Gone in to have a look then. Salisbury in bowls. Barnard's beaten again. 3rd time this over. Salisbury head in hands. End of the over. Good over. Good over. But at the end of it, Worcestershire 324 for 5. Still trailing by 318. Durham 6 bonus points. Worcestershire 4. 3 for batting, 1 for bowling. And the men out today, if you are just joining us, Charlie Morris, the night watchman, caught by Borthwick, low down at second slip off the bowling of Ben Rain for 8 in, what was that, 2nd over of the day. 147 for 4 at that point. 61 then added for the 5th wicket by Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira before Haynes was out cutting or trying to force Travaskis off the back foot. Ball bounced a little bit more than he might have thought and got a nick through to Ned Eckersley standing up to the wicket. That was 208 for 5. Since then these two have done well. Just break off as D'Oliveira drives the first ball of this new over from Rain up to mid-off. Barnard and D'Oliveira, they've so far, what have they added? 116 runs for this 6th wicket. And the runs have been reasonably shared. D'Oliveira's on 63, Barnard's on 60. Barnard's strike rate considerably higher than D'Oliveira's, but that really isn't a particularly significant statistic in today's circumstances. Rain is in again and bowls. D'Oliveira is again well forward, head right over that one, pushing it up to mid-off. And the reason that statistic is not particularly important, as I'm sure most listeners and viewers are well aware, is that this game can only be won by one side, I would imagine, really, realistically, and that is Durham. Therefore, Worcestershire, they're not really bothered about the scoreboard, they're just bothered about being out there. D'Oliveira plays this one down on the offside for a single. And when I not for a single, for no run. When I say being out there, I mean batting for a long period of time. I mean they obviously want to score runs and they don't want the scoreboard not to be moving, and it's important for the batsman to be positive and everything else. But the real issue is batting long enough to make it so that they can't lose the game. 15 more wickets. Worcestershire have, and what have we got? A day and a session and a bit to go as Rain bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira, taken by wicketkeeper Eckersley. Talking of wicketkeepers, news today of Worcestershire's Ben Cox taking a brief break from the game just to allow him to deal with some mental health issues, and I certainly hope that Ben's feeling okay, and we wish him all the best. I'm sure everybody listening joins me in that, and also all the best to the other injured Worcestershire players mentioned in that press release from the club today, as D'Oliveira edges this one slightly out on the offside no run. Joe Leach returning, we hope, to meaningful championship action shortly. Josh Dell, who's had a nasty hand injury which has kept him out for longer than he would have hoped. And of course to Josh Tongue, who made a big impression here at Chester Street in the championship game last year when he got a fifer, but he's been quite a big miss for Worcestershire. The tall paceman has a long-term shoulder injury. Rain in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira, taken low down to his right by Eckersley, and at the end of a maiden from Ben Rain. 20 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 46. Worcestershire remain on 324 for 5, and the deficit remains at 318. It'll feel a bit better. I'll feel a bit better when it comes down below 300. I'll feel even better when it comes down below 200, if it comes down below 200. But it's just an annoying little daunting 3-digit number at the bottom right hand corner of the scoreboard, underlining that despite Worcestershire having batted well, Durham got 642 in their first innings. Marty's back.
Salisbury bowls, played up to Rain by Barnard. I just snipped downstairs and just popped outside briefly, and there was an almighty sort of gunshot noise which echoed around the back lane behind the building. Got the fright of my life, but there's an athletics meeting going on round the back.
A track, isn't there?
Yeah, so school athletics events taking place. Probably that was the whistles we could hear a little bit earlier on as well.
Nice track actually, isn't it?
Yeah. 324 for 5. Ball off down towards third man, cut off by Bushnell. 1 run for Barnard. Years ago, I remember a mate of mine who was joining the police force describing part of the physical and how far you had to run in so many minutes. So I mentioned this in the press box here one night. So me and a lad called Jason, who used to cover the cricket, we came one evening with our running gear on, and we tried it out. We got there.
And then you had to choose between journalism and law enforcement.
Join the police press office.
I saw a great tweet this morning. People will love this. It was advertising a cricket match, and it said that they were streaming it live.
In comes Salisbury with a short one, left alone by D'Oliveira.
And it's a declaration game, but whoever done the stream had put the caption on it. It said it's a deceleration game.
Deceleration game.
And I thought, deceleration cricket, that sounds like something I could get involved with. I corrected it now.
It was one of
I won't mention the name of the team concerned.
Well, there's a scoring system that the scorers use, and you log out at the end of the day's play, so then it keeps the timings accurate of the batsman and that kind of thing. And somebody forgot to log out of a game last night. In comes Salisbury, over pitched wide of off stump and thumped away for 4 through the covers by D'Oliveira. And anyway, one of the lads was saying upstairs this morning he was looking through the scorecard and both batsmen had been in for 1,000 minutes or something like that. So it was elsewhere in the country.
The danger is that it doesn't get picked up and it gets into the record books or something. There are mistakes, you know, even on Cricket Archive. I found a few. I found a few in the winter and contacted the administrators.
Yeah,
and
they're always
they
grateful
right.
if you spot something.
Yeah.
Salisbury to D'Oliveira. Ball to point, no run. I noticed looking through the archives last year, there were a few things like hat-tricks missing, and apparently Cricket Archive weren't being informed specifically of hat-tricks for a period, so there was a few fell through the system. So there was one that Matty Potts got at Leicestershire 2 or 3 years in the T20 2 or 3 years ago. So I think they've managed to catch up with hat-tricks now. They all seem to be relevant again. 329 for 5, Salisbury 2, D'Oliveira, and This has gone off towards point. End of the over. The partnership is now worth 121 from 200 balls.
Yeah, I found a few in research this winter concerning the two Daryl Mitchells, who one of whom is playing for New Zealand. Are there two? There are two. And the reason that there was confusion is that, and it is quite bizarre really, considering where they've grown up and played their cricket, but they were both in Perth in consecutive winters in the early 2000s, and the Kiwi Daryl Mitchell actually grew up in Australia, I think, and played for the Western Australian Cricket Academy, and the Worcestershire Daryl Mitchell was out there playing some club cricket, and obviously there was some confusion. And I said to the Worcestershire Daryl Mitchell, "Did you play for the Australian Centre of Cricketing Excellence?" And he said no. I said, "Did you play for Western Australia under-19s?" I'll just break off as Rain bowls to Barnard. He pushes up to mid-on, and he said no. And I clearly thought I've got to do a bit more close research here, and I worked out that DJ Mitchell, the New Zealand one, as opposed to DKH Mitchell, the Worcestershire one, they'd been confused, and 5 games that DJ Mitchell had played were put down to DKH Mitchell. So I contacted them and they said thank you very much. Sadly there was no fee involved. Rain in bowls and Barnard edges down to third man, 4 more. Past the diving Travascus at third slip. Wasn't in the air, it went down off the shoulder of the bat and runs away for 4 more. So all contributions gratefully received, and the vacant third man, as Marty said, has been quite generous all day, and he gives us 4 more. So 65 to Barnard, 67 to D'Oliveira, and all the threes for Worcestershire, 333 for 5.
I know somebody who wrote a book about the history of a particular club, sporting club, and was convinced somebody might try and appropriate his work. So basically invented 4 or 5 matches that never happened.
Okay.
Including full teams, scores, that kind of thing.
That's what Adrian Shankar did, you know.
Yeah, I remember him. In comes Rain, and this is driven back past him up to Salisbury at mid-off, no run there. Yeah, he'd been at Lancashire, hadn't he? And then he came to Worcester.
He had, but he invented a league in Sri Lanka called the Mercantile League. He invented the whole competition and went online and created the stats and match reports in which he featured heavily and just created a fantasy world, and it worked. He tricked so many people. Extraordinary.
Ben Rain in, that's left alone by Barnard. There was
clever man, went to Cambridge, etc. Not without some ability at cricket, made runs in the varsity match, although apparently against a weak side, but had got 40s and 30s in second team cricket and so on. But so desperate to be a county cricketer, presumably, that he was prepared to go to the lengths that he did to create a sort of fantasy profile, really. And it all ended horribly against Durham.
In comes Rain. That's gone through to the keeper. It's against Durham, I can't remember.
Yeah, he played his first game for Worcestershire in a one-day game at Lord's and was out second ball of the game, and then got included in a championship game against Durham and went in with about 10 or 20 overs to go on the first evening, with Worcestershire about 4 or 5 down, and Harmison and Stokes in full flow. I think Harmison bowling particularly quickly. I'll just break off it. It's meant to be me, isn't it? As Rain comes in and bowls, and Barnard is out. No, he's not out. I thought he was out. He flashed at it, and it swung away after he flashed at it. Looked for all the world like a nick, but he missed it. End of the over. Sorry if I gave anybody a heart attack. 333 for 5, and he survived to the end of the day against Durham in this game at New Road. I'll have to see if I can find the relevant section. And he was, they reckon, I spoke to Gareth Andrew, who was batting at the other end in that innings, and he said he reckons that he could have been killed at any stage, really, as he just kept pushing forward to Harmison, and the Durham players were just giggling, really. They were calling him Haydos, mockingly comparing him to Matthew Hayden, who favoured playing forward. And he was pushing forward, the ball kept going past his nose, he was all over the place. And he survived to the end of the day. The following morning, however, in the warm-up, he appeared, in inverted commas, to suffer a serious knee injury and had to be stretchered off the field by his teammates and medical staff, and never played again. And the general feeling was that perhaps Steve Harmison had put the wind so far up him that he didn't fancy it ever again.
What year was
or
that?
Maybe that he'd found out that Worcestershire had started investigations into his story, and consequently he was going to be found out, and it was actually referred to West Mercia Police. Yeah, it was actually referred to West Mercia Police, but they decided to take no further action, and that was the end of his very short Worcestershire career.
Well, he'd played at Lancashire, hadn't he?
He played a little bit at Lancashire without much success. All sorts of bizarre stories suggesting that he claimed to have been in Arsene Wenger's first ever academy intake at Arsenal. He claimed to have hit Herath, the Sri Lankan left-arm spinner, for 5 sixes and 1 over. Not true. Just all sorts of strange things.
Durham won by an innings and 25 runs.
Changing the bowling.
Travaskis into the attack with his first delivery to D'Oliveira, cut out towards the point boundary for 2. Fielded by Beddingham out there. So how old's the ball? 13 overs old, and the spinners are back on.
Dare I say, Marty, if somebody wants the details of the Shankar story. Actually, there's quite a good thread on the Shankar story. I think it's on the Wisden website, called the Adrian Shankar tapes
Mystery,
or files or something.
Played by D'Oliveira to point. No run there.
But he basically conned his way into the Worcestershire first team. That's the truth of it. Absolutely bizarre.
Travaskis in bowls. This is defended.
Imagine not just inventing a competition, but writing the news reports and writing all the stats and making up all the other teams.
This happened last year in Sri Lanka. I don't know if you remember this story. As Travaskis bowls. This is pushed out into the offside and up towards mid-off, no run there. Some people rented a cricket ground in Sri Lanka and said they were making a feature film, but then put these big fences around so people couldn't see in. And this is turned away towards square leg. And there were suspicions because the owners of the cricket ground weren't allowed in the place for about 3 weeks. In the meantime, in the middle of lockdown in India, a new T20 competition began with official logos, team sheets, website, the lot, and its own television channel, commentary teams, and everything. This is played up to mid-on, no run there, end of the over, and basically what it was. There'd been a press release put out about this new league that was starting, and these top class players had signed up and all the rest of it. And then one of the players said he didn't know anything about the league and hadn't agreed to play in anything. And anyway, India was still under lockdown at the time. But this league surely duly appeared on varying betting sites and on the internet, and there was live matches and shots from inside this ground, and it was basically all done. It was all staged for an illegal gambling thing.
Amazing.
And the local police chief found out about it, and they went and raided the stadium after a few days. And
amazing. The Shankar thing, I think, was just purely a personal thing. As Rain comes in to bowl to Barnard, taking on the pad, big shout for LBW. Rain kind of started, and then presumably as he got into the appeal, he thought, "Oh, that's a bit better than I thought."
Yeah.
And the appeal became even more extravagant. It's never going to go down well with an umpire, that, I think, when you you build your appeal up, and he'd already made his mind up, I think, Mark Newell, and he's decided it's not out. If anybody's listening or watching the stream and listening who saw that Shankar innings against Durham, I'd love to hear from them, because I wasn't there. I've had first-hand accounts from various people, but
it was May 2011.
Story.
I can't remember being at that one.
Rain bowls, Barnard covers up, and I've got to dash off for an update.
I found a match report on Cricket Info. Durham, having won that one by an innings and 25 runs, went up to third in the table. Alexi Cavesi was playing for Worcestershire. He's now at Middlesex, I think, isn't he? Moeen Ali and Adrian Shankar, the latter unbeaten with 10 from 60 balls, put up some resistance as Rain bowls to Barnard. He plays that up to Salisbury at mid-off. Dot ball. Ashthorpe's back alongside me.
Hello, mate.
Doesn't say much more about Shankar other than that. Moeen was caught down the leg side by Phil Mustard for 46 as soon as Harmison rejoined the attack. Might be the only thing that mentions Shankar in that game. Ben Rain bowls. This is played out into the covers by Barnard. Dot ball. He played for Cambridge University, Bedfordshire. Occasional unconvincing appearances in minor counties cricket, it says. Still has a stats page on Cricket Info. 40 years old now. Went to Bedford School. Is that where Alistair Cook went to Bedford School? Ben Rain bowls. This is defended on off stump. Rolls up to mid-off. Cambridge Uni. Lancashire second 11. Worcestershire second 11. Middlesex seconds. His profile on Cricket Info, seemingly all is not what it appears to be with Adrian Shankar. After 10 years floating around second 11 county cricket, he signed a deal with Worcestershire in May 2011, but 2 weeks later it was released as serious doubts emerged over his background and his life story. Rain in bowls. This is played off into the woods, the covers. Central to those was A, his age, which he claimed was 26 when he joined Worcestershire, but was actually 29. That, though, appears to be just the start. With his cricket ability called into serious question, his statistics suggest a player who couldn't cut it with 100 in a varsity match against the weak attack in 2002. Well, according to this, he played in 13 first-class games and made 394 runs at an average of 19.7 and a higher score of 143. In his last match, Durham against Worcestershire at Worcester, May the 18th to the 21st, 2011. Played a one-dayer at Lord's around about the same period as well. In fact, the day before he played against Durham, he played at Lord's. Travaskis bowls, cut off towards point. It's gone through the legs of Bushnell at point, and it's cut off by Beddingham way on the far side of the ground in front of the Health Club. 2 runs. There's very little happening here with the ball from a Durham point of view, and this is rather reminiscent of yesterday afternoon when Rain and Coghlan were batting. Nothing doing from the Worcestershire point of view then. The deficit's 305 at 337, 4-5. Travaskis bowls. Dot ball played back to him by D'Oliveira, so 5.4 overs away from tea. In comes Travaskis again and bowls, and this is played back to him once more along the ground by D'Oliveira.
Just reading the book here, it's quite interesting. Sounds like a popular choice.
In comes Travaskis and played back to him by D'Oliveira.
a bit like the player that Sunderland signed, wasn't it, on the authority of somebody? Or was it Southampton or Sunderland? George Weir's cousin?
Yeah, that was Southampton, wasn't it? Yeah. He ended up playing for Gateshead for a period, I think, that lad, yeah. This ball's played by D'Oliveira out into the cover area to Borthwick, no run. 2 off the first shot. We've had 1, 2, 4 dot balls since then. Last ball of the over then. 37 to go today after this. That's played to point, end of the over. Yeah, the George Weir's cousin, Graham Souness, signed him, didn't he, I think?
Something off YouTube or something, and then, yeah.
There was the one that Sunderland signed was Milton Nunes.
That's right.
Who
was about 3'2", wasn't he?
Yeah, he came and played. I was commentating on their games at the time. He was awful. And then there was a suggestion they'd signed the wrong Nunes and they should have signed somebody else. But that story ended up in the High Court. Because I think Sunderland didn't want to pay what they owed him. Transpired he was owned by a shipping company and all kinds of things were going on there.
Just having a quick read of Darryl Mitchell's book there, it looks like they pursued something with the police. They took no further action after the amount of lies that they were told there. $3-3-7 for 5. On a flat one here at the Riverside. Coughlin in. And this is pushed to mid-off by Barnard, who takes off for a single. And advances the score.
Norman Robinson's emailed about fake scorecards, he says. False scorecards. He said, I think it was in the 90s, a guy from Choppington near Bedlington used to ring the local papers with the non-existent Choppington Cricket Club scores. It was said that a group of mates would throw darts at the pub dartboard for the scores.
Of it. As Coughlin comes in. This one straight and tucked away on the leg side by D'Oliveira. Just for the single. 3-3-9 for 5.
And he says it goes without saying that Choppington Cricket Club never lost a game.
Love that. 72 to D'Oliveira. 66.
My dad knew of a guy from the Sunderland area who used to file bogus match reports to the Football Echo and whatnot back in the 70s. And he always had a starring role in the games.
As Coughlin comes in and a bouncer and nicely swayed out the way by Barnard. Remember a few times we used to give a few false names in the match reports, or that everything was in the Sunday Sun, wasn't it? Or the Sunderland Echo used to come out and take a team photo, and there was some random names to faces.
Well, at one time when the players used to fill in the questionnaires for the who's who or whatever it was.
As Coughlin comes into ball, and this is punched nicely down the ground and unlucky from Barnard as it hits the the off stump at the non-striker's end.
And if these questionnaires would come into the club and players would fill them in on behalf of teammates and just put daft things for hobbies and stuff like that,
Yes, I can remember people like Nicky Phillips having fun with those. It's my first roommate, Nicky, good character.
He was a spinner, wasn't he?
He was. Right arm off spinner from Sussex.
Yeah.
As Coughlin comes in, and this one's nudged down to third man.
Bespectacled for memory.
He was, the Milky Bar kid.
Yeah.
We'll tell you every time you see him how he got Sachin out a couple of times.
Didn't he end up coaching at South North for a while?
Yeah, he's done a little bit of coaching at South North, absolutely. His 2 boys are now playing cricket, which is nice as well. Part of Northumberland system.
God, it's incredible. I used to cover games when Nicky Phillips was playing, and I think his sons are in the system. Well, and look at Neil Colleen with Mitchell.
Exactly. Yeah. As Coughlin comes in, this one's defended back down the pitch for no run. Yeah, I feel the same. I'm playing against them all at the moment. It's scary because, like you say, there in the academy at the moment, you've got Mitchell Colleen and Neil McKinney, who I played quite a lot against, and his sons. Ben.
Did you ever come across a player from Sunderland called Button? Surname Button?
Nah. Don't recognise that one.
And my dad was reminding me of this yesterday. So the girls have got a match at Ashbrook tonight, but we played there one summer and it was the middle of the summer holidays and it was a red hot day, and my dad said, you're going to have to open the bowling. That's why. He says there's nobody else. I just kept getting smacked into the tennis courts. And I asked to be taken off at one point. He said, "No, you're going to have to continue bowling." And I don't think I'd been naughty at the time. So I played a few seasons with my dad in the second team, and he was saying yesterday the guy who kept hitting me in the tennis courts was called Button. I had no memory of the guy's name. But
your dad just thought he'd bring it up again for you.
Yeah, he brings it up regularly. Yeah. Travaskis with a little drifter to Barnard, who plays that into the ground. It spins back just beyond the stumps and ends up in the keeper's gloves. Yeah, anyway, wouldn't be able to knock me into the tennis courts now because they built flats on them. 340 for 5. This is a one-handed shot down to backward point from Barnard. Suddenly looks like he's in a little bit of trouble here against Travaskis.
He likes to be busy, doesn't he, Barnard? And Travaskis bowling a nice tight line here. A few overs till tea.
Balls again. Oh, that's another one he's mishit. That's off the front foot and bounces away from the stumps.
It's good from Travaskis, getting a little bit of drift in on the breeze. The breeze pretty non-existent, to be fair, compared to the first 2 days. Flag's very limp.
Here comes the bowler again, and that's pushed off towards point for 1 by Barnard. Bernard remembers the name of the footballer, Ali Dia.
Is that the George Weir's cousin? England 139 for 4 in pursuit of 299 for victory. Ben Stokes 25 not out of 32 deliveries.
Travaskis to D'Oliveira, the ball played to short mid-wicket, no run there. Well, there's actually a photograph of him in a Southampton strip. Senegalese. This is a dot ball defended on a length. That is the end of the over. 3 to go to tea here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. So, born in Senegal, former professional footballer who played as a striker in November '96, he convinced Graham Souness, then the Southampton manager. He was the cousin of the FIFA World Player of the Year and Ballon d'Or winner George Weir, which led to him signing a 1-month contract with Southampton days later. But wasn't Weir not even Senegalese? Wasn't he from another?
I don't think he was.
So he'd played in lower levels in leagues in France and Germany and had a failed trial at Gillingham, Bournemouth and Rotherham. Played once in a reserve game at Rotherham. Then he joined Blythe Spartans. He made one substitute appearance in November '96 in the Northern Premier League against Boston United. Days later he was signed by Southampton manager Graham Souness.
Liberian George Weir. The 25th president of Liberia.
Right. Can you name the other 24?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Come on, Wikipedia.
Following his release from Southampton, he went on trial with Port Vale, scoring twice in a reserve game at Sunderland. How very Sunderland. They do it all the time, don't they? When then no offer came from Port Vale, so he briefly played for conference national side Gateshead.
Paul Coughlin's going to come round the wicket to Ed Barnard. One slip in place and a leg slip, or a leg gully more, as Ravindra does the fielding there off that delivery. Johnny Bushnell still at bat pad as Durham desperately pursue a breakthrough here. As this partnership continues to build. 133 so far. It's Coughlin again, bowls a bouncer, and this is nicely played by Barnard as he sways out of the way and allows that one through to the keeper Eckersley. Third man in place, just in case he decides to try and uppercut that. 341 for 5. Barnard, 68 not out. Allows that one through to the keeper again. Short and wide outside off stump. The umpire says that's 2 for the over, Mr. Coghlan, so he decides to come back over the wicket. So we'll probably see a change of field, as we now have 2 slips in place. Ravindra is about to go to point or cover on the offside. Short leg in place. Deep square leg still out on the boundary. Fine leg and a third man. In fact, now he brings deep square in to a straight mid wicket as Coghlan bounds in towards us from the Lumley end, and this one's inside edged by Barnard. Good hard line and length there from Coghlan, but he gets a single down to fine leg. This puts him on to 69, and the score moves on to 342 for 5. And that deficit down to 300.
Well, Frank said he'd be happy when it was under 300, so he's about to get the bunting out.
Hopefully left over from the Jubilee weekend. Another dot there from Coghlan. This one pushed into the leg side.
I found a photograph of the kids today with posing with a giant cardboard cutout of the Queen.
Right.
Well, a life-size cutout of the Queen. Apparently they'd gone up with Julia to Northumberland to go and see the lighting of one of these beacons.
Right.
And it was the photograph was taken in a village hall or something.
Coghlan on the hip of D'Oliveira, and he tucks this one away nicely down to fine leg. And a sloppy throw is going to end up in an overthrow, yeah. Ben Rain having a shy at the stumps, and Eckersley not going up to the stumps. And then between Ravindra and Salisbury, they allow an overthrow.
Got in each other's way there.
So, I think that was a cartwheel and a backflip I just saw from Frank there, as the deficit is now under 300. There's definitely a fist pump. 343. In fact, is that not 344 for 5?
343 for 5. 299 the deficit. And we're 2 overs away from tea.
I think they've missed off a run there. D'Oliveira got 2 off that last ball, and they've still got him on strike.
Alright, maybe then. Travaskis bowling to Barnard. It's defended. Comes forward on his front foot and blocks the ball. It's only got 1 on the electronic scorecard.
Yeah.
NV plate.
Definitely got 2. Might have to run along and give William a nudge.
Travaskis again. Barnard flicks that off his hips and away towards square leg for 1.
I've got it right now, I hope.
Well, Barnard's on strike now on the scoreboard, but he's not anymore, so...
I haven't put anything up for the over yet. There we go.
All right,
yeah, we're up. Well done, William.
Travaskis left arm round from the Finkel end to D'Oliveira, who plays it down into the ground. It's grabbed by Bushnell at silly point. In comes the bowler again. Defended. Ball back with Travaskis with those white rimmed sunglasses on. Been wearing them for about 3 years now.
Wears them to bed.
Defending once more. Wonder if he's got more than 1 pair.
Drifting the game at the moment, isn't it? Drifting towards tea here on day 3.
Yeah. Travaskis bowls. Once more defended. And 1 over to go. Norman says, I'm pretty sure Nicky Phillips is the 3rd team skipper at Linz.
No, surely
he
not.
He bats 11 and doesn't bowl.
Is he not still playing for Swalwell these days?
And
I might be
just
wrong.
There to guide the juniors who are starting out.
Unless he plays on a Sunday for them as well and his kids are there, that would be pretty cool.
He says another trick when filing score reports was to knowingly put a false name on the team sheet when telephoning scores in. He said players were legally registered, but it was to protect players pulling a sickie from prying employers' eyes.
Love it. Love it. Coughlin around the wicket. And Barnard gets his gloves out of the way and allows that through to the keeper. Is this the last over before tea? I think it is, yep.
There was, back in the days of the shipyards in the 80s, somebody who was once telling me who worked in the shipyards and would clock in on a morning, go out the side door, and a mate would pick him up and they'd go and spend the day fishing.
Perfect.
Well,
unless you want a ship build.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's Coughlin round the wicket. This one's tucked away and just in front of Ravindra down the leg side, and it gets around the corner for a single.
A finger stinger.
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't bowled.
Yeah.
I think we might see quite a lot of spin after tea.
Yeah.
Something needs to change.
What's the over 8? -1.
Yeah, just behind.
Durham got docked a few weeks ago, didn't they? Slow over 8. Was it at Middlesex or Glamorgan here, wasn't it? The game finished with most of the final day still remaining, and you get docked points for a slow over 8.
Crazy. As Coughlin comes into bowl, and this one again is tucked around the corner just in front of Ravindra.
It's a clever ploy, this. It's going to be a leg gully catch right on the cusp of tea.
3 balls remaining to tea. And just asking a few awkward questions, getting the ball up into the armpit, which is really uncomfortable. And yeah, will Ravindra, just as Frank is indicating, will he sneak into that? He has gone a little bit closer. And this one's a really short bouncer. D'Oliveira's not the tallest of men, and that's gone comfortably over his head.
Well, it looks like Worcestershire are going to get through this session without losing a wicket. The game down at New Road this year, they only lost 1 wicket on the final day, and that was just before tea when Azhar Ali was out for 92. Put on, I think it was 195 for Jack Haynes. They just blocked a lot that day, though.
Fair play. Back over the wicket now, Coughlin. D'Oliveira, and that's a better bouncer, and D'Oliveira ducks under this one. Goes through to the keeper. 1 ball remaining before the tea break. And the pairs will be very happy with their work in this session. Just under a little bit of pressure there before lunch. Losing Haynes, but these two have batted very well since. Last ball, Coughlin gets that up again, and D'Oliveira rides it down into the ground, gets right behind it and says you're not getting through, and that's tea. And Worcestershire finished the session on 346 for 5 with D'Oliveira 74 and Barnard on 71, resisting the Durham attack. And what must be said is a very, very benign pitch. But doing a great job for their team after a difficult few days in the field. They've spent more than 150 overs in the field. They lost that early wicket last night. They lost the night watchman early this morning, but apart from that, they've batted very well in reply.
Well, this partnership's now 138 runs from 255 balls. And what they have done successfully is eat time up in the game, and you do wonder at this point in time how there's going to be any other result here than a draw for the second time this season between these two sides. We shall see what develops. And the remainder of today, who knows, sometimes tea's a rude interruption to batting progress. We shall see.
Hi, Ben Stokes here. I just want to welcome you to Seat Unique Riverside.
Yes, very good conditions for the batsmen in this game. I'm not sure I'd want to be a bowler particularly. Durham got 642 for 7 yesterday, and at the moment Worcestershire 346 for 5 in their first innings. Brett D'Oliveira has 74, Ed Barnard 71, their partnership 138. There wasn't a wicket at all in the afternoon session, so the last wicket was that of Jack Haynes, which fell this morning when he was out for 68. The deficit though is still 296, but they have now faced 101 overs so far in this innings.
Afternoon, welcome back to Chester Street, where play is about to begin. Day 3, session 3 in this LV Insurance Division 2 County Championship game between Durham and Worcestershire. The pitch is winning at the moment, I think. It's fair to say. Durham having posted a massive 642 for 7 declared on days 1 and 2, and Worcestershire responding at the moment 346 for 5 overnight. They were 140 for 3, lost 2 wickets in the morning session. Morris out for 8, Haynes for 68, Morris having been the night watchman, and going through the afternoon session, Worcestershire without losing a wicket. 110 without loss in that afternoon session. Barnard is on 71, D'Oliveira the captain is on 74, and easy to be wise after the event. I'm joined by Ash Thorpe, former Durham player, here alongside me, but we were debating the night watchman theory this morning, and I suggested that if Brett D'Oliveira had come in last night and got out, it would have been disastrous. The fact that he didn't come in until this morning meant that Charlie Morris, even though he got out in the second over this morning, had done his job, and I feel vindicated in saying that with D'Oliveira still there on 74.
Yeah, personal preference, I think. Some batters are not bothered and will go out and have a hit. Other batters, especially D'Oliveira yesterday being injured, I guess, in the outfield, might have just thought, let me get a good night's rest and get an injection or get some physio or whatever on the arm and get as prepared as he could be for today. And we're going to have Ravindra into the attack.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? First bowl for him. I was saying this morning, I watched him in the warm-up and I thought he gave it
a rip, didn't he?
A pretty good rip, yeah. Left arm round the wicket, coming in now from the Finkel end for his first ever bowl in Championship cricket. Slightly down the leg side, turned by Barnard behind square, and they get 2 as Chris Rushworth comes in and fires the ball back in. Looked a bit grumpy, didn't he? When
he can do, Chris. Through it. On a good day, Chris can look grumpy.
Yeah.
I can say that because he's one of my best mates.
Drifted down the leg side, that from Ravindra, but lovely action.
Yeah.
Lovely, easy action.
Bit like his batting, wasn't it? Nice and fluent.
Very, very smooth. Comes in again now. Slow approach, bowls, and an appeal for LBW. I think it pitched outside leg as Barnard went to sweep it. Bowling slow as well, which I always like to see. I think there's an increasing tendency for spinners to push it through, but he's giving it a real loop here. He's got absolutely nothing to lose, has he?
No.
He comes in again now, and that's a bit too full, and Barnard this time
lost the ball.
capitalises on that, sweeps it round the corner, keeps it low, and Chris Rushworth out on the leg side boundary does the fielding, and they take a single.
Tell you what, England are motoring here, 181 for 4.
If they win it, it's going to be absolutely McCullum-esque, isn't it, really?
Definitely. And Stokes-esque.
A match made in heaven. Another full toss from Ravindra. Just not quite getting it right this time. Punched away in front of square, and Chris Rushworth runs round and
the size 11 down.
Puts a clog on it. There's an old-fashioned bit of Angus Fraser fielding on the boundary. Just stops it with his foot. They were going to get 3 anyway. Why do anything extravagant? Busy man in this over. 350 is up for Worcestershire with that 3. It's taken 101 overs, 406 minutes. Ravindra in again, bowls. That's nice. In the slot, just nicely on line and length. D'Oliveira, beg your pardon, Barnard pushes out on the offside. 77 now, D'Oliveira. Worcestershire's 5th bonus point, so it's 6-5 on bonus points on the board at the moment. Ravindra in again, bowls, and Barnard pushes out on the offside. End of the over. 6 runs came from it, 352 for 5.
We've got Norman, who's contacted Marty over the break, and he's just clarified the whole Nicky Phillips situation. He is still playing first team cricket for Swallow, but it looks like his 2 young fellas are playing for the Lints in the thirds on a Sunday, which is brilliant to see.
So we're going to have Seam at the other end.
Who's he going to go with? Is it Coghlan to start?
Coghlan by the look of it, yeah.
Seemed to hit a bit of rhythm just before tea and bowled some short stuff, didn't he?
Got that little leg trap in, didn't he, as well, which nearly paid off. And he's put Travaskis in now to that position that Ravindra was in, that leg gully position. Oh, it's not really leg gully, it's a kind of wider leg slip, but now he's moved him back just as I was describing it in great detail. He's gone. Borthwick's decided to do away with it. We saw it, they tried it, and a couple of times both batsmen clipped balls off the hip and they bounced a couple of yards in front of Ravindra. He would have had to go closer, and I was encouraging him to do so, but you've got to bear in mind, it's not coming slowly,
when you
is
get
it?
closer.
Yeah.
And then we got Coughlin from the Lumley end. Bounds in and bowls this one full, and it's chipped in the air, and it's again about a similar distance, just short of Jones in the covers. An expansive shot first ball from D'Oliveira, and it nearly cost him his wicket.
Yeah, it's all very well being round the corner to a spinner, isn't it? And just waiting, looking at that front pad and thinking it's going to come round there and just reacting. But when it's coming at 80 miles an hour, it's not quite so much fun getting close.
Absolutely. Coughlin yet to take a wicket. There's none for 55. As he charges in, and this one's down the leg side. And there's a bit of a claim, but a bit of a lame claim, I guess. Trousers down the leg side, and Eckersley goes, yeah, it's flicked his pad, mate. Relax. Scott Borthwick likes to get a bit excited, and I love that about Badger. He's just such an enthusiastic.
I was watching
cricketer.
him bowl before. Every ball, his right arm was going up. Every single ball. Every single ball, even when they were just pushing it back.
It was brilliant. We had him on commentary on Friday night for the T20 game, and he was right in the action. He felt every ball as Coughlin comes in. This one's uncomfortable again, and Coughlin chases after his own bowling and attempts to run out to Barnard, but D'Oliveira sends him back in time. It looked like it nipped back a little bit maybe off the seam and made D'Oliveira uncomfortable there. Was it uncomfortable enough to bring that leg gully back in? Maybe leave cover open. Lots of contemplating as a captain here. There's a 1,000 decisions that go through your head when you've been in the field for over 100 overs and you're only halfway through the wickets. As Coughlin comes into bowl, D'Oliveira on strike, and this one's fallen. It's pushed down to mid-on for no run. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much slow stuff they bowl after tea. Ravindra just bowling his first over, a couple of overs from Borthwick and a couple of spells from Travaskis as the number one spinner. Had a quick catch up with Marcus North earlier, and he was like, well, Ravindra, he started off as a spinner batting 6 for New Zealand, so he was expecting him to bowl a little bit this afternoon. As Coughlin runs in and tests the middle of the pitch again, and this one sails through safely to Eckersley behind the stumps. There's our man, Azhar Ali, just has a little wander around. I wonder if anything further's come of their little...
Yeah, do you know anything about it?
I've tried to dig.
Yeah, and me.
Either everybody's keeping very, very quiet, or nobody knows anything.
Yeah,
so
I haven't heard anything. I'll have another little go tonight.
As Coughlin comes in and bowls, and this one's well left outside the off stump and passes through to the keeper for no run. It's a maiden over to start from Coughlin.
One thing I will say is that, and I know they all say this, and everybody says it, they throw it out there, but honestly, what a lovely gentleman Azhar Ali is. He really is, and I just can't see any kind of contretemps being initiated by him, let's put it that way. But you never know, do you? You can get all kinds of mix-ups, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think much has come of it, but he is a real
I think he was disappointed from what I saw in his dismissal, and maybe muttered something to himself, which has maybe been misinterpreted by the bowler. And once everybody's come together, I know he was told to remove himself from the ground by somebody who I'm not going to name. But
well, that might. There you go.
That was right at the end, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think, like I say, maybe a bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah. Here's Ravindra anyway, round the wicket. Lovely, languid delivery. Clipped up to mid-on by Barnard for a single. Good piece of fielding at mid-on.
Busy Barnard, isn't he?
Who's it? Salisbury picks it up, throws the stumps down, knocks it off stump out of the ground at this end, but Barnard was home. Goes to 75, 353 for 5. The other thing I was saying about Azhar Ali yesterday, Ash, I'm not sure if I think I was on with Marty at the time, is in these days of international travel and franchise cricket and everything else. Ravindra in bowls. D'Oliveira pushes back to him. I think Ravindra's appearance in the game prompted it, really. We were talking about how he can come in for one game and that kind of thing. Whether that's right or wrong, I mean, that's not the issue. I mean, you know, I think
individual decisions
it's allowed to
made,
happen, but players moving around, and there's been a lot of debate at home as Ravindra bowls and D'Oliveira's forward, taking on the pad. They appeal. It may be just not done enough. And we're talking about Moeen. You know, people have been saying he didn't play for Worcestershire when he could have done, and this kind of thing. And then you look at Azhar Ali. It doesn't need to be here. He's made his way in the game. He's made his money, I would assume. He's 38 years old. Really doesn't actually need to be playing county cricket at this stage in his life. Ravindra bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, pushing out defensively. But he must just love playing cricket. And from what I've heard, you know, he also loves imparting his knowledge and enthusing others and helping them, and I just think it's brilliant to see somebody who's so much in love with the game that they keep playing. Ravindra bowls again, pushed out on the onside by D'Oliveira, no run. I saw a picture of Derek Randall on Twitter this morning, and somebody said, I don't know, it was an anniversary of his first test or whatever it might be, and then somebody was telling a story about him. But you know, I played against him in the Derbyshire League when he was about 50,
right? And
I was still playing. I mean, he wasn't, and he made 50 as well. Played really, really well, and then kind of ran out of steam. But just loved playing, just kept on playing. He wasn't doing it for the money. So this one's driven by D'Oliveira into the covers. Borthwick Fields, end of a nice tidy over from Ravindra. Good shout in it. It was close, but not given. 2 overs, no made and no wicket for 7. 353 for 5.
It's the kind of one on a flat wicket where you think, do I get a little bit more leeway from the umpires here? Yeah, I just thought it might have been angling slightly down leg side.
Maybe,
It definitely was a good shout.
Maybe just didn't straighten enough.
Not quite enough. So we see some of the Brains Trust there.
Brains Trust. Kadir Moeen's brother with Azhar Ali and Alan Richardson.
Having a
top man Kadir, lovely man. I've done a fair bit of coaching with him, and he's still playing in the Birmingham League on a Saturday. Okay, when he can, didn't play this week, but still in the runs. Still in the runs. Top league player, decent off spinner. Second team coach at Worcester now, and increasingly involved with the first team.
That's Coghlan over the wicket. This one's punched nicely by Barnard. You feel he might have just missed out there as he replays the shot to himself to try and hit that through the gap between point and cover, but no run.
I've got a lovely story about Derek Randall, Ash, that I've told before on air, but it's worth repeating.
Go for it.
Just such a funny character. You obviously you remember him, of course, but after he retired, I don't know if he's still got it, but he had a dried flower business.
Right. As Coghlan approaches and bowls another bouncer. That's safely through to the keeper.
And he lives in a place called Retford, which is up in the hills outside Nottingham. And apparently, the year that he turned 40, he was still playing county cricket. And one of the journalists, I can't remember which one, who wrote for the Cricketer, was telling me at New Road that he was looking around in January when it was quiet for things he could include in the month, next month's magazine, and he saw Randall 40th birthday.
As Coghlan comes into ball now. This one has carried all the way to leg slip. Beddingham flies away to his right and is unable to grab it. That flew quickly, and that's what we were just talking about there. You get a little bit closer, and then all of a sudden one absolutely flies off the inside edge. And Beddingham unable to grasp a really difficult chance down the leg side.
So 2 runs to
Barnard,
So this chap thinks, Derek Randall 40th birthday will be oldest player in the championship. I'll see if I can do a piece with him. So he rang Derek up and he said, yeah, of course you can. He said, come up to my house and we'll do this piece. He said, gave him the address in Retford, told him how to get there, and it was January, I think, and the journalist said as he drove out of London it started snowing.
Oh goodness. And Coghlan comes in and bowls this one full and straight. That's punched to mid-on for no run.
And as he got further and further up towards Nottingham, the snow got heavier and heavier. By the time he got to Nottingham, it was really quite heavy, and he thought, well, I'll carry on, and it was pre-mobiles and everything. And as he got up into Retford, it was really quite thick, and by the time he reached Derek Randall's road, it was pristine snow. There were no tyre marks or anything. And he drove up, found the house, parked outside. His footsteps on the path were the first steps on the path.
As Coghlan comes into bowl, another bouncer, and this one's ducked underneath by Barnard.
And he rang the doorbell, and Derek Randall opened the door, and he was wearing ordinary civvies and a brand new pair of Gunnar Moore pads.
Just breaking them
I
in
say
for the
Gunner
weekend.
Moore or other brands are available. He was breaking them in. He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, don't worry." He said, "I'm just breaking them in for the winter. I always wear them around the house." He said, "Anyway, don't worry. Come in and meet the missus." He said, they went into the kitchen and she had a pair on as well.
Oh, no way. Oh, that's a bouncer, and Barnard has just kind of ducked into that one. It's hit him probably just around
On
the
the
rib
bottom,
cage.
I think.
Yeah. And safely negotiated, though. Both of them are on 77, as Worcestershire now 355 for 5.
Yeah, so he said he walked into the kitchen. Derek Randall walking ahead of him wearing these pads, and he gets in the kitchen, and Mrs. Randall was wearing a pair as well.
It's probably easier to just go along with it. Why fight it? Why fight it? That's awesome.
Fantastic. But he was a great character, wasn't he? Fantastic. In fact, this story this morning was about somebody who said that they saw him playing this game and they gave him. They asked for his autograph for their daughter and said her favourite player was somebody else, and he took the autograph book, put it in his pocket, and during the course of the session, in a test match, ran round and got everybody's autograph in this book and then gave it back to her.
What a guy.
Fantastic.
Love that.
I'll leave you to it, Ash. Ravindra coming in, because I've got to go and do an update. I missed one before. I don't want to get
miss this one after, shouting at them the other day as Ravindra comes into ball. Nice and slow, and this one's just pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira for no run. 3-5-5 for 5. Deficit getting lower. 287. As Ravindra again, left arm round the wicket from the Finkel end. This one's just down the leg side a little bit and tucked away comfortably by D'Oliveira for a single. He moves on to 78, and the score to 3-5-6 for 5. Can Durham make something happen? They nearly forced a breakthrough in the last over as Ravindra comes in. This one drifts nicely in towards leg stump. It's safely negotiated by Barnard as he pushes this back to the bowler and no run. Left arm round the wicket, and this one's tossed up outside off stump to Ben Rain at mid-off, and they scamper through for a single, which again joins both batsmen on 78. Moves the score on to 3-5-7 for 5. As Ravindra comes in, this one's punched away off the back foot. Good fielding by Borthwick in the covers. No run. You'll never see ice creams going that fast up the hill, will he? As we see an ambulance just go up the hill in front of Lumley Castle. To the only real sound in the ground there, apart from now a round of applause for an excellent piece of fielding there by Borthwick as he dives away to his left and fires the ball back into Eckersley to prevent a single. That's good energy from the captain, and that'll transfer to the rest of his players, and that ends the 106th over, I think it is, on the scoreboard there, with Worcestershire 357 for 5. Paul Coughlin will continue from the Lumley end. Leg slip still in place. Bedingham dropping a really tough chance in the last over. As he waits, hands on knees, as does Borthwick in a slip. And this one's tucked off his hip nicely by Barnard out to deep square leg for a single, where Travascus does the fielding. 3-5-8 on the board, and that brings up the 150 partnership between these two. 286 balls in 3 hours exactly. Good batting from these two. Barnard 79 and D'Oliveira on 78. As Coughlin comes into ball, this one's tucked away into the leg side. They'll look for a 2, and they'll get it comfortably as Travascus runs around from deep square to do the fielding. 360 for 5. D'Oliveira now moves on to 80. As we've got Jamie over in the crowd really now shouting for a wicket. He's spent far too long at the cricket without a wicket. as he keeps shouting. I think he was calling Matt Salisbury Strawberry early in the day. Good character comes and watches Durham. As Coghlan pulls this one short and D'Oliveira guides this away down to third man where Ravindra does the fielding and adds another one to the board. 361 for 5. D'Oliveira on 81. Barnard on 79. Coghlan with another bouncer. This one flies through to Eckersley. Safely negotiated again by Barnard. I think everybody just waiting for something to happen here as these batsmen kind of inch towards their centuries, a little bit like Ben Rain and Coghlan yesterday. As Coghlan comes into ball, and this one's fallen down the leg side and missed by Barnard, but safely through to Eckersley. It's just a real lull around the ground. Flying, yeah. Bairstow hit 3 sixes in 7 balls earlier. He's 96 at the moment. As Coghlan comes into ball, and this one's pushed out into the offside for no run. So that ends the 107th over. Worcestershire 361 for 5. D'Oliveira 81, Barnard 79. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow 96 from 72 balls with 9 fours and 5 sixes. And Ben Stokes blocking it on 41 from 45 with 7 fours and a 6. So England really motoring towards that 299 and now only need 86 for victory. In the new era of English cricket, Brendan McCullum in charge, Matthew Mott in charge of the white ball, and that series will start this week over in Holland with Neil Colleen over there as bowling coach. Bryden Cass, of course, over there with him. As Ravindra, left arm around the wicket, comes in, and this one drifts and bites a little bit. It's a nice pace there, just a little bit slower. D'Oliveira just negotiates that one out onto the offside for no run. A little bit flatter from Ravindra, and this one's pulled away, and D'Oliveira's disappointed he hasn't put that away for 4 as it goes down to Johnny Bushnell out on the deep square boundary. Adds another one to his total. He moves on to 82 and the score to 362 for 5. Ravindra getting some nice drift now. That one's defended back down the pitch for no run. Left arm over the wicket, sorry, round the wicket. This one's tucked into the leg side. Jones does the fielding at mid-wicket. Bairstow now moves on to 99. Ravindra bowls this one a little bit flatter and a little bit of curve into the right-hander for no run. 362 for 5, 1 ball remaining. Last ball of the over. This one's tossed right up in the air and Barnard's having none of it and just defends this one down the pitch. That ends the over. Barnard remains on 79, not out. D'Oliveira on 82. 362 for 5. 154 run partnership between these two. Going very tough out there for all concerned, apart from the 2 batters who are absolutely loving this. Paul Coghlan still in the attack. He's bowling right arm over from the Lumley end. 2 slips in place. As he bowls this one full and straight, and D'Oliveira pushes this one comfortably back down the pitch for no run. So Coughlin's trying hard here, looking for a breakthrough. He's none for 61 and into his 23rd over. Frank rejoins us there, so he didn't get shouted at. As Coughlin runs in, and another bouncer from Coughlin. This one's very high. I'm surprised they're not calling some of these wides or no balls, whatever the regulations is at the moment.
Yeah, there was that one this morning that went over Ned Eckersley's head, wasn't it? Didn't half feel for him as a keeper. He did well to get a glove on it, but it was massive, wasn't it?
Sure was. Shows the effort that Coughlin is putting in here. This one is again a full and straight, and D'Oliveira pushes this one down the pitch, where Rushworth at mid-on comes in with a little bit of footwork, saves him bending all the way down to pick it up.
Are you surprised they've done away with that leg gully, Ash?
Well, it looked like it was working, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
They got the chance.
As much as anything, anyway. Yeah.
It was a tough chance, but they created a chance there. Bellingham diving away to his right, unable to claw it back. And Coughlin again hitting a good line and length. Getting a clap from his captain for his efforts. Looks like Bairstow's gone all boring here and waiting for his 100 to come up there, but he's still on 99, not out. England 216 for 4.
I'm told this is a record 6th wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Durham.
Okay, surprised Marty hasn't brought that up.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Slack.
I was surprised as well, because it doesn't seem that big, does it?
Slack. And this is short and wide, and it's guided down comfortably to third man.
But you get those anomalies, don't you, where something that doesn't seem quite that massive, just in for one particular wicket against one particular county is quite. Hasn't
3 for 5.
It's not not a big record. Sorry.
No, it's not. You'd expect that to be a lot higher. Especially Durham. I know they haven't been around long, but 30 years, you would expect that to have be well over the 200 mark for an early
2009.
wicket.
Stephen Davis and Dan Wheeldon, or David Wheeldon, can't remember if it's Dan or David.
So Coughlin runs in, bowls the last ball of the over, and this one is short and it's sharp. And Barnard sways out of the way and continues his momentum towards square leg, probably with a smile on his face. I would have thought it was a good bounce of that one from Coughlin, right on the money, and it ends the over 363 for 5.
There's some pitches you don't want to get bounced on, and there's some that you do, and I think you wouldn't mind too much being bounced on this one, because it's not going to just rattle into your ribs, is it? But and to get up to head height, it's probably got to be so short that you can get out of the way. But saying that, it's never easy. See that picture of one of the New Zealand batsmen yesterday in mid-air? I'll see if I can find it. A fantastic
I saw who
picture.
was batting. One of the tail enders got bounced,
and it was
like contorted out of the way.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Ravindra around the wicket, and this one is played off the back foot by D'Oliveira for no run out into the covers.
Matt Henry it was, wasn't it?
That's the one I saw.
In mid-air, swaying back. I mean, what a great picture. Just summing up the dangers of Test cricket, I suppose. As Ravindra is in again, round the wicket, bowls to D'Oliveira, and he tucks this one away off his pads for a single. Goes to 84.
Johnny Bairstow has brought up his century at Trent Bridge. He's now 102 not out of just 77 balls.
One of the fastest in history, I would think, in Test cricket.
Good effort
in
on
for
the
England.
4th innings as well.
Yeah, sensational. Ravindra again, bowls. This one's short and wide, and Barnard smashes it away on the offside. Picks up 2. Sliding stop by Bedingham out on the cover boundary. Barnard goes to 81. I was saying earlier, Ash, I just cannot fathom why it's got a ball through. It's got a man out there. I'd have a silly point and a short leg, I think, and a ring on the offside as Ravindra bowls again, pushed back up the pitch. I mean, you've still got a lead of 276. I just cannot see why occasionally turning a 4 into a 1 if there is a bad ball is of any significance whatsoever. But I might be missing something, I don't know. 366 for 5. Ravindra again. This lovely, languid left arm round the wicket action. This one on about leg stump. Barnard just pushes it back up to the bowler on the onside. Last ball of the 110th over coming up. And he's in and bowls, and Barnard picked his bat up then as though he was going to sweep, didn't he? And then ended up just correcting it as it maybe just gripped a little bit and pushed it out on the offside. End of the over, 366 for 5.
Looks like he's hit a bit of a groove there, Ravindra. That was apart from one ball in the over, like you said, it was hit hard out to deep point. But
yeah, I mean, if he settles, I think, why not? Silly point, short leg, have a slip, ring on the offside, make it difficult to penetrate, like when Haynes got out this morning. But there's a sort of release valve there every time he gets one not quite right. Just knock it through the gap and get a single.
So I have Johnny Bushnell join the attack.
Wow.
Ball right arm over the wicket from the lovely end. Bowls medium paces.
8th bowler used.
Quite tall and upright in his approach he'll be. But what an opportunity to get a breakthrough here. And I guess when you're 110 overs in,
exactly,
you look for a bit of enthusiasm. So why not go with the debutant?
There's many a batter / semi all-rounder around the circuit who can point to their few wickets and say, well, they brought me on because they tried everybody else and it came off. And of course, a little bit of extra pressure on the batter because you don't want to get out to him, do you?
Absolutely, and he'll never have seen him before either as he approaches now and bowls nice and upright. This one's just down the leg side and tucked away nicely by D'Oliveira for a single. He moves on to 85 and Worcestershire 367 for 5.
It's rare these days, I suppose, I suppose occasionally players play against somebody for the first time. But I mean, when you're playing your league cricket, Ash, I bet you don't very often face somebody that you've never faced before, do you?
Unless they're very young, you tend to have seen the same faces.
Certainly when I played league cricket, you tended to know everybody you were going to come up against.
Definitely, as Bushnell comes in this time, and it's just back of a length and defended by Barnard out into the leg side for no run.
Except in the national knockout and things like that. We had I played for Old Hill in the 80s. We had some good runs, got to 3 consecutive finals in that, and then sometimes you'd meet a regional winner from somewhere else and you'd go up and you'd be facing good quality bowlers that you didn't know anything about. It took a while, but it's unusual in county cricket, I suppose.
Yeah, lots of familiar faces as Bushnell again runs in, hits back of the length, and Barnard fires off for a single, called through by D'Oliveira, I would say there, and Borthwick again thinks he's the unluckiest man in the world as he fires that one at the stumps. It was a good bit of fielding by the skipper, but Rushworth does the backing up and Barnard comfortably home.
He's very demonstrative, isn't he, physically, Scott Borthwick?
Yeah.
He lets everybody in the ground know what he's feeling.
Yeah,
great
on the
great
stuff.
Love it. Love that.
Is he?
Just enthusiasm, isn't it?
Well, he's just saying Ben Stokes is injured but still batting.
Oh,
Bairstow's now
he'll be even more dangerous.
Moved on to 118 from 82 as Bushnell comes in. Second fastest for England.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It's just everybody's just going to say this is the new era, the McCullum reset. We're going to play like this from now on.
It's interesting though.
Open the ground up, make it free for everybody, and then make it entertaining. Fantastic.
They said after the first innings, same old England, didn't they, at Lord's? Yeah. And then all of a sudden they've won, and now it's the new era. As Bushnell comes in and bowls this one back of the length.
Brilliant.
It's a tidy start from Bushnell without being particularly threatening. 2 so far from the over. 368 for 5. D'Oliveira 85 and Barnard on 82, both inching towards centuries.
But also, a 5-day test, going 5 days, ending in the last session, an exciting finish with a full house. Brilliant.
And Bushnell comes in, and this one's tucked away fine by D'Oliveira, and there's going to be some work for Salisbury, who comes herring around and does very well. I think they're going to get back for 3 here, and I'm not sure if it's a leg bye off the hip, and it is a leg byes. D'Oliveira will be thinking, oh, please just give me the 3 there, let me get closer.
But
he stays on 85. Yeah, you just look at your glove or the inside edge as you're running.
Or you run down the pitch going, I nicked it.
100%. 100%. 371 for 5.
Got a nick on it, ump.
At the end of the 111th over. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Take what you can get.
Take everything you can get. 85 D'Oliveira though. He isn't getting close, but I'm not going to start talking too much about landmarks like that yet. 271 the deficit. I punched the air when it went below 300. I'll punch the air even harder when it goes below 2. That's still massive. Even if it goes below 2, it's still massive. You could bat really well, get 500 and still end up with a deficit of 140 odd, which in the context of a game can be crucial, which is why I keep saying, and I've said it again and again, it's time. Just got to bat basically until the end of the game. Ravindra.
A lot of tired legs out there, weren't there? They both spent, well, Worcester spent about nearly 160 overs in the dirt. Durham now 111.
Ravindra round the wicket to D'Oliveira, pushes this back up the pitch. I mean Barnard must be tired. He's been out there 156 balls.
He's bowled nearly 30
and
overs.
He bowled nearly 30 overs. I don't know if you were here when I was saying before, Ash, about the innings he played at Trent Bridge earlier in the season.
No, I missed that.
It was in a similar cause. As D'Oliveira cuts this from Ravindra out for 2. Worcester rolled over in the first innings at Trent Bridge for 159 in 41 overs, so obviously the game was hastening on towards its conclusion. At the close on that first day, Notts had already gone well past Worcestershire. They were 203 for 7. Ravindra bowls, D'Oliveira covers up, and they ended up getting 266, so that was a decent first innings lead. Worcestershire 107 behind on first innings, and everybody was saying this game's only going to last 2.5 days. Ravindra in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, pushes out on the onside, and then in their second innings Worcestershire made 339 and Ed Barnard got 163 not out.
Wow.
And batted for 448 minutes.
Outstanding.
It was one of the best innings I've seen from a Worcestershire player in recent years. I went that far. That was, Stuart Broad, Dane Patterson, they were bowling really well. Broad went round the wicket with a sort of 3 men behind square, well 2 behind square and 1 in front on the leg side, and aimed at the body. Brilliant innings, and ended up setting Notts 233. They still lost, but it was a fantastic innings, and he's enhanced his reputation, Ed Barnard, as a batsman since moving up the order to number 6. Got a couple of hundreds last year and has carried on this year. And another thing
having the team, isn't he? That he batted 6 and he's a tidy bowler.
He is, and he's the subject of an approach from Warwickshire, we understand, which is bad news for Pears fans. That was made public yesterday. But what I was also going to say is so fit. As Ravindra bowls outside the leg stump, D'Oliveira just very nonchalantly just kicks it away. He's gone over the wicket, the left armour. But he's so fit to play innings like that, innings like this, bowl 30 odd overs,
and mentally tough. You've got to be as well.
Really good. Ravindra leg slip and an ordinary slip in place as he comes in and bowls, and D'Oliveira again just kicks.
It's like a curtsy, wasn't it?
Yeah, just lets it hit him on the pad and says, "Don't waste time." End of the over, 373 for 5.
Yes, or I've got all the time in the world, mate. You're not going to bowl there to me.
Remember when Ashley Giles did that for England a few times, didn't he? Went over the wicket, bowling into the rough, and got that sort of treatment from various batsmen.
Yeah, it's not the
you
most
just got to
exciting,
make sure it doesn't do something silly though, haven't you, and go round the back of your legs. Or
I've seen that Strauss one and over ones in a different league, but that Strauss leave at Edgbaston, I think it was, where he ripped it out of the rough and Strauss had a wander across and kicked fresh air.
Yeah, horrible. There are many ways to get out, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I found most of them.
I'm sure. If you play long enough, you tend to, don't you? What's the most bizarre way you've ever been out, Ash? That's a good question. I'll let you have a think about it.
I know.
Oh, you're on it straight away?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Bushnell comes over the wicket into Barnard, and it's something I talk about all the time. So I played once at Lord's, and it was on Sky and everything, and really excited. And
it was Richo, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
You think you told me about it?
Yeah, off the bottom of my thigh pad and dribbled round and bowled me. So yeah, every time I see him, he gives me a little bit of a shiver.
Yeah.
He probably won't remember it because he took 1,000
Oh,
wickets.
he will.
Didn't
He will.
He's, but yeah, he'd been at Middlesex at the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, I still had one of the best days of my life being at Lord's. But yeah, that kind of put a little bit of a dampener on it. As Bushnell comes in, this one's a little bit fuller and straighter and clipped nicely by D'Oliveira. I'll grab at least a couple as Travaska scuttles in the outfield and does a good bit of fielding to keep it to 2, and a great throw into the keeper.
Well, if you want to get Richo back, you can get him with a story that I've heard about him, which is that when he reached 1,000 career runs,
Right.
I think it was his 16th season,
Wow.
and reached 1,000 career runs, and Hickey sent him a message that said, "Congratulations, Richo, on reaching 1,000 career runs in 20 years. Some of us do it in 30 days."
Love that. As Bushnell comes in, this again's tucked into the leg side, and D'Oliveira's thinking, starting to get close here. I'm going to be looking for every run I can get, but he gets one. Travaskas does well out in the deep to prevent any further. 377 for 5. D'Oliveira now into the 90s. He moves on to 90. Barnard on 83.
But it's no disgrace. In all seriousness, he was a tremendous bowler, Alan.
Yeah, he was. He
By
was
the end of his
different as well.
career, I mean, it took him a long time to make his way in the game, and played for 4 different counties, and Wisden Cricketer of the Year, of course, in one of his seasons at Worcestershire.
Bushnell comes in, and Durham looking for a little strangle down the leg side of their own, and Eckersley misses that one as it goes down the leg side, but it's just a bye, wasn't a miscatch.
Yeah, one of Wisden's 5 in
Excellent, yeah,
in
great servant
one
to county
season,
cricket.
and just brilliant. I think when Worcestershire signed him, some people thought, why are they signing this chap when he's nearing the end of his career? And he had some brilliant years.
Now still a part of the staff. As I said, saw him wandering around the ground there, and I got a shiver and a flashback. As Bushnell comes into ball, and this is a good line of length, and just nudged away into the offside for no run. 90 for D'Oliveira, 83 for Barnard. Both batters looking at some milestones, and the game is just meandering at the moment. Batting looking very, very comfortable. As Frank said, Durham now using their 8th bowler of the innings. As Bushnell comes in and bowls a good ball attacking the stumps, and this one's defender out into the offside for no run. That ends over 113. Worcestershire 378 for 5.
So we've had in this game 268 overs, and we've seen 12 wickets
12
fall.
wickets. What we got there? Best part at 800, 900, nearly 1,200 runs. 12 plus.
Yeah.
No.
It's not what you'd call an even contest, I suppose, between bat and ball, is it?
Stokes now 50.
It's got to be close now, hasn't it?
Yeah, England need 50 to win.
Wow. Plenty of time. Bairstow's taken that
Going crazy.
part of the conundrum out of it completely, isn't he? Ravindra's staying over the wicket, which is interesting. Travaskis' leg slip, putting a helmet on, which suggests that he's going a bit closer than he was before. And Borthwick at mid-wicket comes across, having a chat. Who's that at first slip?
Big Coggers.
Yeah, Paul
Coghlan,
at first slip. Travaskis at leg slip.
So yeah, 1,000.
Man on the drive on both sides.
1,020 runs scored so far for 12.
Yeah. Here he is, Ravindra over the wicket, and Barnard goes for the reverse and plays it expertly. He's good at it, gets it away for 4. He's hitting it with the spin through backward point for 4. That is, for me, I don't like that. It's a great shot. He plays it as well as almost anybody, but at this point, in these circumstances, for me, that's a bit risky. I don't know.
With that
you
field,
might tell me differently.
I'm not really sure how you can get out with that field unless he gloves it to slip.
That's
maybe.
what I'd be worried about.
But I think he's been in long enough now.
But
if he gets that anywhere near right, then there's nobody behind
No.
point apart from slip.
No, you're
so
right. I'm old-fashioned.
risk and reward, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. Kicks it away now.
A good shin.
Like D'Oliveira did.
I love
just
that
lets it hit
D'Oliveira
it.
little shimmy
the
as if he was going to run,
first one.
and he's kicked it. Brilliant.
Yeah. No, I think it's the modern game, and so when you talk about risk and reward, what I suppose what I've got to get my head around is that for me, that's risky.
Yeah,
for him,
them
it's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's so good at it. He's very inventive in white ball cricket. He's also good at that, and you saw the way he played that little ramp off his very first ball.
Yeah.
Gets another single here down to long leg Barnard. Goes to 88. D'Oliveira is 90. 383 for 5. And the partnership 177 as Ravindra is in and bowls slightly flatter, quicker one, and D'Oliveira just eases in behind it, pushes it, drops it down on the onside.
Gone mental. 264 for 4, Marty says, England at the moment.
Wow, they're nearly there.
Going
Goodness
crazy.
me. I bet that crowd, imagine being there.
Stokes is on the action now.
Free entry, full house.
Bracewell to Stokes 4, Bracewell to Stokes 6.
Wow.
There you go, 264 for 4, 35 required. Not quite Headingley-esque, but I bet there's a great atmosphere there right now.
Fantastic, I should think. Yeah.
A little bit different to what we've got here, which is...
Well, they say you always enjoy a pint. If somebody gives it you for nothing, you enjoy it even more.
Yeah.
Well,
they've been entertained.
they've been entertained, haven't they, that
Are
crowd?
you not entertained?
Goodness me. They've had a great day. Change in the field, big change in the field as Ravindra comes round the wicket for the last 2 balls of the over. We've got 2 slips now, and he's throwing this one up outside the off stump. 2 slips and a backward point. Man on the drive. It's suddenly a much more conventional left arm spinner's field. I still don't think he needs to leave that big gap though for a single to be taken.
No.
He comes in again now and bowls, and D'Oliveira lets that go. It's wide outside the
Surprised he
stump.
hasn't just give that
End
little
of the
nudge there.
over. And 383 for 5. D'Oliveira 90. Barnard 88. And update time coming. I'll pass my headset over to Ash.
Technology again at its finest.
Where are we? Which one's you on and which one's me on?
Both on. All
Both
good.
on.
All good.
I've now got the cricket test match on my phone. I've got this game on my iPad. So this reminds me of England against New Zealand in the World Cup final in 2019, when it was me and Dave Bradley sat here commentating on a game here while England were in the run chase, and each delivery at Lord's was nicely in kilter with the deliveries here. So there's Salisbury. This is not Salisbury. Who's this? It's Bushnell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bushnell. I didn't write him in my.
We'll end up commentating on what's happening on your phone in a moment, I think.
Well, I remember Nathan Rimington was bowling here, so I would describe a delivery here,
Yeah.
then look at the phone and say what had happened at Lord's, then back to Rimington, then back to Lord's, and he had the number 11 on his back.
The 4.
But the numerals were really thick, and as he was running away from me at one point, it looked like he was going to clash his delivery with one from Lord's. And Bushnell balls, defended on off stump by Barnard, and because he looked like he had a pause button on his back as he was running away from me with number 11, I put my thumb up and paused Nathan Rimington as he was bowling here. That is no word of a lie. Anyway, the day's play finished here fractionally before the cup final finished. We watched the Super Overs upstairs, and everybody was jumping around like loonies when England won.
As Bushnell comes in, and this one's dabbed into the offside.
Oh, Bairstow's out.
No, he's thrown it away.
27 more needed to win. 272 for 5. Bairstow's just gone for 136.
Funny game, cricket. That's some knock, that, on the 4th innings. I know it's a good pitch at Trent Bridge, but wow. Records will be broken there.
Well, I remember when Durham chased down, was it 189 to win there? And the night after the fire in the team hotel, they were kept in the field till after tea on the final day. Bushnell again. This is fended away by Barnard to short leg. And a leg by is going to be signalled. Anyway, they chased it down with Mark Stone and Phil Mustard opened the batting in the run chase, and both broke the record for the fastest 50s for Durham, and that was against an attack including the likes of Stuart Broad that day.
Some entertaining innings we saw from those two in white ball cricket, wasn't it? Stoneman and Mustard.
Bushnell comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. A little waft at it from D'Oliveira. They have targeted his leg stump regularly today, haven't they, Durham? 136 glorious runs, and then Bairstow, I think, was caught behind there. Bushnell, this is played off towards mid-wicket. Travascus with a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end, and D'Oliveira as well, safely in there. People tweeting now that they're still waiting for the England claps. Reminder that today at the Test, the highlights, if you're elsewhere today or listening to us, will be on BBC Two at 7 o'clock this evening from the BBC. The Stand, by the way, with Bairstow and Stokes was worth 179 runs in 20 overs. Wowzers. That's brutal, that.
Yeah, it's savage.
179 in 20 overs.
Yeah, Bairstow. Have a look at Bairstow's strike rate. Crazy. Ravindra, left arm around the wicket, trying to provide us with some excitement here at the Riverside as we get the excitement of a D'Oliveira leave and through to Eckersley safely for no run. Durham desperately pushing for a wicket. Not as desperate as New Zealand, but very desperate. 385 for 5. And Ravindra tosses this one up as it's pushed away into the offside, where D'Oliveira scrambles through looking for a potential second. He moves on to 92, Barnard on 88. 368 for 5. As Ravindra now, Barnard on strike. This one short and wide and allowed again through to the keeper.
Yes, we are in a bit of a stalemate here as far as this game is concerned. Worcestershire are 386 for 5. They still trail by 256, but Brett D'Oliveira, their skipper, is on 92. Ed Barnard is on 88 at the other end. So these two have put on 178, similar to what Ben Rain and Paul Coghlan did for Durham yesterday afternoon when they got their centuries in a stand of 213. Meanwhile, absolute carnage down at Trent Bridge. I know you've been updating people today, but the statistics are incredible. England chasing 299, a record run chase against New Zealand, are 272 for 5. Ben Stokes, the Durham all-rounder England skipper's on 60, and he's just put on a partnership, a staggering partnership of 179 in 20 overs with Johnny Bairstow, who's blasted the ball to all parts of the ground. Bairstow has just gone for 136, so absolute carnage down there. Highlights of that one on BBC Two tonight at 7 o'clock.
And as we come back after Marty's update, there's an excellent cover drive by Barnard out to the deep as Bedingham dives full stretch out on the rope and might have just hurt himself there and tweaked his back, which he is having troubles with. He's struggling to get back up off the ground. That moves Barnard on to 91. The score on to 389 for 5.
Well, he's not picking himself up here. The physio's come out. Susan, is it Susan?
Yeah. And PK, I think.
And this is not good. Now, this is what Frank was talking about earlier. Is it worth the effort of injuring yourself to save a single in these situations?
Yeah, my concern. I've been watching him quite closely actually out in the outfield, and
he seems to have been.
Might be his shoulder there.
He's hurt.
Yeah, but he's dived full stretch there, and I'm not actually. To be honest with you, I thought that was 4. It was a brilliant effort. He's now going to be subbed off. And to be fair, not that I want to be cynical, but it might be a tactical one. Just go, yeah, I've hurt my shoulder there, and after
he seems to be smiling.
116 overs out in the field, I'm going to come off, lads, and we'll get one of the young fellas on.
And the physio's there as well. What's
be Dr. Curry, I think.
Yeah,
Dr. Paul Curry there
Curry,
with Susan.
Yeah. Now he's going off, holding his wrist. And it's his right.
I think it's his shoulder. I think he's just giving himself a bit of support there.
Yeah, well, do you think he's popped his shoulder?
I'm not sure, but he looked in a bit of discomfort there, and
We were down at North Hants a couple of weeks ago. It was nearly 3 weeks ago now, and Ashton Turner dislocated his shoulder. He stood up and it was poking in the wrong direction. And I was looking through the binoculars at the time, and then Paul Corey came out and just gradually pulled it back into place. Wasn't even a yank, just did it very gently. And so
folks joining the party now down at Trent Bridge as he gets his first boundary. England 277 for 5, needing 2 little ducks to get home. Speaking of 2 little ducks, Chris Rushworth out there, number 22 on his back. He's tossing his wide-brimmed hat around. I thought he might have been coming on to bowl there.
So was that declared a 4 or not? No, 3.
No, 3. 3. Barnard 91, D'Oliveira 92. 389 now for 5. Really eating into that deficit. It stands at 253, I think, from the look. That white text is no good for my eyes. Is it 253, the deficit?
Yeah.
We might see spin from both ends here as Borthwick looks like he's going to come and introduce himself into the attack from the Lumley end.
Again, we're asking the question here, aren't we? How can enough wickets fall in this game now to end up with a victory tomorrow? And Durham have only got halfway through this very stubborn Worcestershire lineup again. And there's only 17 overs to go tonight as well. These two take them into tomorrow, then come back well into the morning, then can't really see how anything else can happen. And then it's going to be at the point where Durham will probably want to give their bowlers a bit of a breather, because they've bowled 116 overs.
Yeah.
So they put their feet up for a couple of hours.
Lots of tired legs out there.
Game goes, doesn't it?
It's Borthwick into the attack, and this one's dragged down and punched off the back foot out to Michael Jones out at the Castle Stand boundary for a single. Brings Barnard to 92, along with D'Oliveira.
Test match highlights are going to be canny tonight, aren't they?
It looks like a highlight anyway, doesn't it?
Full ground, was hardly anybody there yesterday. Just shows what the odd freebie can do.
Good move from the administration as Borthwick comes in. This one's tucked around the leg side, and D'Oliveira will take another single.
Leicestershire 86 for 7 against Nottinghamshire and is still 22 behind in their second innings.
We'd kill for that many wickets. Borthwick tosses the ball from right to left hand and comes in and bowls this one, and Barnard slices this one away off the back foot to Travascus, who does the fielding. And he comes, Borthwick, full of energy. This one's just defended back down the pitch for no run.
Ben Stokes nearly been run out here. He was way out of his crease. The ball's just missed the stumps.
Borthwick fizzes this one down. That's defended comfortably back down the pitch by Barnard again for no run. D'Oliveira 93, Barnard 92. Worcester 391 for 5. 1 ball remaining in the over. As Borthwick tosses this one up nicely, and Barnard drives, and they're going to pinch a run here. Oh. Well, got a good curve on Rushworth's throw there as he's come in. A bit of a misfield by Rain, and they get through for a second as they scramble to their milestones.
This is happening again, look. 93 and 94. This is exactly yesterday afternoon, isn't it?
Hopefully they bring them up in the same over and then they declare. But I don't see that happening. No. What do you reckon, Frank? Gutsy declaration behind? Not having it. Me neither. I'll bat and bat and bat and bat until there was no more. You made us out here for that long. Look and see what we can do. Back to you. 393 for 5. Barnard now Nips in front of the race to 100 on 94. D'Oliveira on 93.
Ravindra, left arm round. This is cut towards point. In fact, it's gone beyond point. Clarkson as a sub for Beddingham. He fields from way out in the deep. D'Oliveira moves on to 95. He has had 122 against Durham in a floodlit game here, which was a draw, a watery draw in 2017. He's had 10 hundreds and 12 50s, well, 13 50s including today, but so this will be the 11th century for him. Pushes this and goes for a quick single out into the short extra cover area. Jones is there but doesn't pick it up cleanly.
.280 for 5 England. Just 19 required. Ravindra.
People suggesting that Stokes is having issues with his knee again, but he's still batting. He's on 61.
Well, he's a tough boy.
Had problems with his knee a few years ago. I remember as Ravindra bowls here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a full toss, which is played up to mid-off, 1 run for Barnard. He moves on to 95. This is incredible, this. All the way through the 90s and the 80s yesterday, Rain and Coghlan were only a run apart and quite often level. And then Rain got to 99, Coghlan was on 98 and he pipped them to 100, and then Rain hit a 4 to finish on 103. The two of them, their first centuries. Now they're bringing short leg out into short extra cover. It's got 2 in there for D'Oliveira. It's a wideish ball. He looks to cut and he's leaning a long way across, plays and misses. This was the figure that Scott Borthwick was on day 1 when he got himself out on 96 to a spinner. Tried to sweep Josh Baker and went LBW. Ravindra bowls and D'Oliveira watches that one wide of off stump.
Was attempted a second
sensible
time,
that time, yeah. New Zealand comes in again from the Finkel end, bowls, and again it's left by D'Oliveira. It's too wide of off stump for him to think about it, but he did have a go 2 deliveries ago and played and missed. End of the over.
Over to Barnard, who's on 95, not out. D'Oliveira on 96. Worcestershire inching that deficit closer and closer. 249 now. 397 for 5.
Question for Andy Zaltzman, the Test match basketball scorer. How many teams have lost having scored 837 in a match? He'll have it somewhere, I bet, as well.
Borthwick rips the ball from right hand to left hand, bounds in and bowls this one, and Barnard punches off the back foot. It's out to Rushworth out on the boundary, who does well, comes in, fires the ball into Eckersley and just the single.
Barnard's got
ties them back up on 96.
300s, but his highest score actually came this year, 163 not out against Notts at Trent Bridge, which Frank was saying earlier was one of the best knocks you've seen.
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
Previous best before that, 128 against Essex last year.
It's Borthwick again, tosses this one up in the air, and D'Oliveira thinks about trying to take a single, but Salisbury gets around on the leg side to prevent that. It's almost nearly commentating on 96 all at the moment. Who will be the first to the milestone? Both fully deserve hundreds. Worked hard for their team today. As Borthwick comes in, and Borthwick again with lots of enthusiasm thought that was going to be a wicket. D'Oliveira just tucks it into the leg side for no run, and another boundary there to England. Ben Folkes clipping one beautifully away through mid-wicket. Brings victory ever closer for the Three Lions. Trent Bridge. D'Oliveira just taking his time, which he's got plenty of. As Borthwick comes into ball, and this one is again has D'Oliveira on the back foot, but nice and straight. And tucked away, but no run. Just a little holding pattern here as both of these look to get to their centuries. Both 4 runs away. As Borthwick tosses this one right up in the end, D'Oliveira clips this one on the full. Out to deep square leg, where substitute Graham Clark, who's on the field for David Bedingham, does the fielding. So D'Oliveira is winning 97-96 now against Barnard. And Barnard will face the last ball of Borthwick's over. As he approaches now. And that's a nice looking delivery as he hits that to mid-off and sets off and then aborts the run. And that ends Borthwick's over. Worcestershire 399 for 5. D'Oliveira 97, Barnard 96. England just 14 away from a famous victory at Trent Bridge. And we're seeing the end of the Ravindra experiment. As his 9-over spell comes to an end, none for 28. And Ben Rain is going to rejoin the attack, who has arguably even has been the most threatening of the Durham bowlers. He's picked up the 3 wickets, but is the one that really does challenge the stumps and bowls straight here at Durham. 3 wickets on the back of his maiden first-class century. Be feeling pretty good. He'd be tired, but ready for another spell here. Try and take a couple of late wickets to see if Durham can get into some kind of position in this game, while these 2 batsmen are looking for big milestones, centuries. D'Oliveira 97, Barnard 96.
Inside the last hour now, aren't we? What's the time?
It's 20 past 5.
So it's 4 overs every 15 minutes. Rain bowls, played off the back foot by D'Oliveira, out through the covers,
100.
and he's going to get his 100. This might go for 4 either way. He's going to run 3, and he's there. Raises his bat in celebration. Excellent effort from Brett D'Oliveira. Punch of both fists. 249 balls and 10 fours. 305 minutes.
Thoroughly deserved there for D'Oliveira. Frank's giving him a standing ovation as well here. There's a few Worcester fans around the ground this week, which is really nice to see. And that's an excellent 100 from him. His back's against the wall for Worcestershire.
And they get 400 on the board as well, but they're outside the cut-off point, aren't they?
Yeah, the 110 overs mark has passed. So, will we see the same as yesterday? Barnard is on 96, and will we see 2 centuries in the 1 over again? He's got 5 balls of Ben Rain to get there.
Rain comes in and bowls. Barnard leaves that one. So that is D'Oliveira's 11th century.
One more than his dad.
One more than his dad, is it? Well, that'll mean something as well, won't it?
Yeah, good bragging rights out at the breakfast table.
Maybe the punch of the air and the looking up to the heavens there. He was, wasn't he? He was looking up to the heavens.
Yeah, he'll have a good look up there. His dad will be very proud. But yeah, 11 first-class centuries and a real fighting one here.
This is through to the keeper as well from Rain.
Real fighting century there. Durham just looking to take a bit of control when he came to the crease. Himself and Barnard have put on a fantastic partnership here, which is approaching 200. And the 194, the partnership. Long time in the field as captain gets tiring. He also injured that shoulder diving away. He's an all-action cricketer, isn't he, for Worcestershire, and it's been an excellent 100 from him here today. Frank will look back at that night watchman for him and just have a little smile on his face.
His dad was Damien, who died in 2014 at the age of 53.
It's young, wasn't it?
And yeah, 10 hundreds and 46 50s in his 234 matches. This is played to the gully area by Barnard. No run there.
I didn't realise it was that long actually since he'd passed.
He was a coach at Worcestershire, wasn't he?
I think they're ingrained, the whole family are ingrained there for a long time. Part of the furniture at Worcester.
And again, it's a dot ball for Barnard, so not quite emulating yesterday then.
This is boring. But yeah, no, absolutely no hurry is there for Barnard. In fact, striking slightly quicker than D'Oliveira. He's been busy since he came to the crease. First ball he was lap sweeping to get away. And both deserve their hundreds. England only 8 away now from victory.
This is played away towards the backward square leg for 1 run by Barnard. So he's on 97.
Keeps the strike.
And keeps the strike. So can he do it and over apart?
Stats there for D'Oliveira's 110 fours.
Oh.
248 balls.
Callum Parkinson's got a pair for Leicestershire, so they're still 10 behind in their second innings at 98 for 8 at home to Notts. So Nottinghamshire starting this round of matches, they were, what are we, 9 points behind the leaders Middlesex. So another win in the reckoning there for them.
4 to win for England now as Stokes hits another boundary. Borthwick continues to Barnard. It's a good ball.
There you are. Done it.
Yep. England are home.
Brilliant.
Trent Bridge, Johnny
5
Bairstow.
wicket win, wowzers. Stokes smacks another 4 to win the game. What a machine.
Seen worse. 503 for 5 here. As Barnard just pushes this one back to Borthwick for no run.
England knocked off 299 in 50 overs.
It's incredible, isn't it?
2-0 up now in the series with
on a day 5 pitch. Borthwick comes in and Barnard just says, you can have that one back. The two of them playing together. Stays on 97. D'Oliveira on 100. This one's short and a little bit of turn there for Borthwick. Barnard thinking about turning that on the leg side and then just opened the face. Ran it away to backward point, but for no run.
I wonder if Radio Tees might deem it worthy of leading with England's cricketers rather than England's footballers tonight in this next bulletin.
This one just patted back again. These two playing on their own. No run. Last ball of the over. As Borthwick approaches. This one's driven firmly back down the ground. Barnard pinches a single as that one's just misfielded by Borthwick. And again, Barnard manipulating the strike, moves on to 98, inching ever closer. He won't care if it takes another half an hour, and as long as he gets to that 100 mark. The partnership now on 196. Been outstanding from this pair.
What did Stokes finish on?
About 80, I think.
Let's have a look. 75.
This is the highest partnership for... I can't even read that, mate. Any wicket.
Against Durham beating Azar and Haynes earlier.
Oh yeah, what did they do? They were 195, weren't they?
Fantastic.
So yeah, this beats the partnership from May this year.
Frank firing the stats out there rather than Marty. Love that. Yeah. Highest wicket
Well, the highest partnership for any wicket was Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes, 195
Ben Rain
in May.
balls, and this one's just defended out into the offside for no run.
So they've now broken a record that was set in May this year. So
It'll never be broken. .404 for 5. On another gloomy day here at the Riverside, as Ben Rain approaches Barnard on 98, and he pushes this one out into the offside, and Coghlan throws at the stumps. Just creating his own little bit of tension out there at the moment, Barnard has been really busy and played nicely and deserves 100. Rain to Barnard, right arm over the wicket, and this one's full and it's driven away, and Barnard will pinch a single again to mid-off. They've done that really well, they've run hard in that area, and he moves on to 99. 405 for 5. Yeah, so congratulations to England. It's an excellent series victory. The 2 test matches both could have gone either way at certain points, and England getting home very, very well in both of them. And a series win with including 3 Durham players, not that we want to boast too much, and led by Durham's Ben Stokes. And that last boundary reminiscent of Headingley, wasn't it? Yeah. Where he hit it dismissively off the back foot through the covers for 4.
Super slow-mo close-up with all the crowd in the background from the side of the field. Will be on the highlights reel later, I would imagine. Not bad for a 3 days entertainment, says Henry Moran.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well done, England.
Ben Rain over the wicket to D'Oliveira. And this could be out, and it is out. He's just got to his 100, and Ben Rain sneaks one through his defences and hits him on the pad. And that ends an excellent stand there. A little bit of movement maybe off the seam from
he's
Rain.
Knocked him over.
And he has gone LBW for 100 exactly. That came off 250 deliveries, included 10 fours, and Durham get a much needed wicket after a fantastic partnership. I think it was 197. The scoreboard was moving a little bit quickly for me there, so I didn't quite get to see what the last.
It is 197.
It was 197.
And he was punching his bat in fury there, wasn't he?
He'd be disappointed, to get to 100 and then not to kick on. It was a good bit of bowling by Ben Rain, who is having an absolute fantastic game. He has 4 for 55 now to go with his first innings century. And Durham now, and Frank will obviously know a lot more about what's to come, but we'll feel they're a little bit into the bowlers and the all-rounders now. And he gets a standing ovation, D'Oliveira, from his teammates and from the small crowd that is still in the members. I think there's a group of Worcestershire fans there that look a little bit more enthusiastic than the Durham fans over there, but that's a superb century. Oh, we've got the keeper coming out.
Gareth Roderick. Got a pair against Durham last year in Worcester.
In all sorts of trouble now. Worcester at 405 for 6. Still trailing by a mammoth 237. Yeah, in all seriousness, that's a good breakthrough by Ben Rain. And maybe a tricky little session here leading up to stumps, as we have 11 overs after this one. In gloomy conditions, wouldn't surprise me if the lights don't come on shortly. Although it has been similar light for most of the afternoon. It's just starting to darken a little. Not what you need, gloomy conditions after you've sat on your backside for the best part of 3 hours watching other people bat. This is when You're likely to get out quite early. Not that I want to put the jinxes or the mockers on him. But Roderick now, very open stance. As Ben Rain comes into bowl. This one's fallen straight and defended nicely by the Worcestershire keeper out into the covers for no run.
Well, I've got to do tees now.
You're famous. Infamous. Last ball of Ben Rain's 24th over. He comes into bowl now, right arm over the wicket, and this is defended back to him by Roderick. Ends a successful over. Haven't been able to say that much in this game. Worcestershire now 405 for 6. Barnard still there on 99 not out. Just one run away from a well-deserved century. But Ben Rain, the man with a bit of magic in this game, picks up his 4th. 24 overs, 4 for 55. Scott Borthwick will continue.
Well, pretty exciting in a sort of short-term way.
As updates go on around us, as Frank does his update for Radio Hereford and Worcester. And Marty waiting for Radio T's. As Borthwick comes in and Barnard pushes this one down to mid-off. Borthwick just trying to transfer a bit of pressure onto Barnard on 99. That sweeper's still out on the offside. I'd love to see him come in and make him really earn that last run. As Borthwick comes into bowl and Barnard, he tosses this one up and Barnard just tries to give himself a little bit of room and pushes this one back down the pitch to Borthwick. Again, no run.
Really well today. They've lost only 3 wickets all day, but they've still got to just keep batting and keep batting and keep batting.
Borthwick comes in and Barnard, a little false drive at this one off the inside edge. Ravindra does the fielding at mid-wicket, diving on the hard square here at the Riverside. He's jumping up and down, so that's hurt his elbow. Borthwick bowling nicely here. This one's tossed up and Barnard defends on the offside for no run. Mike Jones doing the fielding. These little things just start to play on the mind a little bit now. Barnard been on 99 for quite a while. As Borthwick comes in and bowls an excellent delivery, which again is pushed back to the bowler for no run. Borthwick doing some nice keepy ups. On this return, last ball of the over, and then I'm going to hand back to Frank. It'll be willing Barnard onto a deserved century here, and this one's short, and it's punched off the back foot, and he does get his century. Richly deserved from Barnard as he punched that away, and Borthwick's a little bit disappointed. He's let him get away there. 197 deliveries it's taken, and the same as D'Oliveira comes up with 10 fours, but a super 100 there from Ed Barnard. Came in at a tricky time just before lunch, but has been busy from ball 1 and gets himself a well-deserved 100 and moves the Warwickshire. Sorry, I'm really sorry, I know. Don't swear at me. Don't email in. It was a mistake. I'm sorry. 406 for 6. Fantastic stuff from Barnard. Pleased from there. Under a little bit of pressure there, Borthwick and Rain have bowled well in the last little stint. Made him really earn that last run, but he's done well. And I'm going to pass you back over to Frank.
Thanks, Ash. Thanks for that. Fair description, I think, of Barnard's 100. He's been busy since the start, and he thoroughly deserved it. It's the 4th of his career, should I say, 4th of his career. 2 last season, 2 this season, and a very valuable innings. I've just been saying in my update for BBC Hereford and Worcester that when you look at the scoreboard, it looks great, doesn't it? 406 for 6, until you look at that 236 deficit. And then it doesn't look quite so good. Here's Ben Rain, the chief destroyer of this innings so far. 4 for 55. Pretty good bowling in 24 overs on this pitch. Ben Rain, I reckon he's done more with it than anybody, perhaps except Ed Barnard in the Durham innings, who didn't have any luck at all and didn't pick up any wickets. But 4 for 55. He's in his 25th over, Ben Rain. He's persevering, and he's got more out of this surface and got more movement in the air, in my opinion, probably than any other bowler. He's bowling to Barnard, who's on 100, and Barnard is pushing this out on the offside, and there's no run. Shared that partnership of 197 for that 6th wicket with Brett D'Oliveira, who was out for exactly 100, and he was devastated when he was out. D'Oliveira punching his bat in disbelief almost as he made his way off, but played a fine innings himself, his 11th first class 100, and I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that it means that he's now got one more than his father. I'd be pretty pleased about that in a nice sort of way. Left alone outside the off stump. This one from Rain by Barnard scoots through to the wicket keeper. Gareth Roderick, non-striker, under a little bit of pressure, probably just in his own mind as much as anything, because his move from Gloucestershire has not gone well in terms of run scoring. We all know that there's a good player in there, and he's got a good decent record, but hasn't really managed to find his touch in a Worcestershire shirt. Rain bowls, and Barnard is forward pushing out on the offside. Kept wicket though really well, I must say, in the first innings of this game. Roderick picked up 5 catches, very tidy, but in with a chance now of getting in on a good pitch. And if he can get in, like we've been saying throughout the game, if you can get in on this pitch, and when I say get in, I mean feel comfortable, get used to the pace of it, get used to the circumstances, the conditions. If you can get in, then really you ought to be able to stay in, because it's not offered a lot to the bowlers. Rain, however, is still persevering. This one is outside the off stump, steered down into the ground by Barnard, bounces up into the slips, gathered by Coughlin at 3rd slip. Barnard will want to go on now, want to keep going. I've been singing his praises and saying how fit he is, and he will want to still be there at the end of the day. What have we got? 9 overs left in the day after this one, so that will be the next target, I guess. These two will have said, let's see if we can see it through. And if they do, it will have been a good day for the pairs. Another wicket, they might feel under a bit more pressure as Rain bowls, takes Barnard on the pad. They go through for a leg bye. There's an appeal, but that's clearly slanted down the leg side from the seamer. End of the over, which means Barnard keeps the strike, and Worcestershire 407 for 6 in reply to Durham's 642 for 7 declared. A maiden from Ben Rain, who has the excellent figures of 25 overs and 9 maidens, 4 for 55. Outstanding figures in the context of this cricket match. And when you put it along with his maiden first class 100, I don't think this is a game that Ben Rain's going to forget very quickly. Well, Scott Borthwick's going to carry on with his leg spin from the Lumley end, and he's bowling to Barnard, who is back to this and working away on the onside for a single. Borthwick in his 8th over has conceded 20 runs so far. The other figures, I've mentioned Rain's figures. Rushworth 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 89. Salisbury 19 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 73. Coughlin 23 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 62. Travaskis 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 wicket for 40. Ravindra, the Kiwi, 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. I'll just break off as Travaskis bowls, and Roderick leans forward and pushes out on the offside. And Bushnell, the debutant local boy, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. None of those figures particularly flattering, with the exception of the excellent rains. As Borthwick bowls again, and Roderick turns this on the leg side, and there's no run. But none of them too expensive either. Very similar to the Worcestershire figures, maybe a bit tighter than the Worcestershire figures, but it's been hard work for the bowlers since the start of the game. No question about that. As Borthwick comes in again, bowls, and Roderick is in behind that, turns the ball away on the leg side. Borthwick getting very excited, as he generally does when he bowls the ball, and having a word with the umpire, maybe saying, "Oh, good job, he got a bat on that one. I'd have been shouting for that one if he hadn't." He's in again now, bowls, pushed on, a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, pushed out on the offside by Roderick. 408 for 6. Borthwick again bowls, this one quicker, flatter, skids on a little bit. Punched away on the offside by Roderick. No run, end of the over. 408 for 6 score remains, and we've got 8 left in the day.
I'm just thinking on the cricket highlight show tonight, when they round up all of the day's action, this one might be last on match of the day, test match.
Yeah, you might be right. I got used to that this season as a Norwich fan.
Oh, well, Sunderland had firmly claimed last place on match of the day as their own for many a season. Occasionally swap places with Newcastle, but
there were times, honestly. Well, to be honest, I don't think that many Norwich fans watched it. I packed in. I think I watched it twice when we might have got a win, but it's one of those things, isn't it? It's just heartbreaking, isn't it? You go through it all in the. I watch most of the games live anyway. You go through it all once. You certainly don't want to go through it again, do you?
Ben Rain here with 4 for 55. Comes in and bowls.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Played by Barnard, way wide of mid-off for 4. And Ravindra couldn't get across to that one. Diving across to try and stop it with his left hand, but couldn't quite reach it. Did used to annoy me, though, when, say, Sunderland had played and actually won a game, but was still behind the likes of Liverpool or whoever who played out a 0-0 draw that day. And I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute.
And the other thing that I mean, people listening, some will chime with this, some will understand it, some will think, "What are you talking about?" But if you support a team like Norwich, let's say in the Premier League, and they win 4 games in the year, if you're lucky.
Well, been there, seen that, done that. That's an edge down towards the slip cordon along the floor.
But they're on match of the day, and they've managed to win one of their few games of the season. The analysis is all about how awful the other team were, allowing them to win rather than anything that they might possibly have done well. Just the way it is. It's not worth getting grumpy about.
My daughter watched Sunderland at home for a year and never saw them win. Her first victory actually came away at Burton.
Honestly, it's cruelty, parental cruelty.
Yeah. Well, I know. I did feel really guilty when I first took them. And I had a long conversation with my wife about what have I done. Just defended on off snub.
I've looked after them so well since birth.
Honestly, there was a feeling of guilt as I clutched their hands and took them into that stage.
Into that club shop and forced them into that striped shirt and said, "You will wear it."
There's one time my friend's a Newcastle United fan, but he lives near us, and he asked us could we take his daughter to the game, and he gave her a tenner. And after the match, he said, "Can we go into the club shop?" So we went into the Sunderland shop, and there was shirts being sold for like $9.99. So this is defended by Barnard. It goes towards point off Rain. And she came out with this big smile on her face, and she got in the car, and I didn't see what she'd bought, and she was giggling all the way home. She said, "My dad's got to love this." She said, "I've just spent his tenner on a Sunderland top," and he's a Newcastle fan. And
so you're not only abusing your own children, but you're breaking up families now as well.
Well, you see, that's developed. So from me taking her to that game, she's now got a season ticket at the Stadium of Light, and will be sitting with us next year. And her dad does come to watch games as well, actually. So 412 4-6, 230 the deficit. That's a full toss. Played away one-handed there by Barnard. I think he saw that late, and that's reverberated down the bat handle, and it's tingling his fingers.
Remember that feeling when you were a kid, when you got the
missed
old
it.
cork ball on the bottom of those cashmere willow bats, and it jarred right up through your body, didn't it? The old corky. Didn't half hurt if it hit your leg, didn't it? Especially if it was wet and heavy. Ooh. Only listeners of a certain age will have a clue what we're talking about.
Rain comes in and bowls. Single off towards mid-wicket. For 1 run. 7 overs to go tonight. Deficit's 229.
He's kept the strike Barnard, and that's good, I think, because Roderick has only just come in. He's only faced 7 balls, and he'll be nervous, Gareth Roderick, despite all his experience. It's his first game of the season, and he's not had the best form since coming to New Road, and he will want the opportunity of going out there in the morning with the chance of getting himself in properly, whereas and tonight he can't really do that, can he? Even there's only 7 overs left in the day. Even if he faces half of the bowling, he's on a hide into nothing really. So he just wants to, I would imagine, selfishly, if I were him, I'd want to face as few deliveries as possible tonight. Ed Barnard, on the other hand, has been there for 210 deliveries, brought up his 4th career 100, and he too will want to still be there in the morning. 7 overs left in the day. Borthwick's taken himself out of the attack, replaced himself with the seamer Paul Coughlin, who comes in now from the Lumley end and starts with a ball just back of a length to Barnard. Just gets in behind it and pushes out on the offside. Fielded by Jones coming in from cover. So big runs in this game. 642 for 7 declared Durham, 413 for 6 Worcestershire, still trailing by 229 as Coughlin moves in once more and bowls to Barnard, who plays arguably the best shot he's played, or as good a shot as he's played at any point in this innings. Absolutely beautifully timed drive on the up through extra cover. A top class shot from Barnard, and that's his 12th boundary, and it takes him on to 110. 12th boundary, and there haven't been any better, certainly. May not have been any that were the equal of that. It was a really, really sweet, well executed cover drive. Coughlin again into him, bowls, and that one nips back a little bit, and he just pushes it away on the onside. Well played. Good delivery from Coughlin, that one. Good reply after that previous delivery. Excuse me. Barnard goes on to 111, and it's 418 for 6. Roderick to face Coughlin for the first time. The men out today, if you're just joining us: Charlie Morris, the night watchman, first to go in the 2nd over of the day, caught at slip by Borthwick off the bowling of Rain. Good low catch by the Durham skipper, sharp one. And then after a partnership of 61 for the 5th wicket, Jack Haynes, who'd played really well, disappointed to be caught behind off the bowling of Travaskis as he went for a cut to the left arm spinner. This one from Coughlin is left alone by Roderick. So Haynes out for 68, caught by Eckersley off Travaskis. That was 208 for 5 at lunch, 236 for 5. And no wickets in the afternoon session. 346 for 5 at tea. And since tea, Brett D'Oliveira, having reached 100, the 11th of his career, out. LBW to Ben Rain for exactly that number, having faced 250 balls and hit 10 fours. And here's Coughlin again, banging this one in outside the off stump, and Roderick just having nothing to do with it and allowing it to go through to Ned Eckersley. So, what time are we going to finish? 6 overs after this. Probably going to finish about 10 past, aren't we? Maybe quarter past. Bit earlier than the last 2 nights, and we've had little interruptions in the last session. Long old day. And comes Coughlin bangs this one in short. Roderick rides it, just drops it down on the offside of the crease, and that's the end of the over. 418 for 6. I say long old day. I mean long old day for us, but even longer old day if you're out there in the field. I suppose the only people that really used it are the umpires, aren't they? Because they're out there all the time, regardless of whether runs are being scored, wickets are being taken or whatever. But Worcestershire nearly 2 days in the field, and Durham a session last night, and then a long day today. It's been tough work for these guys. I was jokingly saying on BBC Hereford and Worcester this morning that we often think professional sport is a glamorous life, and I suppose it is in some respects, but it wouldn't have been very glamorous fielding for 150 overs in the Durham innings, and we've had 127 in this innings as well. Some days are more glamorous than others, shall we say, as a county cricketer. Ben Rain just adjusting his slips, still trying to work out a way that he can pick up his 5th wicket. 4 for 60, moves away from us now and bowls, and this is steered down to 3rd man by Barnard. And as soon as he hit it, he set off for 1, thought there might be 2, and then realised there wasn't, and nearly gets 2 as an overthrow. Sorry, Marty, I've cut across you a bit.
No, I was just...
I thought you were busy.
I was just wondering, about to wonder out loud if anybody's rejoined us having watched the test match.
Yeah.
So...
Oh, you never know. You can always let us know. I haven't heard much from any Worcestershire supporters during this game. I don't know whether they're all...
I tend to find there's less traffic during county championship matches when England are playing.
And when you're away as well.
And then when England aren't playing, they all come back to us.
Well, they're not playing now. So it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or at Weir, as in the River Cricket, at yahoo.co.uk. Yes, got it right.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump from Rain, left alone by Roderick, taken by Eckersley.
The Cricket Stats Man says the run rate of 8.87 between Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes is the 2nd best for a 120 plus run partnership in tests. The first may surprise you.
Okay. That's a challenge, is it? I don't think I could get to that. Rain. In again, bowls, Roderick edges, and it drops. It's the 2nd time that's happened today, isn't it? Drops just short of Borthwick 2nd slip, and for the 2nd time today, he picks it up quite brilliantly on the half volley, but it didn't carry. The other one was D'Oliveira. This one is Roderick, but just a sign that Rain's still getting a little bit out of this surface. And he's on the cusp of a 5 for. I'll tell you what, a 5 for on this pitch is going some, I think. We saw Gibbon get 4 for Worcestershire, but he was more expensive. 4 for 127 off 26. Rain's already bowled 26, and he's only conceded 61. He's in again now and bowls, and Roderick pushes back up the pitch, still not off the mark. The Worcestershire keeper, 419 for 6.
Bairstow and Stokes made 179 today from 121 balls. Corey Anderson and Brendan McCullum for New Zealand against Australia and Christchurch made 179 in 110 balls at 9.76 compared to Bairstow and Stokes 8.87.
Wow,
that was 2016.
And there's a link there, isn't there? There's a common denominator.
Corey Anderson.
His Rain again into Roderick, bowls, and he's off the mark this time as he drives this wide of Ravindra at mid-off and hurries through for a single, and that takes the total on to 420 for 6, and that deficit 222. I said I punched the air when it went below 300. Yeah. I'll be punching the air even more if it goes below 200.
You know what I'm now thinking, Frank? Maybe it wasn't the county championship's fault after all. Maybe it was the structure of the ECB and the England cricket team.
Well,
all along.
You won't be the only one thinking that, Marty. You won't be the only one. But as somebody said to me today, new eras are always great until you start losing.
Yeah.
Here's Rain, last ball of the over in bowls, and this one is just pushed out on the offside by Barnard. End of the over. We've got 5 left in the day. Roderick is 1, Barnard is 112. and Worcestershire are 420 for 6.
Yeah, the final update of the day
final
coming in
update
about 5 or
due.
6 minutes.
Yeah. Try not to miss this one.
Had Johnny Bairstow just beat the IPL? Was he there? At the IPL, was he?
I think did he play in the... I don't think he was there late, was he?
Sun's shining, actually, which is a pleasant surprise. In comes Coghlan, and this is played by Roderick to point no run there. I'm going to take you to the Roca Riviera tonight, Frank. Show you the sights.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard so much. I was hoping... David Townsend was telling me at one stage that he was going to be up here for this game, but he couldn't manage it. And he said, I'll have a night out on the Roca Riviera. Yeah.
Dave was there the infamous night when water started dripping through our ceiling. What a night that was. This is drilled away by... Oh, it's a misfield, and Roderick's gone for a quick single, and there's a shy at the stumps from Rain at mid-on, and he nearly hits the stumps at the keeper's end where Barnard was running to. Yeah, I was making tea one night, and I'd invited my dad round. I was making tea for him and Dave Townsend and the girls. And my wife was working a bit of a late shift, and I said to one of my daughters, can you go and start running the bath? And then halfway through tea, have you checked that bath? Yes, it's fine.
Dear.
And then, anyway, we're sitting eating tea, and my wife comes through the door and she said, I thought you girls would have been in the bath by now. At which point my daughter shrieked. And this one's down off towards third man. Shouted it's all my fault and ran away upstairs, and I thought, what's she talking about? And just as I looked round that point, water started pouring through the ceiling.
End result?
Well, a soggy floor upstairs.
But no lasting damage?
No, thankfully. But it did, it turned the electricity off, and then the house alarm started blaring away and we couldn't switch it off, so that was fun. Coghlan bowling here to Roderick. He plays that down behind point and goes for a quick single. Deficit's 219. I'm just wondering if tonight, even if these lot go in sort of 4 down, say Durham could get quick wickets in the morning and still have Worcestershire beyond 150, whether they'd chance their arm and force the follow on and try and see if they could bowl them out. It's not that kind of wicket, it's not been that kind of match, but given this is their 8th game of the season, as this goes down to third man for 1 from Barnard, and they've still only got the 1 win on the board. They need points if they've got any ideas about getting up towards the top end of the table, because at the moment it looks like Middlesex and Notts are going to be running away with things. Notts on the cusp of victory the last time I looked today, inside 3 days at Leicester. In fact, they've won by 9 runs. So Leicestershire were bowled out in their second innings for just 99. So they've won by 9 runs, an innings and 9 runs. End of the over. 424 for 6. And Middlesex were Chesterfield, weren't they? So Derbyshire need 22 runs there. 197 for 4, so Derbyshire might win that one. So that will put the cat among the pigeons. Derbyshire on the same points as Durham going into this round of matches, 84. So, oh, well, that might make things interesting. Worcestershire were third at the start of this round of games on 90 points compared to Notts 107 and Middlesex's 116. So Notts have gone top. Middlesex now second. And Derbyshire eyeing victory as well. Unless something drastic happens in Chesterfield, they need 22 more to win and should wrap that up today. This is a new over. The ball strikes the pad of Barnard, who's... No, it doesn't. It hits his bat. Rain was appealing LBW. But the umpire said it was a single off the bat. inside the last 3.5 overs here. So, well, inside the last 4, so about 15 minutes worth of play. So, going to be finishing in about 6:15. Roderick's on 3 from 18 balls. Rain bowls. It's defended and it runs up to mid-off. Ravindra takes the ball. Yeah, Worcestershire are still batting. They've batted all day today. In their first innings, they're now 425 for 6. They still haven't avoided the follow-on, though, because the deficit is 217. They need to get down to 150 to avoid that. We've seen a brilliant partnership of 197 for the 6th wicket from Brett D'Oliveira, who was out LBW to Ben Rain when he was on 100. And then a few moments later, Ed Barnard reached his 100. He is currently on 115. 3.5 overs left to go today. Then tomorrow, but it's such a batting friendly track, I can't see any other result other than a draw at this moment in time.
Worcestershire have batted really, really well all day, lost just 3 wickets. They need to just keep going. They're still trailing by 217. Gareth Roderick is...
Rain bowling, played away by Roderick back towards the bowler's end.
The pairs are 425 for 6.
Test Match Special has just tweeted, "We think today at the Test might be prime viewing tonight. I think they're having one of my famous hunches." It's on Series Link, so I'll watch that a bit later on. Still 3.2 overs to go here now, 3.1 as this is played by Roderick across towards Salisbury at mid-on, no run there. Ben Stokes in the evening sunshine now, bowling to Roderick. Played the short mid-wicket to Coughlin, and that is the end of the over. 3 to go, 425 for 6. The score, deficit 217. Barnard 115, Roderick has 3.
Yep, Ben Rain, another good over. Kept going really well, Ben Rain. Couldn't ask for much more if he were his captain. It's been a fine effort, but he hasn't managed to find that 5th wicket. He's picked up 4. On this pitch, in this game, 28 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 63. Pretty impressive. Coughlin, meanwhile, in bowls a bouncer to Barnard from the Lumley end, and Barnard sways out of the way, and the umpire says it was a no ball. So 2 more added on to the score. 425 for 6, 215 the deficit. And Barnard's vigil continues. He waits now and drives beautifully through the offside. They only get 1 because there's a man out there on the boundary. Jones, who fields, returns to Eckersley. Barnard moves on to 116, 220 balls he's faced. Coughlin's been a busy man today, 25 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 74 in the innings altogether. We've seen a bit of spin. Travaskis 18 overs, plus 8 from Borthwick, 9 from Ravindra. but they didn't get much out of it either. Maybe a little bit of slow turn for Ravindra and Travaskis. Coughlin again is in. Bowls to Roderick, who drives up to mid-on. There are one or two Worcestershire fans listening, at least, who are on Twitter, because I've had one from the secret pair. He says, I've just tuned back in, Commander Pairs. I presume he means I've just tuned back in after watching the test match.
Does the secret pair know the secret barrister?
Don't know about that. I see the secret barrister's tweets sometimes. Here's Coughlin again. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls, and it's angled down on the offside by Roderick, fielded by the gully. Kind of 2 gullies, really. Sort of one quite close. That's Ravindra who fielded that, and then Jones, who's come in from the boundary to, well, you could say backward point, but he's quite close, or he ended up quite close. I think they maybe fancy that Coughlin might just get a bit of bounce and Roderick might steer one uppishly on the offside. But I think you can't blame Worcestershire or Durham supporters if their attention was slightly diverted this afternoon. Coughlin in again, bowls, left alone by Roderick outside the off stump, taken by Eckersley. 2 overs left after this.
They just looking, there was a little round of applause there in the pavilion, and Jamie, the Durham fan who you can hear shouting occasionally, he's just had his photograph taken with some of the Worcestershire players, and he's holding up a shirt, so I don't know if they've presented him with a signed shirt.
Oh yeah, hope that would be nice. Nice gesture. They do try and do that kind of thing, don't they? Well, most clubs. Here's Coughlin again in. Roderick in behind this, pushes back up to him. Pleased to see Gareth Roderick standing a bit stiller at the crease. He's got a trigger movement where he sort of moves across his stumps, which you'll see him doing every ball, but there were times in his recent struggles, particularly last season, where there was too much movement around. There's Coughlin in, and he just makes that one firm, decisive trigger across his crease and tucks that one away on the onside for a single. Keeps the strike. Just looking much better than he did at times last year when his footwork appeared to be well, a little bit uncertain, shall we say, around the crease. I think he's just managing to stay stiller, keep his head stiller, and know exactly where his off stump is now. 4.29 for 6, early days though, but he has faced 28 balls since he's gone out there to replace D'Oliveira when he was out for 100.
A quote from Ben Stokes on Johnny Bairstow. Man, I was out there for a while with him and he had the Johnny eyes.
Yeah.
You'll probably see it on TV. When he has those eyes, you're not stopping him. You let him go on and do what he needs to do.
Fantastic.
The Johnny eyes.
Your answer about the IPL,
Yes,
I think he only played a few games at the beginning in the IPL, but I'm not sure. Rain bowls, pushed out on the onside by Roderick. I don't really watch IPL much.
No, I don't see it really.
With it.
Yeah, it's too much of it. Ian says 5 days of proper Test cricket and then a 2020 innings in the last session as a bonus.
There you go.
And Jason says it could have been worse for the Kiwis. Imagine if they'd batted better and set England 350 off 60,
still got them.
and they still would have got them.
Yeah. Well, Bairstow played a T20 innings at New Road last year that was absolutely brutal. I mean, just unbelievably destructive. He hit 10 sixes, I think, as Rain comes in and bowls, and Roderick is pushing this one out on the onside. And I think a couple of times he hit the ball over the New Road stand, over the road outside and into the park, Cripplegate Park, opposite New Road. And I haven't seen anybody do that since Graham Hick did it. Tom Moody might have done it a few times, but he did it on more than one occasion. And it was one of those innings where he got injured. He was running and he suddenly yelped in pain and lay down and had to have treatment for about 10 minutes. And it was the worst thing that could have happened, because thereafter he stood still and just absolutely smashed it. And it was awesome striking. There'll be a lot of people listening who are probably in New Road that night, and they'll share my view, I am sure. Here's Rain again. Left alone outside the off stump by Roderick. 4.29 for 6, so 1 over left after this. It's been a long day. It's been a an attritional day. It's been an attritional game, really, in many ways. I suppose the only time it's been really kind of free scoring was during that partnership last night between Rain and Coghlan, towards the end of that, when they were racing each other to centuries. And although we've seen 2 centuries today in this Worcestershire innings, none of it at any stage has been quite like that. Silly mid-on gone in now for Rain, bowling to Roderick. The bowls, and that's short, and Roderick swivels round, plays a good pull shot, down to long leg, rolled his wrists on it. Fielded down there by Chris Rushworth, and Roderick goes to 5, and the total to 430 for 6. Silly mid-on staying in for Barnard. 116 not out. He's been striking at 52, Barnard, so that gives you an idea that it's been a fairly low-key affair. Hugely important innings, though. And underlining his claims to be called a proper batting all-rounder with this 4th 100 of his career. This one is clipped away off his toes. Fielded at mid-wicket by Jones, diving to his right. Score remains 430 for 6. Lovely evening. It's been a good day. Probably the best weather of the game. Been certainly the most kind of even.
It's going to get orangey red tomorrow on the temperature gauges.
Orangey red tomorrow. Shorts tomorrow then, Marty?
I'll see what it looks like on the Riviera in the morning. You see, we don't get the sun in this room, do we? It can get a bit warm, but
yeah. Rain in then, last ball of the over, bowls, Barnard drives up to mid-on, end of the over. Rain's work is finished for the day, there's just 1 over left. His excellent figures, 29 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 64. Ed Barnard is 116 not out, Gareth Roderick is 5 not out. The men out today, just run through what's happened in the day before the last over. Morris, the night watchman, went in the 2nd over of the day, caught at slip by Borthwick off Rain for 8. Haynes, the only other man out in the morning, caught behind by Eckersley, cutting at Travaskis off for 68. And then no wickets in the afternoon session, and just 1 this evening from Ben Rain, picking up Brett D'Oliveira LBW for exactly 100. He batted for 250 balls and hit 10 fours. Here's Coghlan, last over of the day, starts it with a ball just short of a length outside the off stump to Gareth Roderick, who gets in behind that and pushes it into the covers. And there's no run. Worcestershire have scored at 3.3 runs and over. They still trail by 212, but they've acquitted themselves with great application and authority today. In comes Coghlan again, bangs that one in short outside the off stump, and Roderick just lets it go, just sways inside it, drops his hands underneath it, and through it goes to Eckersley. 430 for 6. Good effort by Worcestershire today. Good day for the bowlers to sit with their feet up and recharge after the efforts of the first 2 days of the game. Here's Coghlan in again, bowls. Roderick studiously forward, pushes back to the bowler. So, what have we got? 3 balls left in the day. Roderick will feel, if he gets through to the end of the day, that he's achieved his initial target, which surely when he came to the crease was to still be there at the end. He waits again now and actually pulls this short ball from Coghlan away behind square on the leg side for a single. Almost a hook, it's rolling the wrist round on it, swivelling as he played it, just like he did off the last ball of Rain's previous over. Rain at mid-off, he's got his sun hat in his left hand and he's just mopping his brow. He's had a busy day, Ben Rain. Made 100 yesterday, then came out and bowled, and he's bowled well today. 4 for 64, easily the pick of the Durham bowlers, and he's bowled 29 overs. I'm not exactly sure how many overs he'd bowled at the end of the day yesterday, but he's been a busy man. and he's bowled really well. Coughlin in, bowls. Barnard drives this up to mid-on. So 1 ball left in the day. And if he gets through it, Barnard will have been in since the 2nd over of the day. So he's batted virtually all day, the all-rounder. 2 slips waiting. Last ball of the day. Coughlin from the Lumley end. He bowls and Barnard lets it go outside the off stump. That is the close of play on day 3 of this game. Worcestershire still trailing by 211, but they've had a good day. They've lost only 3 wickets all day in advancing their score from 140 for 3. So what's that? 299 runs they've added in the day for the loss of 3. So that's a pretty good day for them. And at the end of it, one of the real architects of that performance is still there. That's Ed Barnard. 116 not out of 224 balls, and with him Gareth Roderick, who is on 6. I'll just very quickly run you through the bowling figures for Durham. Rushworth 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 89. Salisbury 19 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 73. Ben Rain, the best of them, 29 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 64. Coughlin 27 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 76. The spin trio, Travaskis 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 40. Borthwick 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. Ravindra 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. And we had 3 overs of seam from Jonathan Bushnell, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. That's it then. At the end of the day, the deficit, as I say, for Worcestershire is 211, and we'll be back with further coverage tomorrow. I'll just leave Marty to give you a last word.
The last word is Kevin Ramsey's emailed, and it's entitled "Guilty as Charged." I tuned back in with 11 overs to go after the Test match. He said, "I love your optimism that they might skittle Worcestershire out tomorrow morning and enforce the follow-on. This is Durham man," he says. "We can turn any 600-run lead into a draw." Well, it's just such a flat track, isn't it? That's the thing. I mean, if it's anything other than a draw tomorrow, I think we'll be more than mildly surprised, put it that way. But runs galore here, another high-scoring head-to-head from these two. And we'll be back with you then in the morning at 11:15 for the final day. And the build-up will begin then. We'll play in tonight's close of play interviews, and then we will be with you with the commentary from 11 tomorrow. See you then. Goodbye.